All right. There's
Feedback.
That looks a little better. Okay. That's better. All right. We'll call this meeting to order of May 14th for the Board of Supervisors, Ventura County. Would you do the roll call, please?
Supervisor Bennett. Supervisor Parks.
Here.
Supervisor Long.
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza.
Here.
Supervisor Foy.
Here. Supervisor Bennett will be here in one moment. He asked us to get going so we wouldn't delay. I want to do our moment of inspiration. I'd like to welcome Peter Nordstrom right here, Assistant Scout Executive of Ventura County Council of Boy Scouts. He's going to be talking on the Boy Scout graffiti abatement. Thanks, Peter, for being here. Appreciate it.
Oh, my pleasure. Good morning, Board. Good morning, County officials. On behalf of the 8,000 boys and girls we serve annually through the Ventura County Council of Boy Scouts of America and the countless others impacted in our county residents by the positive programs of the Boy Scouts, it gives me great pleasure to be here. As Supervisor Foy said, I am here representing the Boy Scouts, and this month celebrates 5 years of a program that was initiated by Supervisor Foy up in the city of Moore Park, and it was called Taking Back the Community, which is a graffiti abatement effort that has seen rave reviews up there in the community. As I said, over 5 years ago it was initiated, and the driving power behind this has been the Boy Scouts. Troop 605, chartered to St. Rosa Lima in Simi Valley, has been spearheading this effort for the last 5 years, and I just wanted to touch on their successes to date. In partnership with the Watershed Protection District, the County of Public Works, and Jeff Pratt, the City of Moore Park, and now most recently Caltrans, Troop 605 has successfully nearly rid Moore Park of all its graffiti. And to such an extent that it has actually gone into the city of Simi Valley now to start working in that community as well. It's taken 5 years to rid Moore Park of its graffiti, and there's still graffiti that pops up, but these kids have put in over 1,000 hours, manpower hours, to rid the graffiti up in the channels of Moore Park, and to such an extent that other troops throughout the county are asking, how can we get involved? And you know, there's a lot of things that come with getting into the flood channels and eradicating graffiti. Moore Park's one community, but then you go into a city like Oxnard where there's a whole set of different challenges. And I'm pleased to report that we are working with troops within Oxnard to also bring the graffiti abatement program to the city of Oxnard as well. As much as we'd like it to be throughout the county, it takes a significant amount of effort on behalf of the boys and the leaders within the program to do that. But when I came here 3 years ago and found out that we had a program like this, it was inspiring. I'm inspired each day by the Boy Scouts, hence why I work for them. But the fact that these young men are growing up in an environment where they're learning to give back to the community, they're learning to clean up their community and becoming productive citizens, this is what it's all about. You know, whether we see scouts on a daily basis, in and out throughout the community, they're out there doing things for the community and serving our community with positive impact programs. So I just wanted to bring you up to date on that. I think you've done an outstanding job of supporting this effort, and the partnerships that we have hopefully will live long and prosper throughout the years so that we can continue to provide the benefits to the community that Scouting offers. So I thank you for that.
Well, thank you. Was that a Star Trek kind of thing right there? Is that what that was? But that movie coming out today. Anyway, no, it's been great. The Scouts have done a tremendous job, and I do want to thank Public Works for their efforts to make it work, and City of Moore Park working together, and I'm glad to see it. And it all goes back to that effort. If you take an effort and try to clean it, they will go someplace else, right?
Yep.
And you see in Moore Park, there's really not much graffiti left at all, and there used to be a ton.
Yeah.
A ton, and the community used to complain about it. I'm glad to see what's happened in Oxnard and
That's right.
some of those areas. The Scouts are looking for great things to do, and what a way to teach these kids. You know, Scouting is all about teaching them to be mature leaders and everything else, but to give back to their community and to see that if I take an effort, I can make a difference and change things. So
I tried to get the kids out here today. They didn't want to leave school. So
yeah.
positive.
That's
thing.
our kind of kids. Hey, I appreciate you coming out, Peter. Peter's joined the Boy Scouts, like you said, a few years ago and done a tremendous job, and I appreciate that. But, we have one more thing to do is the Pledge of Allegiance. Would you lead us in that?
Sure. Would the audience please rise? Please place your right hand over your heart and join me in the pledge to our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, unto the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be
Peter,
seated.
thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to, Peter, I want to thank you again for working with the Boy Scouts of America. My office works with the Eagles, and so forth in Oxnard. And we do have an excellent program in Oxnard called the GAP, the graffiti program. So you might want to contact the city and work with them. In fact, Michael Henderson is here today, one of our city representatives that runs that program. It's very successful, and we can sure use some more help in Oxnard.
Well, we'd be happy to provide it if the manpower is there and our scouts are willing. So.
And thank you for the excellent work and working with our youth. Thank you.
My thanks also. I know that in addition to just removing it, to get the opportunity to photograph it, send it to the sheriff's department, and it helps to be a deterrent and help them catch the criminals that are doing it. So it's all good, and it leaves the community in a more beautiful place too. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Public Works, too. Appreciate that, guys. All right. Let's move on to our minutes. Our minutes of May 7th. Boy, they are just here every time, right on time. Give me a second. This crew you got is quick here, I'm telling you, man. They are cranking. All right. We're missing somebody? Everybody? Did you go ahead? John's still reading those minutes. He was so fast there. All right. Then we'll move on to our agenda review with our CEO, Mr. Powers.
Thank you, Chair Foy. We do have a few items this morning. Item 18, Public Works Agency. There's on the quitclaim deed to City of Oxnard. We've received comment letters from Lawrence Stein and Steve Nash, which have been distributed and posted to the web. Item 23, Water Awareness Month Proclamation. We received a revised resolution, which has been distributed and posted. 23. Item 28. Above and Beyond report, we received the board letter and a PowerPoint presentation which have been distributed and posted to the web, and we're handing out the letter on the one item related there, which is a summary and report back on our in-house management training program, our nuts and bolts training, which we'll hear about this morning on item 28. Item 30, Mental Health Month Proclamation. We've received a revised resolution which has been distributed and posted to the web. Item 32, RMA, presentation regarding community events and food facilities. We received a PowerPoint presentation which has been distributed and posted to the web. Item 33, Older Americans Month Proclamation. Received a revised resolution which has been, yes, distributed and posted to the web. 34, Military Appreciation Month Proclamation. Received revised resolution, has been distributed and posted. Revised Campaign Finance Reform Ordinance, item 35. We've received a comment letter from Mark Lund, County Clerk and Recorder, which has been distributed and posted to the web. Item 42, Budget Study Presentations. We've received PowerPoints from Department of Airports, District Attorney's Office, and IT Services. And the addendum agenda, almost there, sorry. Item 54, Closed Session, Anticipated Litigation. And last but not least, number 55 on the addendum agenda, recommendation to reappoint William Wilson and appoint Mike Siddell to the Ventura County Employees Retirement Association Board. And that's it. Thank you.
I did not receive, was it provided here at the dais, the letter from Mr. Lund?
Thanks.
It was distributed yesterday afternoon.
You can get a
The
copy.
revision packet number
Can you get a
2.
copy for her?
Yeah,
We'll get a copy for her. Okay. Okay. Does anybody else have anything else? The agenda? No? Then I'll do the other one. So can we have a motion? We had a few rewrites on some resolutions, huh? Okay. Let's move on to our consent items, number 10 through 23. Does anybody have a comment?
Mr. Chair, I would like to pull item 18.
Pull item 18. Would you like to talk about that first, or vote
If
on
they
the
want to
rest?
vote on the other items, we can do so.
Anybody have anything else besides the 18? Okay, why don't we just then real quickly, let's just call it up and see if we can do them all together at the end.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Item 18, we have from the City of Oxnard here, Michael Henderson's Parks Superintendent. We'll have Alan Holmberg, our City Attorney for City of Oxnard, and Chief Williams from the Fire Department. And I would like to call Michael Henderson, our Parks Superintendent from City of Oxnard, to give us a chronology on the College Park property and give us some more explanation of this quick claim process. You know, we have 75 acres there in Oxnard, and that's always been designated as a park. But there's parcel 2 and 3 that, as my understanding, were not part of or we need to quick claim that. But anyway, we'll have Michael Henderson give us a chronology on the history there at College Park.
Thank you, sir, for coming.
Good morning, Chairman Foy and Supervisors. We have a slide of the park that's coming up now. The history of College Park is a long history between the City of Oxnard and the County of Ventura. This 75 acres, if I can, there it is. This is Channel Islands Boulevard here to the north. This is Rose Avenue here. This is Oxnard College down here to the south. This area, oops, I don't know if that's me doing that or... This area here is College Park. It includes this little 4.13 acres here, and this area in here is about 71 acres. In the 1960s, the City of Oxnard purchased some property. The County of Ventura also purchased some of this property, and both the city and the county used a funding source that was new in the mid-60s. It's called Land and Water Conservation Fund money. It is from the National Park Service, and they give them out as grants for purchasing park property and improving existing park property. Both the county and the city use this funding to purchase College Park. There it is. The city had about 50 acres. The county purchased about 25. At some point, the City of Oxnard gave its property to the County of Ventura to develop. It was felt at that time that the county had more resources, better able to get grants, so the county took the park. Did some improvements here in this area. There's a group picnic area there and a parking lot here. Originally there was a little amphitheater right in here, but not too much was done down through the years. Grant funding kind of dried up. The economy kind of went up and down. So in around 2000, the county quit claimed the property in its entirety to the City of Oxnard. There were some restrictions on the property, on the entire 75 acres, that it needed to be used for park and recreational purposes. That's the county restriction. There is, whenever you use Land and Water Conservation Fund money to purchase or improve park property, that also comes with restrictions that tend to be fairly specific. And the Land and Water Conservation Fund boundary starts here, it comes around here, and goes right back up to there. It encompasses this entire property here. It does not encompass this 4.13 acres here at the top. So when the county quit-claimed the deed to the city of Oxnard, the Land and Water Conservation Fund restrictions followed this 70 acres, 71 acres here, did not apply to this property here because it wasn't purchased or improved with LWCF money.
And Michael, that's where the proposed
Yes,
station.
that's correct. The fire station that we're looking at would be located right here, the corner of Channel Islands Boulevard and Rose. There's an exit down here and an entrance up here on Channel Islands. What the city is asking, yes, I'm sorry, Supervisor
Just
Long.
to say it again and clarify, that portion was not park funds were not used for that portion.
That's correct. That's correct. There's a thin blue line that goes around this area here, and all of this is governed by the Land and Water Conservation Fund guidelines.
Okay.
And they're to some degree they're very simple. It has to be an outdoor recreational activity. You can have a swimming pool that's open, but if you enclose the swimming pool, it's not considered an outdoor recreational activity. You can have a snack bar that serves our new soccer fields here, and we have a snack bar here, and we have another one here. That's okay, because it's serving an outdoor recreational activity. You cannot have a restaurant. They don't allow that. So, but this 5 acres here where we're proposing to put a fire station just has the County of Ventura restrictions that it be for parks and recreation purposes.
And Michael, excuse me, Michael, that was the Rainbow House before, right? Where
Correct.
we had the-
There were 2 houses there. Thank you, Supervisor. There were 2 houses here. There was one here and one here. They were used. They were called the Rainbow Houses, and they served
The transitional one for
transitional
women.
for women.
Yeah.
We actually moved them further north on Rose Avenue. They're up here, Rose, close to Woolley. They have a facility there that they used, and we actually, the fire department used those 2 houses as a training exercise in a fire.
In the
kind of
past,
thing.
yeah.
So that's kind of the history in a nutshell of College Park, and I'll be happy to answer any questions. Or
But Michael, when the quitclaim was back in 2000, it was just for recreation use, which we want to keep that park as recreation.
yes, we do. Yes.
Those Lot 2 and 3 were not part of that, and that's where you're proposing you want this county to quitclaim so you can build that fire station.
Yes. What we're asking from the county is on this 4.13 acres here, which is not covered by the Land and Water Conservation Fund restrictions, we're asking that the county allow us, not specifically to build a fire station, but to modify the language to allow us to use it for public purposes,
Okay.
not just
fire
park and
station.
recreation purposes.
Okay.
I have a question, and this might be more for the CEO or county council. In our conveyance in 2000, we referenced that the park being conveyed came into compliance with the County Park Abandonment Law of 1959, which then said under that the government code section, the transfer not deemed to be an abandonment if expressly made subject to condition the property transfer be used for park purposes. Did the application of this County Park Abandonment Law of 1959 apply to these acres?
My understanding is it did not, but the state, and the history of it was that we got the property from the state, and the state wanted these deed restrictions on the entire 3 parcels. And what has happened since then is the state has agreed that we could lift the
Yeah, I
deed
see that.
restriction, and it doesn't apply to those 2 lots together, which are the 4.1 acres. So for a long time, there have been negotiations, discussions on, and the staff was reluctant to say that we could lift those restrictions unless the state agreed, because when we acquired it or from the state, those restrictions were on there. So as long as the state was okay with it,
Okay.
I would think it's okay for the county to agree to that.
And,
Okay.
and Mr. Chair, the state did quit claim to that property, right?
I'm not sure if it was
I think I
quick
saw
claim,
that
but they stipulated to
That we could
this,
use.
that we could quit claim,
Okay,
revise the quit claim deed.
okay.
Did this go to the Oxnard City Council?
The proposed fire station has been to the city council 3 times. Let me pull up my...
To use this parkland specifically?
Yes. The fire department did their 10-year strategic plan in October of 2005, and they specifically pointed out this property as the location for fire station number 8. In May of 2011, the City Council approved the use of Measure O funding, our half-cent sales tax, to fund the proposed College Park Fire Station number 8, including apparatus and staffing. And on May 8th, 2012, the City Council authorized the staff to negotiate lease financing for the construction of the fire station located at the College Park site. It would include the fire station, apparatus, and staffing. So it's been to them 3 times. But before we continue to go further, obviously, we need to ask the county if they could modify the restrictions to allow us to continue to move forward.
Because I've received, as the rest of the board, a lot of people in opposition in Oxnard concerned about this, and some have raised the point that the council has changed and this should really go and go through a vote of the council. So just putting that out there.
And Mr. Chair, too, on the other end, too, I have received quite a few people that do want that fire station there. They do want that, and they want to keep the 75-acre, the College Park for recreation, absolutely. But the little section, I've had calls and I've had emails saying that they do want that fire station there. It's important, to South Oxnard, because my understanding is that we have 100-some-thousand people just south of Woolley Road, and we have one fire station on Hill Street that's probably the most used fire station there is, and there's one on PV Road. And the question is, we have a college there, we have a high school, we have quite a few residential areas, Lindenwood, and those areas that could use a fire station there. And I'm telling you right now, if you dial 911, you want the fighter there immediately.
Absolutely.
And I've had those calls too. So,
Can we hear from the fire in regards to the
Absolutely.
public safety issue on it?
or do you want to hear the speakers first?
Well, I don't know if
Okay.
we have some.
We
You want
have
to hear the
speakers.
speakers first, or?
We have
What's that?
speakers in the fire chief.
Okay. Is he on this list?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, why don't we hear from, okay. All right, let's hear that. Mr. Williams, you want to come up and speak first, sir?
Chairman, for members of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors, James Williams, Fire Chief with the City of Oxnard. I have been with the city now for just a couple of months, and certainly this is one of the top issues that I'm having to deal with in my early tenure with the fire department. This issue has been discussed with the City Council, as Michael Henderson indicated, since 2005, initially with the strategic plan of the fire department being presented to council. At that point, the fire station location at Rose and Channel Islands was established because of the location. South Oxnard does not have a fire station currently, and Station 3 on Hill Street responds there quite frequently. Our goal is to respond in less than 5 minutes, 90% of the time, from the time we get the call at dispatch to the time the unit arrives on the scene to impact, whether it be a fire or an emergency medical response, which is the greatest type of response that most fire departments across the nation respond to today. This location was identified also in an independent report that was prepared by the Insurance Services Office, which independently of the fire department's strategic plan identified this location as being the best location. The other issue is that with tough economic times that we're all experiencing in governments throughout the United States, this property is already owned by the city. And so if we had to look at finding another piece of property, it would be another expenditure of probably $2 to $3 million that we are able to gain the economic advantage by the city owning this piece of property. Now, there has been discussion not only with former councils, but discussions with the current council about Fire Station 8 and its location, and certainly from my professional opinion, I believe that this station location is the best in terms of serving the Oxnard community, and especially the southern region of the city. The issue really gets to become one of when the first unit is out and there's a second or third response, are we still having manageable response times that allow our resources to arrive on the scene again so that we can impact an emergency? When you look at a chain of survival, or when a person is pulseless or not breathing, you have a 4 to 6 minute window. And so everything that the fire department, the fire service tries to do is based on time and speed and impacting emergencies for the positive and for the benefit of the residents of the community. Thank you.
So this really becomes a public safety issue.
At this point, we believe this is a public safety issue.
So the idea of the parks and everything else, but the idea of what you're saying is that this has become a public safety issue, that we could be putting people at risk if something like this is not done.
Well, certainly. We want to, again, impact response times for the positive. And again, we see this as a land issue at this point, and we'd like to see the Board of Supervisors modify that quitclaim so that that particular I believe it's 4.18 acres can be used for public use, and certainly the city intends on placing Fire Station 8 at that location.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Williams?
Mr. Chair, Chief, I was looking at your 25 to 15 master plan for the fire department, and it says that that station right now would take probably another 2,100 calls annually. Right off, that would be the optimum location to place a location to help you in the master plan for.
That is correct. When we look at fire stations and volume of response based on our 2005 strategic plan, we like to see those responses based at about 1,250 calls a year. Mm-hmm. And so building this station, we're expecting a call volume of approximately 2,200 calls a year, which already puts it over that service level that is optimum based on our 2005 strategic plan.
And that and you need that to help the existing 7 other stations.
Absolutely. It's part of the total response system. At this point, again, not having a presence in terms of a fire station south of Oxnard creates increased response times to the residents in that location, and certainly it is part of the overall response system and volume of firefighters that are needed to serve the residents of Oxnard.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Williams. Appreciate that, Chief.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to call Steve Nash.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Chair, supervisors, and staff. And the issue is not, do we need a fire station? We probably need multiple fire stations. That's not your concern. I would refer back to the original 2000 quitclaim deed signed by Supervisor Long, and quoting, "The subject property shall be used and maintained solely and exclusively for public park and recreation purposes in perpetuity." Perpetuity. Is this phrase really open to any other interpretations? The Oxnard's 2030 General Plan has policy ICS-1.4 that states infrastructure expansion needed for future development be self-funded, so current residents do not subsidize infrastructure needed for future growth. And again, this is a city policy, but the fact that this fire station is going to be funded from Measure O funds to the tune of $7 or $8 million violates this policy. There have been several city council meetings recently where the council chambers have been standing room only, with parents, children, and coaches expressing the dire need for additional sports fields in Oxnard. Many others have expressed a desire for an aquatic center. This land is really an irreplaceable legacy for Oxnard residents. And I believe staff is circumventing due process. This issue could have been placed before our residents on the June 4th special election ballot. And I would ask you that you do not aid and abet city staff in this usurpation of the residents' parkland. At 2 recent community forums, fire department staff, I feel, attempted to stifle public comment on the land use issues by claiming that particular aspect was not on the agenda, and any discussion was thus a Brown Act violation. This issue is all about land use and the significant impacts generated by staff's proposal. Are we to ignore the College Park Master Plan EIR With this major modification not called for a new EIR based on these impacts, aesthetics, air quality, biological resources, cultural resources, hydrology, noise, public safety, transportation and traffic, and alternative sites for the fire station. And I ask you to please not amend the quitclaim deed, because the city needs all the park space it can afford, and there's other policies that are being violated here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Alan Holmberg?
Chairman Foy and members of the board, I'm only here if there are any questions that you have that I could possibly answer from my perspective as
Thanks,
city
Supervisor.
attorney.
Supervisor Parks has a question.
What is your expertise?
I'm the city attorney.
Oh, sorry. I do have a question. Is there a required to mitigate the loss of this parkland with parkland somewhere else in the city, for example?
I don't believe that's required. Our planning folks, I was just looking now in my emails, but our planning folks did do environmental work, to put us in a position where we can take to our city council the fire station at this location.
So no mitigation?
Not in terms of
Loss of
providing
parkland?
more parkland, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Martin Joyner?
Good morning. When I first was here addressing this issue, my hair was brown and had no bald spots. And it just seems to go on and on and on. That's an interesting map. And somehow there has been a misconstruence of the facts. Yes, indeed, this has come before, at least not publicly, the idea of a fire station number 8. If you look at the minutes, you will never see College Park mentioned. Just a construction loan for a fire station number 8. This is just continuous misuse of College Park. It's all of College Park. What has been said here by, say, some members of staff, as usual, totally unverifiable. And here is January 22nd, 2013, signed by the city attorney. What's the use? You will not find on this a fire station anywhere. Yes, we do need a fire station, no doubt. But remember Big League Dreams, Field of Dreams, Don DeCarlo? Let's look at the real history. And it's been one misuse after another. And this continues the process. A fire station was never brought before council. Process has been denied, not used. The citizens have no idea what's going on here. Yes, maybe funds have been allocated for a fire station, number 8, but not there, not publicly. This is really, there's a point in life where some people just envy the dead. And I'm really tired coming back here not every year, contiguously, but this is just so much nonsense. And I give this to the clerk for your perusal. Again, January 22nd, 2013. And as Mr. Zaragoza said, pull it, send it back to the city council to have a public discussion, to have the council vote on it. One way or the other, thumbs up or thumbs down.
Thank you, sir. Dennis Ralph?
Good evening. It's been a while since I've spoken publicly. Before I forget, I want to address the item of whether this has ever been on the agenda. I got this iPad for Christmas, and I was going over the county agendas. They list them all the way back to 2006. I checked the agenda schedule, from 2006 to 2013, and at no time has College Park ever been mentioned on an agenda for a fire station. Like Mr. Jones said, and the city has said, it has been mentioned for a loan, maybe for fire trucks, but it's not on the agenda as a fire station to be placed in College Park. It's always mentioned on the side. It's always the mystical proposed station at College Park. But it's never been proposed. It's never been given to the citizens of Oxnard. If it has, show me the minutes, because there are none. Another thing, to get this meeting to the level of where it is right now, city staff has gone through a lot of work and a lot of paperwork and a lot of procedure to get it to you, to present it to you. This presentation hasn't been put before the city council. They don't know anything about it. They haven't voted on it. There was no vote taken, let's go to the county and change the quitclaim deed. No vote at all. But anyway, I want to get back to one other item here. Public parks and recreational facilities in perpetuity. That's what the quitclaim deed said. I think it was Linda Parks who signed it, or was it Kathy Long? I'm not sure. But the city signed it too, saying they understood what this quitclaim deed had in it and they would abide by it. Now they want to change the rules as we go along. I got the EIR right here. It's the one that was approved by the city council. The 2005 Final Environmental Impact Report, College Park Master Plan. See how thick this is? Not one mention of a fire station, ever. In it, it says, the proposed project would facilitate development of an existing park that has been considered recreational area for decades. Thus, the project would not facilitate housing or infrastructure development that would lead to additional growth in the city. That statement is the basis of this EIR. If you change the quitclaim deed, you undermine the whole thing. You undermine everything. I would like to have the citizens of Oxnard have a say, and I think you should deny this request as it is. It's not fair. One other thing. The part of the park that they're going to build the fire station on, the 4.7 acres, there's 29 trees there. There's a 120-foot pine tree. It's been there for over 100 years. There's another 100-foot pine tree that's been there for about 90 years. There's an 87-foot palm tree, and they're going to pave it over with brick and mortar because they're too lazy to find another location for their fire station. They've had 15 years to do this, and out of the blue they say, we want this fire station at College Park because guess what, ladies and gentlemen, it's free. We won't have to pay for it. We can just take it away from the people.
Thank you, sir. William Terry.
Good morning, Chairman Ford and Board. Bill Terry, South Oxnard. I submitted emails which the Godwins weren't able to make it, but they sent it to each supervisor. But Mr. Ford, they didn't have your email address, so they asked me to deliver it. Thank you. Number one, talk about health and safety. The city has a contract with the ambulance company, and the fire department compete calling on medical calls. There's a fire department, there's a fire station on Pleasant Valley. There's also a station for the ambulance on Bart and Saviors Road, which services mostly South Oxnard. Number one, we're in this pickle because the city hasn't been charging developers the proper fees to implement these things. The other thing is that going back years, the city has a habit on tromping on people that really don't have a voice. They closed a fire station in Colonia to build a fire station in Pleasant Valley. So they needed going forward, they needed a fire station to protect a paper plant out on Rice. They were supposed to put the fire station between Rice and Rose. No, they didn't do that. So they took some acreage that was designated for a middle school in Colonia and put the fire station there. And now you want to take public park and put a fire station there. And people have been clamoring for more public parks. Oxnard has less public parks per person, for citizens, than any other city in the county of Ventura. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Rebecca Ruff?
Good morning, Supervisor. Supervisors, this is the first time I've been here. About that map, Mr. Henderson drew all of the lines around there. Mr. Henderson basically designed all of the park. He's done changes on his own without our input. We knew there was going to be soccer, but the soccer was supposed to be for the children. The baseball, that was for the South Side Little League. But now, Mr. Henderson has basically designed this park for adult use. That little corner up there, back in April 22, 2008, Mr. Mohart, behind our backs, was trying to negotiate with the state that piece of property would be swapped so they could put a restaurant right there in the middle of the baseball fields. That was going to be a Big League Dreams restaurant. So that was back in 2008. So apparently they weren't concerned about a fire department. What bothers me about this is that there's been absolutely no public input on the fire station at College Park. We do have a College Park neighborhood, and that's a short distance away. So that might be why the vagueness. We have had no input on a fire station there at College Park. This is, I want to make it clear that this is not, I don't take a position against a fire station. This is about public park space. We have paid Quimby fees, taxes, Land and Water Conservation Fund taxes, have all paid for this park land. And to take it away from the people is criminal. We're even being charged a half a cent through Measure O for a parkland. And to take it away would be absolutely horrible. Mr. Holmberg and Miss Burnham, city manager, on the night of the 7th, I asked for what was going to go in College Park. Miss Burnham had was supposed to make a report, and she never came forward with her report. Mr. Henderson jumped in and basically gave a mishmash of what was going to go into College Park, but never told us whether or not there had been any kind of approval from California or from the Land and Water Conservation people. So we're still in the midst of that. I think this should be pulled. It should go back to the city, and I think they should tell the truth. Apparently, there has been Miss Cindy Hookstra, who works with works with Mr. Henderson, Mr. Holmberg, Miss Burnham, have been involved with taking this land without public knowing, and this has been purely driven by staff without the public knowledge. Please send it back. We need our parkland. That park is full. If you change the quitclaim deed, that land will probably all become jeopardized. It can quickly be flipped to pay-for-play park. And that, I think, was the intention, using the fire station. I see it as a ruse, because once you start fooling around with the quitclaim deed, we stand a chance of losing the whole park. Thank you.
Thank you. Gloria Roman?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to repeat again about what one of our citizens had asked already about why this was not put before the residents of Oxnard. If it's, like they say, time and speed, why wasn't it put there before us? And another thing is just staff. Some of the staff don't live in Oxnard. They continue to take. They still want to take away from our children now. They're already taking a lot of our money and misused it. The other question to me, for them, is what money did they use to purchase this part of that land that they want to use? Where did they get the money? Where did they get that money to purchase the land? How can a person that only been here for 2 months come up here and say he knows what's best for our citizens? I've been there all my life. I know what's best for my children and other children. You know, I know what the people there want, and it's the park for the children. Stop taking candy from the children. That's like someone mentioned, crime. They keep committing crimes, and all they do is get slapped in the hand. I am also tired of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tim Lindman?
Chairman, Board of Supervisors. I'm here, I'm a firefighter in the city of Oxnard. I haven't just been here for 2 months as our chief has been. I've been there for 25 years. I was born and raised in this county. I care about the people of this community. The reason I'm here is we need a station in the south end of Oxnard. That area has been undercovered for years. We finally have a glimmer of hope that there's going to be our ability to provide for the citizens in the south end of Oxnard. Just the other day, a couple of weeks ago, I was on an engine at Station 5, which is in Colonia. We had a call at the corner of Edding and Pleasant Valley Road. It took us 8 minutes to respond there. I'm the one driving. I'm doing my best to get there in an adequate time. Both the other units on the south end of town were on calls. We were the next closest unit. 8 minutes, difficulty breathing. Thankfully, the individual was still alive, and we weren't doing CPR on him. This is what we need this change for. It's not about stealing parks from the people. It's about protecting the people in the south end of Oxnard, and that's why I'm here. That's what's important to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Alex Hamilton?
Good morning, Chairman and Board. My name is Alex Hamilton. I'm a fire captain with the City of Oxnard. I'm also the Secretary-Treasurer of the Oxnard Firefighters Association, and I'm a grant writer for the fire department as well. And I can't speak to some of the previous speakers' concerns about what you're considering today, but A couple of things I can tell you about is I'm a captain at the station on Pleasant Valley, and I can tell you sometimes it's a lonely place being down there because it's additional help coming in is a long way away. Chief Williams mentioned that we have a response time of getting a unit on scene within 5 minutes. There's a broader standard of getting enough units to fight a structure fire within 8 minutes, and so that's 15 personnel within 8 minutes. The last fatality fire we had in the south end, which was 2 or 3 years ago, I can't remember exactly when, the second in unit, and so that was the 4th, 5th and 6th personnel on that fire, was 2 districts away and took them 9 minutes to respond. And that was just the second unit. There was still 4 more units coming to fight that structure fire. We had one person that ended up passing away as a result of that fire and a second person that was severely burnt. Us getting to those kinds of calls in a timely manner are critical to if we're going to have any impact at all on the life safety of the residents. The other thing, though, that I wanted to talk about is grants. For Station 8 specifically, we have applied for and been successful in winning 2 staffing grants and a grant for a ladder truck, totaling $6.4 million. These grants are applied for through FEMA. They're competitive grants. And so 3 times now we've been measured up against 25,000 fire departments across the country, and 3 times fire service professionals from around the country have looked at our application and said that we're in desperate need of additional staff, additional resources. The grants were specifically written for staff and vehicles in the south end, and the results speak for themselves. I wish I could tell you that I'm a fantastic grant writer, but my wife, who proofreads all my grants before I submit them, will tell you that I'm a terrible writer. And it is literally, it's the facts speak for themselves. We are in desperate need of that fire station. So, thank you. Appreciate the time.
Captain, thank you for that information. That was good information. Thank you for your service, too. Nathan LaRusso.
Chairman, Board of Supervisors, I'm here today to speak in favor of the modification of the quitclaim deed for the College Park Fire Station. I'm a captain at Station 2 as well with Alex Hamilton, and so I'm very aware of the geographic challenges we have by having a limited number of resources in the south end of town. Recently we had a mobile home fire which was on Pleasant Valley, almost to Oxnard Boulevard. Fire Station number 8 would have been the second in fire engine. Instead, our second in engine was coming north of Station 3, which is on Hill Street. Okay. By the time Fire Station engine 63 arrived on scene, we'd already had a 500-foot hydrant supply line laid, and we'd also had 2 lines deployed and actively attacking the fire with no backup. So the addition and the modification of this quitclaim deed is absolutely a public safety issue. We're going to reduce response times. And for those of you that know the city of Oxnard, you know that most of South Oxnard represents the densest populations in the state of California. We have a lot of people down there that need our help. We need quick response times for both fire and medical emergencies, and safety to the membership of the Oxnard Fire Department so that we have backup when we need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain. I appreciate the firemen coming out and speaking in for the safety of the people they serve, so thank you.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank all the individuals that are here today. As the residents mentioned from South Oxnard, I believe in having parks. I've worked with the city of Oxnard for, in fact, all my life. So probably over 50-some years, and love Oxnard. Lived there all my life, but I believe that we do need parks. But here at this point, we're not taking any park property away. We're not doing that. The city of Oxnard is asking us to quitclaim that small portion up there. And additionally, I want to share that's 100,000 people south of Willie Road, 100,000 people. And we have a couple of fire stations, as was mentioned by the captain. The closest station we have is on PV Road, and the other one on Hill Street, and the other one on Colonia. Somebody mentioned that we lost the Colonia fire station. We have one in Camino del Sol. And to take 8 minutes to drive from Colonia over to Edding Road, it's a tremendous amount of time. When I dial 911, I like to have a firefighter there ASAP. I've used them in the past for my family, and they've saved my family. The issue here today is we're not taking any parks property away from them. That's the city council's responsibility. All they're asking us for is to quitclaim that section, and then the city council approve whatever they believe is correct. And but I would just want to say the safety to me is it's extremely important that we protect we have a college there, we have a high school there, we have Mary Law there, we have elementary schools, we have Lemonwood, we have College Park. We have a tremendous amount of people that live in that neighborhood, in that area. And today I think that I'm going to make a motion that we approve this, and then the city council can decide what they want to do with those 2.5 acres. But I think a fire station is appropriate, but then the city council can then go ahead and decide, once we quitclaim it and release it for their use, for the city council to use, for the use of the residents of Oxnard. It's my city. I want to see it protected, and I want to see the residents of South Oxnard protected. And I've heard there when I was in city council that we don't do anything for South Oxnard. We don't build anything. Everything's built in North Oxnard. It's built in West Oxnard. This is an opportunity to put something that's safe for the community, something that they can use, and also provide the safety that is required. And also, I think it'll help us in our insurance too. If you look at your house insurance, it'll help tremendously. But at this time, I'd like to make a motion to have us approve staff's recommendation to allow the city of Oxnard, to take this portion of the property, and also to allow our public works director to sign that quitclaim.
Okay, we'll pull this separate, and then
Okay.
we'll vote on the other one after. But Supervisor, you want to?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you. When this came to us the first time, we had somewhat of the same discussions. And yes, at that time I must have been chair or whatever, why my name's on there, but doesn't matter. The public safety always has to be our first priority. It has to be. And South Oxnard has a dense population community that needs to have the quickest response possible when it comes to the fire safety and all of first responder response. It was one of the speakers indicated that this was going to open up the whole park by doing this quitclaim, and it's not. It's just that portion of the where the properties are identified for the quitclaim to be transferred and allow for the city to determine then what it should be. I think that the challenge in South Oxnard will continue to be for services, and if the desire of the community is for park lands, to work with the city and identify other areas, and go to the city and ask the city for mitigation, for offset on this. There is still plenty of time to do that, and I know that good people who sit on that city council who work very closely with us on Olive Ormond Beach and the work that's being done there for the restoration of the wetlands are very much as dedicated to parks and the need for families to have places to play and exercise and recreate. But in this case, if the leadership has identified the gap that's in services for fire safety and response, and this is seen as the best location, that's for the city's self-determination to decide that. Our role here is to say we will quitclaim that back, and I will second the motion to do so.
Supervisor Parks?
I agree with Supervisor Long. Certainly our first responsibility is the public health and safety. And I also agree that this is something that the city should mitigate. If you're going to take parkland from this area, you need to put parkland somewhere else in the city. So I would encourage that the city council do that. In the city of Thousand Oaks, so we have an initiative I wrote that actually protects parks in the city by vote of the people. And we have a location that we're looking at putting a fire station on, and I suspect if it does go to a vote of the people, if we do put a fire station there, that I suspect the public probably will support it, because there is that overarching desire to make sure that we have the fastest response times we can get. So I would just encourage those who are opposed to the use of this portion of the park for a fire station to encourage your city council to require that it be mitigated.
Mr. Chair, can I add a little bit I just want to share a little bit more. I know that the park superintendent is here, but they do have a park master plan that they're working on. In fact, I'm sure that some of the Measure O dollars that are going to be used for that as part of that. I think it's parks and streets and public safety. So I know that Michael can, but we don't want to bring him up, but I know they do have a master plan to take care of parks we are in need of parks, but we're not taking any parks property away from here. I just wanted to share that there is a plan for that too.
Supervisor, do you have any comments?
I just want to confirm with County Council, if the board did follow the recommended action here on this property, does it decrease the protection of the quitclaim deed on the rest of the 70 or 71 acres in any way?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, so there is a distinction, and you agree there's a distinction between the quitclaim designation on the 71 acres and this 5 or 6 acres that are up here?
As it's amended now.
Yes.
We're only releasing the restriction for
right.
those
Okay.
4 acres.
One of the things that I'd like to point out is it's heartening to hear that everybody here is in favor of a fire station. Nobody's speaking in opposition to a fire station in South Oxnard. The arguments that I'm hearing from people are about the process that has been followed, whether the citizens of Oxnard have been properly informed, whether the city council has taken the proper action with this. And so when it comes to the issue of process, I would just believe that any Oxnard City Council member could place this item on the agenda at any time to have a vote of the Oxnard City Council about this item if they chose to do that. It has not been a hidden fact that the board was doing this. We're asked to do one thing, which is to address this issue of quitclaim. But clearly, there is a lot of tension still in the community. There is a lot of frustration still in the community that's out there. The appropriate place for that to be resolved is with the Oxnard City Council. And the Oxnard City Council, any Oxnard City Council member could put this on the agenda and have a full-on debate at the Oxnard City Council meeting, and that's the appropriate place for that debate to take place. And so it's not like this is being done behind their backs. If they wanted that to happen, they could have done that. They could have passed a motion any time before this to ask us not to do this. They could have passed a motion to ask us to do anything, to do this if that's what they chose. But the fact that they are, that they have that power, and we certainly haven't heard anything, significant different than that. I think we have to limit ourselves to the narrow question of the quitclaim deed. So while there is encouragement for the City Council to make sure that this is mitigated, I would also encourage the City Council to have follow whatever is the process that will help address the community's concerns that are being raised out there. There are community concerns. There is obvious tension in this room, and there's obvious tension in South Oxnard about this issue, and the appropriate place to settle that is at City Council.
And Mr. Chair, just to add a little bit to what the supervisor mentioned, that the chief, my understanding is having town hall meetings, and he's had two town hall meetings already too. So the residents of Oxnard have heard this information, and I know that the chief's been instrumental in it because I've gotten some feedback that he has had a couple of town hall meetings to explain exactly what we're talking about today, just for information.
Right. I too believe it's our responsibility to get the obstacles out of the way for the people who do the work to do what they do, and then as Supervisor Bennett said, let the City Council bring this up and have the discussion and do it, but get the obstacles so now they can have that discussion because we don't have those obstacles there. And I do appreciate the democracy we get to see, where people come in and argue their points here back and forth, which is great. And then I'm sure that'll be before the city council. And I appreciate the fire willing to come and all the gentlemen up there who came, and you, Chief, to give us your perspective. Because again, people elect us for, I believe, for a few things. One is to make sure that their tax dollars are protected in every way they can, and to get all the obstacles out of the way so you professionals can do your job and you know what those jobs are. And that's what we're doing here, is to hopefully get some obstacles out of the way, and then the discussion in Oxnard can be held, and then hopefully you can do your jobs. So again, I appreciate this, Supervisor. I know it's not easy to have to deal with some of that stuff, but sometimes you got to do the hard things, and I appreciate that.
Well said, because it's my city too, you know, and I represent it, and I've had a lot of people that had a message right here that they wanted to. We need that fire station. It's desperately needed, and I had a lot of calls on this, and I respect the speakers and to try to preserve, and we are, we're hopefully the city council can then make the decision once we could claim that portion. So.
Okay.
To see what's appropriate to.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So,
Thank you for the speaker.
So this is number 18 that we are voting on individually?
Yes, 18.
And we have a first and a second?
Yes.
And can we send along with that message regarding mitigating for the loss of parkland in another part of the city?
I'm not sure if we can.
You mean as part of the motion, or just send a message?
Just send a message.
We can send a message, not additional, Leroy?
Yeah, I'm sure that.
Okay, sounds good. We'll just have them communicate that. All right, Supervisor Long, you wanted, before we vote on the rest of it, you wanted to pull number 14? Just for a comment?
Number...
Is it 14?
Yes, number 14.
Just for a comment.
Ms. Roy, if you could come up, please. And this, board members, the item that 14 is bringing to us is authorizing the behavioral health director to sign the State Department of Healthcare Services Standard Agreement for Specialty Mental Health Services provided to medical eligible beneficiaries. And as you see in the board item on page 3, the term crosses 6 fiscal years, so it's effective May 1st through June 30th. Straightforward. It looks pretty straightforward. My question probably more is to link to the whole reform that's going on under the Affordable Health Care Act. And I was on the tail end of a conference call Friday regarding the California Directors Association of Mental Health, and where they laid out some positions regarding the Medicaid expansion in mental health and how it should line up with, I think for me the bottom line is, and I'm sure you're tracking it, Melody, closely, that with the Affordable Health Care Act, there's going to be more pressures put on us, and we still have to protect our backs from taking any funds of the Mental Health Services Act, and how it links to this item in the sense of having, and does it, long-term contract that protects us.
I think the idea with the long-term contract is they were trying to save us some administrative burden of just trying to figure out what the allocations would be year after year. But I think this is related to FFP, so the federal that we draw down based on the services we provide. So we're comfortable with this as it's laid out. And I think the original, there was a complaint about how they had, prior to this contract, they had sent out versions that were actually inaccurate related to the different county allocations. And I believe CMHDA got involved with DHCS at that point, saying, this was a better alternative. Okay. So we feel, I spoke to county council about this, and we feel very confident that this is, sufficient, and it's protective of us.
What you're seeing coming through the Affordable Health Care Act now, how are we positioned with our protecting our Mental Health Services Act funds and being able to take on what the Affordable Health Care Act requires, which is providing services to all? Are we?
I think, we're always concerned about MHSA because I think that there's a perception out there that it was additional funding that County Mental Health received that was kind of fluff, or it was, not really for core services. So there's been continued discussion around MHSA and it being called out to be used for a whole host of other programs. I think most recently they talked about MHSA. I think Steinberg had something out there related to parolees, and MHSA being used for new programs for parolees. Currently, locally, we're spending all of our MHSA funding. We've got it called out, a plan for 5 years that spends all of our MHSA allocation. So we don't have extra MHSA funding to be looking at, additional programming or additional services for newly eligibles. So I think there's a concern. We want to make sure that services for the mentally ill are protected, and that we're not stretched so thin that we can't provide the level of care that people need. So I know that the state association is continually watching this, and there's concern.
Well, and the other piece under the Affordable Health Care Act for optional Medicaid expansion is benefits for substance use disorders, which I think is going to be daunting for us. I guess in all of that, our CEO, I'd ask that, I know you received this information too, that perhaps we send it forward to all the board members so they can see what the state agents, the state associations lined up with, and what their position that's being forwarded to the governor and others. And then whenever it's appropriate, and maybe it's during the budget, whenever, just keep us informed, because I think there's our focus has been all on the medical side of the house, and there's some significant impacts on the behavioral health side of the house.
Yeah, and there's been a lot of, I think, evidence to suggest that if we take care of substance use disorders, that we save money in the long run. A lot of really expensive medical conditions are the direct result of substance use and alcoholism, and so I think that there's some benefit to really trying to get ahead of that curve and mitigate those disorders early on, as opposed to waiting until really serious health conditions.
All right. And the under the pressure down on the state for the early release, you've got 10,000 current parolees, 20% of them diagnosed with mental illness. Coming back to us.
And through safety realignment, I think we're seeing a much larger number with alcohol and drug addiction problems as well. Probably well over 50% as we're seeing it. So it's a huge issue. So we appreciate you calling it out. And I think on a positive side, we're seeing more effort to treat mental health and parity with the medical conditions. But as all these changes are coming down with the Affordable Care Act, there's a lot of moving parts. Big changes are going to happen in a short period of time, so we have to continue to protect this funding, which, and I appreciate Ms. Roy saying it the way she did, because it's for core services, but in new and sort of transitional, innovative ways. So it's critical basic needs that we're meeting for the mentally ill.
Well, I know we had a presentation from HSA and HCA, and if you feel there's enough, some real details we need to know on the behavioral health side of the house, maybe bring something forward just on that focus.
Great. Great idea. We'll do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Melody. Appreciate it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So
move the rest of the consent agenda.
Supervisor Parks, you have
Just before we vote on that, I just want to make one comment on item 12. I see Barry Fisher's been out there, and I just appreciate the fact that there have been efforts made to make sure that those modifications in contracts are unusual, one time, and that we won't find ourselves making modifications like that again. So.
Yes, we've dealt, excuse me, we've worked with this particular vendor several times in the past and haven't had any issues. So, yes, it is out of the norm, but we do feel comfortable that this will go through.
Thank you very much.
Just right.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wasn't even asking.
Thank you, Barry. Appreciate that. Okay, so now we've got our consent agenda. We have 10 through 17 and 19 through 22.
Well, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, but looks like we put motions forward on that last item.
Oh, is that a separate one?
Sorry.
Okay. So we're doing number 4.
Probably need to act on that and then the rest of it. Yeah, sorry.
14, okay.
Yeah.
All right, so then we'll go back to 10 through 22 minus 14 and 18. How's that? We can have a motion there, and somebody can make a second.
I think that's still on 14.
I'm sorry, it is for the consent that you're making a motion on now.
It is.
Okay, all
So the
right.
votes on this consent?
Yes.
Okay. Great. All right, you guys are trying to, does everybody get their vote in? All right. We have any public comments? Okay. One public comment card? We'll go public. Lucas there.
I saw a lot of people trying to defend park space today. That was really good seeing that. There's a little park space that I want to defend, and I want your help. South Seaward Gardens is located on Seaward Avenue in the Pierpont district of Ventura, and currently it's a public community garden. It's privately owned by a man named Mark Sussman, a doctor, and I hear doctors have lots of money, but I guess he wants to pave this paradise and put up a parking lot. And we don't like that. The people of Pierpont don't like that. I don't like that. I've been volunteering at Pierpont Garden, called South Seaward Garden, for a few months now, and a woman named Stephanie has been there for about a half a year. It was previously abandoned, a weed lot, and it was really an eyesore. And so Stephanie spruced it up, and I came in there and I saw a need for some food to be growing, and built some boxes, and I planted some food. The soil was tough, so we had to amend the soil. And so anyway, I've put a lot of work into this South Seaward Garden, and now it's the food's about half ready. The corn's knee high, but hasn't started producing. There are squash plants that are giant with lots of flowers on them. That means we're going to have lots of squash plants soon. But this guy, Mark Sussman, wants to close down the park, fence it off, make it inaccessible to the public, and use it for a for-profit purpose, whether it be a parking lot or development. I don't see building on public ground as development. I see that as counter-development. I think that this public ground that's fertile soil and has food growing is development. We say Ventura County Sustainability or City of Ventura Sustainability Department. We've got all this sustainability in our rhetoric, but when it comes down to it, let's actually be sustainable. So this park is privately owned. I would like for the County of Ventura to either rent it or lease it from Mark Sussman. Currently, the lease is $1 a year, but that's with a previous leaseholder who has skipped town. This guy named Chris, he's not really interested in working with the park anymore. So the park needs a new leaseholder and a new person to pay the insurance on it. And we need this garden. We need this garden to stay as a garden. We need to be able to continue growing food there. There's food right now in the ground, Swiss chard, that's ready to eat. You can go there with a knife and cut it and eat it for free if you want to. And the importance of local food is that if we grow food locally, then we're not driving trucks all over the place, burning irreplaceable oil to deliver food to people that could be growing it themselves. Some people don't have space to grow food themselves, especially Stephanie, who lives right next door in the apartment complex. She really enjoys working in this garden. She's a little old lady, bent over, hunched like this. I think it makes it easier for her to get to the plants because she's hunched down closer to them. And there are people that spend their time in the park after they visit the beach at Seaward, and they enjoy it. This South Seaward Garden is part of the Pierpont experience. If you go down to the beach, you go and buy your burger at Duke's and your cup of coffee, and then you walk down and sip your coffee in the park and look at the plants. There are a lot of drought-resistant, inedible plants there too. There's some lavender sage and some succulent plants. I couldn't name them all. They're really beautiful, and this person is just going to pull them up after all this work that we've put into it and take it away from us. They're going to take this park away from us. And I understand that Mark Sussman thinks he owns it because he bought it from someone that stole it from Chumash, but that doesn't mean he owns it. It's really public land because we're the public and we've been using it, we've been maintaining it, we've been making it beautiful. So I'd like for everyone to go on down there today and take one last look at this garden. By the way, it's slated for closure tomorrow. May 15th is the day that they'll be closing it off, fencing it off, making it unavailable to the public. And this is just wrong. It's a shame to see this great land go to waste after all of this volunteer work that people have put into it. Sometimes kids come by and they want to help, and so we let them garden. We teach them how to till the soil and how to water plants that you just transplanted to keep them alive. And so it's an educational experience as well. It's a place for people to go and enjoy the space with their children and with their dogs, with their loved ones, and it's unacceptable to see this park go. So please purchase South Seaward Gardens from Mark Sussman. Oh, and by the way, Oxnard Police Department murdered Alfonso Limon and Robert Ramirez, so tell them to quit doing that. Put a moratorium on police-involved killings in Ventura County. Thank you. Oh, and free Bradley Manning.
Thank you. We're a little behind time, so how about if we go to our time certain? We'll put off board comments for a little bit?
Sure.
Thank you. Going to 43? Okay, we'll run to item number 43 real quick.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Talia Barrera with the Workforce Investment Board of Ventura County. Item 43 before you is a recommendation to approve reappointment of 5 current members in good standing and approve one new member to the board. The 5 members are Sarah Asbury with Department of Rehabilitation, Teresa Johnson with Ventura Adult, Mary Navarro with EDD, Zahid Shah with the United Shaw Corporation, and Marilyn Valenzuela with Tri-County Central Labor Council. Our new member is Rodney Cobos with the Plumbers and Pipe Fitters Union Local 484. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions? Thank you for bringing this.
Just say thank you for bringing this forward and encourage the board to get names submitted for other candidates because they continually need new candidates for this position.
Everybody could vote, please. There you go. Well, thank you. Appreciate that. Water Awareness Month. I want to call Reddy up to accept this resolution. And Reddy, the resolution says that the California's most precious natural resource, water. No question. We can't live without water. And well, that's true because Reddy is our most precious resource because he protects our water. We all know that Ventura County receives the majority of their water from the State Water Project, and we need to do everything we can to improve the reliability. The Bay Delta issues, maximize our local. We also maximize our local use, which I know you do, and that's a big critical area for you. So, Reddy, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair, 5 members of the board, Mr. Powers. Reddy Pakala with the Water and Sanitation Department of the Public Works Agency. Since 1989, month of May has been declared as the Water Awareness Month in the state of California. As we know, this is a time when water use, especially exterior water use, continues to increase. Therefore, we have to remind all of us, our customers, how important it is for us to use water wisely. Within the waterworks districts that we manage, we continue to promote water conservation through several steps. Some of the things that we do on a regular basis are we have annual poster contest for the students from kindergarten through 8th grade. We also have partnered with other cities and purveyors and developed a water-wise gardening website, which has detailed information for more than 600 plants and landscape design and tips for irrigation maintenance. And we also offer free landscape surveys for large water users like homeowners associations and also the customers within our districts. We continue to offer workshops at our Moorpark office on selected Saturdays and Sundays for those who are interested in coming and learning more about landscape water use. And as your board is aware, all of our water districts, like many of the other water districts, water systems have tiered water rate structures which will continue to promote water conservation. The theme of this year's Water Awareness Month is Water is Life. Thank you for taking time declaring this as Water Awareness Month.
I appreciate that, and I know that Susan Mulligan is here. Susan, you want to say something, Kagan? So you make comment? You manage a lot of water yourself. Now I'm going to come down.
Susan Mulligan, Caygas Municipal Water District General Manager. I was actually here for the WCVC item, so I'll just take a moment to congratulate Sue and Lynn on a wonderful job organizing the county on water issues. But on Water Awareness Month, I'd like to congratulate the county. Reddy does a great job on water conservation and trying to keep rates down. It's a challenge. And I'd like to thank Supervisor Foy for mentioning the importance of a reliable state water project. That's going to be a big issue this year, and I'd like to maybe come back to the supervisors and talk with you a little bit more about the issues there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Reddy. And Sue.
One more, just for good measure. There we go. Thank you, Sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Reddy.
Thank you.
Good job.
Well, this is pretty cool. Isn't it, Sue?
It is.
You like this stuff, don't you?
Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers. I'm pleased to introduce Joe Deacon, who is currently the president of the American Public Works Association, Ventura County chapter. He is also an employee of the city of Simi Valley. I've known Joe for a number of years, and so I'm going to let Joe do the presentation because you hear me enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. It is my great pleasure as President of the Ventura County Chapter of the American Public Works Association to present you with a plaque that commemorates your selection as a Project of the Year for the Watersheds Coalition of Ventura County's Integrated Regional Water Management Plan. And in my 8 years volunteering on this board, I don't recall us even seeing a plan submitted for an award, much less approving one for an award. But as I think about it sitting here, I realize it might be unfair to just call this a plan. This plan has garnered $45 million in grant monies that has been spent in this county, invested in this county on improving local water resource development, including the Tapo Canyon Water Treatment Plant in Simi Valley, and soon to be improved recycle water opportunities in Waterworks District 1 and also in Simi Valley, I hope. So great credit to your staff, Sue Hughes, Lynn Rodriguez, to all of us that make up the Watersheds Coalition, but particularly your staff for taking the initiative to apply for this award and for your success in garnering so many investable funds for Ventura County. Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. I'll come down and grab it, but I think the team should come, and the people that really make it happen should get that award. Who are the people? Jeff, there you go.
Lynn, Sue.
There you go.
There's a lot of people that make this all come together. It's not.
But Lynn and Sue have herded the cats. I'm telling you, they've done an outstanding job, and significant funds that.
Thank you.
I don't know where we'd have found them else otherwise.
I know. I love those words, not spent, but invested, because that is the key, right? The precious resource we talk about. You've got to invest to make this happen and continue to have it. So congratulations, guys.
Thank you. And when you count the match money that's been included, that's a little more than $105 million for the projects that have been done. So,
What do you do after that, Sue?
Really. And that's generally...
There you go, that's right. We want $50 million in grants for that.
That could have well translated into rate increases. Good to keep those down.
This is big stuff. This is big stuff.
I do have a comment again. Susan Mulligan, Kaigas Municipal Water District. It is like herding cats. It is a difficult job to deal with the state and deal with all the project proponents and get it all pulled together. And this is a huge benefit for the water resources and developing our local water resources in our county. So you are to be commended, and I can't say enough good about Sue and Lynn for all their hard work. And we hope you keep it up.
Thank you for those comments, because you reminded me that the $45 million we received, how millions more were interested in good projects, but the coalitions had to come together and agree, okay, we're going to put these forward. And it really was that cooperation that made it so successful. So good stuff.
Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations, guys. Appreciate that. Thanks for coming up. Yeah, we'll have a motion to accept this. You got to accept those awards, right? We'll vote. Good work. You got a pretty good team there, Mr. Powers. Wow.
The best.
All right, so we're going to do a little public hearings about airports. Usually this is a very controversial issue. You've done.
Yeah, I was glad to see all the people walking into the room weren't airport tenants.
Yes.
Good morning, Chair Foy, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. I'm Todd McNamee, your Director of Airports. I think this will be a relatively quick public hearing this morning. Because based on the plan we set in motion back in 2010, 10%, 5%, and then annual CPI. The CPI last year was about 2.1%. Now we're looking at 1.93%. You can see it's a modest increase. For private hangars, it's about $3 a month. For the typical county hangar, it's closer to $9. That's actually a larger county hangar, which really brings in about an additional $25,000 from the hangar and tie-down tenants. And then on the commercial leases that come up for their renewal, we treat them the same way, where instead of every 5 years, we do the annual CPI as well to bring them up, and that brings in about another $20,000. The nice thing, if you remember, we were talking about the non-aviation aspect, or the business park primarily at Camarillo Airport, subsidizing the rates for the tenants, which is a positive thing for the tenants. But you can see now when you sort of lump together the miscellaneous aviation and the ASP, or the aeronautical service providers, and then the GA fees along with our hangars and tie-downs, we're getting more to a balanced approach where it's about a third from the business park, a third from the commercial businesses on the air side, and about a third from our hangar and tie-down tenants. So the goal that we've been after is starting to come to fruition. Still nice competitive rates. We're still below the typical market rate for the airports around us. But as you'll see later in our presentation this afternoon, airports is doing fine when it comes to budget. So that is the staff report on this.
And thank you for one of my comments here for the board comments was thank you for the Oxnard Tower.
Thank you. Thank you.
We got that done.
Okay.
Saw the folly of their ways.
Do we have any questions here? Because this is a public hearing. We got to open a public hearing. No questions. We'll open the public hearing. Anybody comments? No comments on this, and then we'll close the public hearing.
Good job.
Good job. I do, Todd, want to commend you. Ever since I've been here, it's been a controversial issue, and we didn't have anybody in our office. I think the plan you put in place has worked, and it's working for you and for the people. They understand it, and I think it's good. So thank you.
And I think the absence of tenants here speaks volumes.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. It's a plan that we all put in place together.
Yeah,
So.
yeah.
Exactly.
But I appreciate you working it and the relationship you have, even during those times.
Sure.
They still enjoyed your leadership there, so I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And we are also reaping the benefit of small increases over a longer period of time instead of big
that's
bumps
right.
at once.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
10 o'clock, we're getting closer to being on time. Okay. We have a great presentation here right now, Supervisor Long, don't we?
Yes, we do. Bring it forward, thank you. Yes, board members, thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce this resolution, and it is to proclaim May 2013 as Elder and Dependent Adult Abuse Awareness Month. And I'd like to invite up Marcy Snyder of the Adult Protective Services Program Coordinator. There you are, Marcy. And I will read some highlights out of this resolution, and then we'll step down and ask you to say a few words and acknowledge the work in our county that is excellent work to really reach out and protect our most vulnerable seniors. Our elderly and dependent adults are certainly integral members of our society, and we look to them because they have enriched our society over the years with their wisdom and their experience. Many of them at the latter part of their life become frail and vulnerable, and then unfortunately become abused, neglected, and exploited by even their friends and caregivers and strangers, and sometimes even their own family. It's certainly an issue we're aware of nationwide, and it's something that we should all accept as not acceptable and have zero tolerance for. Our Adult Protective Services responded to over 2,892 reports of elder or dependent adult abuse during just the past fiscal year, replied to over 2,950 requests from the public for information and referrals. APS continues an aggressive outreach campaign to educate the public regarding adult abuse and neglect through community presentations, through written materials, through talking to all community groups who are concerned with elder abuse, and to also work with our mandated and non-mandated reporters such as pharmacists, financial institutions, and postal service workers, who are often, as we know with some of these seniors, the only interaction they get is that one person who may knock on their door to deliver a meal or deliver mail. The state of California maintains laws against elder and dependent abuse. The incident of reported abuse alone has increased by more than 39% since 2007. That should be appalling to all of us. The abuse is financial, it's physical, it's emotional, it's basic neglect. And senior citizens and dependent adults have the right to protection under the law from those in their lives who do not have their best interest in mind. Essentially, our vulnerable citizens should be able to live secure lives without fear, without neglect, without pain, without exploitation. And should one become a victim of abuse, we all have responsibility to stand up, speak up, and do something about it. To have quick access to short-term assistance services such as emergency shelters, meals, transportation, medical and mental health services. So by recognizing this month, we have the opportunity here at the dais and out to the greater county family and to the public to let them know that Elder and Dependent Abuse, Adult Abuse Awareness Month is our opportunity to encourage everyone to take responsibility, to be aware, to pay attention, and to engage and be vigilant about the issue of elder and dependent adult abuse, and that we should all be advocating for a safe and just community for our elderly and dependent adults. And as we know, this great wave of boomers are waving into that elderly pocket, just as we may have raised our voice back in the 60s. We should definitely be raising our voice today to protect one another, our neighbors, our family, our friends from elder abuse. I'll step down and present this.
Thank you. Just a few words, if I may. Good morning, Chairperson Foy, Mr. Powers, and the Board of Supervisors. Thank you very much for taking the time to acknowledge this. It's so important for us in Adult Protective Services to get the word out, so this is so helpful. And like Supervisor Long said, we did receive over 2,900 referrals last year of abuse and neglect. And it definitely continues to be a growing problem with the aging baby boomers. A decline does not seem likely at this point, for certain. Our elder and dependent adult population often goes unnoticed because many of them are homebound, and it's so important to provide services to this invisible population to assist them. Just want to mention we have such a strong multidisciplinary team, and with Adult Protective Services we cannot combat this abuse and neglect alone. And we're very proud in Ventura County to have this multidisciplinary team called the Rapid Response Team. And we meet twice a month here at the Government Center to discuss and problem solve the most challenging of cases. With this dedicated team, we have clearly seen positive results. And I know some of you already know this information, but by collaborating using this team approach, we've been able to eliminate and reduce the protective issue 85 to 90% of the time on these cases that we bring to our team. And so due to this multidisciplinary approach, APS has been asked to present at several National Adult Protective Services conferences around the country, and then we've been asked twice to present at the Administration on Aging conferences, which is a big deal for us. We really appreciate being able to get the word out. So if I may take the opportunity to acknowledge some of our partners that are out in the audience today, I thankfully appreciate them coming. I wrote it all down so I wouldn't miss anybody. Adult Protective Services staff, would you please stand? There we go. Public Guardian's Office, if you would please stand. Thank you for your support and being on our team. Public Health, our nurses. You guys have to come down for a picture too. Public Health is huge for us. We have 2 public health nurses.
The Area Agency on Aging's on our team. Come on, Monica, you've got to come down. Long-term care ombudsman, please come on down. Tri-County's regional centers on our MDT. They help us with our dependent adults. Behavioral health older adults services that provide for our mentally ill elders. Please come on down. We have a district attorney, victim services. Catherine Dugan was here earlier. Dr. Landy, our neuropsychologist. Did Dr. Landy show? He's been such a wonderful addition for us, Dr. Landy. Our financial abuse specialist team, coordinator Judy Gates. Come on down. The Ventura County Adult Abuse Prevention Council helps us get the word out too. So for those folks, please come on down because you're a partner with us. So this is a huge
thank you all. You make a difference, and you have to be able to care about these folks and reach out and make a difference in their lives, and we appreciate each and every day you do. So we're going to still have to crunch up a little more. I don't know, Wendy, can you catch that? Okay. Okay.
Thank you all for so much. I just really appreciate it. I just can't imagine what we would do without you. We get calls to our office or complaints. 3,000 cases of complaints of abuse is just way too many.
This is a special day.
They don't want to stay for the single audit report? You don't have to say fire to clear the room. You say audit and everybody runs out.
I was going to say it's a special day, your first report.
Yeah, there you go.
And they leave. They walk out on you.
People waiting here, so that's all right. That's pretty good. Hey, good morning, Chair Foy, Supervisors. For the record, my name is Jeff Berg, Assistant Audit Controller. The item before you today is receive and file for the county single audit report for the year ending June 30th, 2012, as required by the Single Audit Act of 1984 and OMB Circular A-133. We also have the Independent Auditor's Report on agreed upon procedures as required by Article 8B of the State Constitution, and the auditor's communications with those charged with governance as required by the Statement of Auditing Standards 114. And with that, I'm going to introduce Roger Alfaro. He is a partner with our external auditors, Vavernick, and I'm going to mispronounce that. Vavernick, Trine, Day, and Company.
And you wonder why they didn't want to stay.
Exactly. That's why I called him VTD, and he'll be here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. With the deliverables that are on today's agenda, we have completed our audit process for the fiscal year ended June 30th, 2012. As noted, as part of our scope in conducting the county's annual audit of its financial statements, we're also required to conduct the single audit, which is a compliance audit of the county's major federal programs. To summarize the results, we have issued an unqualified opinion on the county's compliance with the requirements applicable to its major federal programs. And we have also issued our reports on the internal controls over financial reporting as well as on compliance. And in those reports, we did not identify any material weaknesses in the internal controls. We did, however, note two findings within the single audit report, which are detailed within the report, along with management's corrective action. And with respect to the appropriations limit, we've issued our reports noting no exceptions. And then as part of our communications, we're required to have dialogue with those charged with governance, and we're pleased to communicate that we did not have any difficulties in the conduct of our audit or our field work, nor did we have any disagreements with management regarding accounting, auditing, and financial reporting matters. We appreciate the opportunity to serve as the county's independent external auditors. And with that, thank you.
You sure you didn't have any problem with that new guy here? Okay.
One thing I would like to point out is that, there were no major weaknesses found. Our internal controls are strong. We have over $174 million of federal grant money that runs through our coffers, and we have a great staff, not only VTD, auditor controller staff, but across the county-wide. Our fiscal staff are outstanding. They do a great job. And the number of transactions, we're a $1.7 billion operations, and the number of transactions that we handle on a daily basis, from payroll through AP, you name it, and to come out with no major findings is wonderful. And with that, I'll take any questions you may have or get off the stage.
Don't put a big bruise on your back. No, congratulations. Sounds like things are good.
Yeah, I'd just like to say one thing after taking some accounting courses and having a number of friends that are in this business. It is, for most people, the driest of things, and like you said, everybody walked out of the room and there's nobody here to testify, but it is a big deal to consistently get clean audit reports, and it's not something that we should take lightly or for granted. So congratulations to everybody over the years that have pulled that off in the auditor's office, and for the rest of the county staff that's cooperated with the auditor. Thank you.
It's a team effort, countywide.
It gets a lot more interesting if you don't do it right. So,
Exactly.
great management work by the whole county family. Thank you.
We don't need the feds down on us, that's for sure. Great. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Let's make a motion. Some people just can't leave. What do I see in the audience out there? Roberta's sitting right there looking at us. You're up.
Good morning, Chair
What's
Floyd,
that?
members of the board.
You need another vote?
Oh, well, let's stop.
Didn't vote. Wait a minute.
There? Okay, I guess you can start now.
You just like me to do it twice.
That's right. Sounds good.
Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, Kelly Short, County Executive Office, Human Resources. As you may know, the county has an outstanding team of managers that work innovatively and diligently through difficult times. Needless to say, they all have a full plate within their respective departments and agencies. We're here today to recognize several managers, county managers, who have gone above and beyond their usual responsibilities. Last May, we created a countywide training committee based upon a vision of our CEO, Mike Powers, that training of our staff and leaders make it one of our highest priorities, and specifically to create countywide specific training program. Each of our team members volunteered to participate on the committee. They brought with them a broad range of talent. The Nuts and Bolts training program currently has 16 classes, of which 12 have been launched. The remaining 4 classes are being developed now. Phase 1 of our training program included classes such as the Introduction to Management in the County, the Civil Service Discipline and Employee Assistance Program, and Personnel Performance Management. Phase 2 of our program includes budget preparation and analysis, empowering your workforce, and being a champion for change management, just to name a few. This team was so cohesive, inspired, and empowered that you would have thought they were a long-standing committee. It really was a pleasure to work with all of them. The team developed the training courses, vetted the programs, and even conducted the training. They have created an exceptional program to give our managers the tools and insight needed to become our future leaders. And some of the comments of participants of the program have included good overview of county plan and goals for managers, very relevant for county managers. This was very informative and well done. Great to have these types of development classes. And finally, one participant said, hearing the experience of thoughts of other managers from different agencies was a true value. Additionally, the county identified in the strategic plan focus area number 2, goal number 3, is to develop employees to become leaders who promote ethics, innovation, service, accountability, and peak performance. And to that end, the committee is also developing the County Strategic Leadership Academy with an anticipated launch date of this fall. With that, I would like to introduce the training committee, and please stand when your name is called. Catherine Rodriguez of the CEO's office, Chuck Hughes of District Attorney's office, Dan Jordan, Healthcare Agency, Debbie Fromm, DCSS, Dee Amami, CEO HR, Don Aguilar, Sheriff's Office, Elaine Crandall from CEO, Jeff Berg from Auditor Controller's Office, Jennifer Padre from RMA, Katie McKinney from CEO HR, Katie Reynolds from ITSD, Laura Barroso from HSA, Lisa Yoshimura from CEO HR, Liz Sandoval from RMA couldn't be with us today, Melissa Livingston from HSA, Melanie Roy from HCA, Rosalind Harris from GSA, and Rose Schraub from DCSS, along with Yolanda Walker from CEO HR. And the person that I got this information for left her own name off the list, so I'd like to recognize Ana Sanchez from CEO HR, who with Katie and Ana kept all of us informed and focused and really made a difference in our ability to get the job done. I would love to also thank your board for continually recognizing and supporting the role of training programs for all of our county employees. And with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Kelly. Just a quick comment. We had been talking about this for a while in the office, and there was great programs offered outside, with another firm outside. But then we got to thinking, our managers are the best of the best. Let's use our in-house talent that we have here and build this program. And the enthusiasm and passion of the team that Kelly just listed there has really been extraordinary. It's just taking the ball and just run with it, or just sprinting with it. So it's really been wonderful to watch, and it's just very inspiring to see the work that's going on. And Kelly, I really want to commend you for your leadership too in making it happen. So great job, everybody. Thank you.
That's great. We can't do more unless we grow. So congratulations, guys.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank you because developing leaders is extremely important to take over. The succession planning is part of the process, and I think you're doing a good job. And I want to thank all the employees for their participation and training and work and being future leaders. Thank you.
Well, I have to say it. You want to be a peak performing organization, you got to have your managers constantly in constant improvement. So we have a joke about peak performing some, but it's a serious issue for us and stuff. So I commend the CEO's office, HR, and all the managers for getting involved in this. So thank you very much.
It is nice to see the success of the program and also the opportunity for the managers to interact and learn about how they make success happen. So it's a great idea.
Wonderful. Thank you. That's great. Let's. We have a receiving file here. And Jeff, somebody did as soon as you got up came in. It was Melissa, but now I see why she came in. I thought it was for you. So.
We appreciate you highlighting it.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair Foy and members of the board, and Mr. Powers. It's good to see you this morning. I am here before you representing the Planning Department. It's Kim Perlhart for the record. And I want to introduce you to Mrs. Emily McNeely, and she is the Executive Strategic Manager for Hollandia Produce. And so what we're here today is to talk a little bit about the voice of the customer, and she wants to talk to you about her experiences that she had in processing a discretionary permit for 1.5 million square foot of greenhouses out on Rose Avenue, which was the former Vickers Farm. So she did this on her own by using the tools that your board put in place. And those tools were the discretionary permit coordinator, that's Winston Wright, the development review committee, that was very valuable to her, using the One Stop website, and of course she had a great case planner, Christina Ruggieri. So she got this project from complete to approval in a little bit over 5 months. It was 11 months altogether. She went to the El Rio del Norte MAC, the Cultural Heritage Board, and APAC, and she was able to do this on her own, and she wanted to explain and give a little bit of feedback, positive feedback that she gave to our Planning Commission as well. So this is Emily.
Welcome.
Hi, good morning. Hollandia Produce, we grow hydroponic lettuce, and we knew that we needed another more growing space. So we started to look for a property, and when we came across the Keyline Wilcox, the Kentia Palms nursery, it was perfect for what we needed to do. They were at the timing with their CUP that it was up for renewal. So the owner of the company, Pete Overgog, he'd gone through projects like this with the Santa Barbara County, but not ever with Ventura County. He had used a land use planner when he went through the Santa Barbara County portion. I had never done this before. I work on whatever strategic objectives the company has. They vary from hiring growers to renewing CUP applications. So he felt that we could stay more nimble if we didn't acquire the use of a land use planner. So the first thing that we did was we came just to the planning desk and just told them what we wanted to do and what do we need to do. And they directed us to the website, which was very useful. I learned a lot of information. They brought up the site, and they went through, you're going to have to do this, 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 this. I took notes. I went back and researched. And Winston Wright made himself available, I would say once a week, probably for a month. I came down and took about a half hour of his time, and I learned a lot doing that. And that's when he advised, we have a new process, the DRC, and I think that, that would be really helpful for you. So at that time, we called the Ag Commissioner. He gave us the usage of Rita Graham, who was his planner, because I didn't even understand what all these departments were that we were going to be meeting with the DRC. She then took time out of her day to explain what all the different departments were. We put our DRC package together, and I think that was probably the most useful part of it, because we got to be face-to-face with the departments that are going to be making the decision. So if you imagine, if I had spent a year putting all of these plans together and then had submitted them and then had people say, no, this, and this didn't work, that's another whole year, time and money that we would have had to spend. But because the DRC process, we were able to hear, well, this will work, but this won't work. And then we could go back and say, okay, well, this won't work for us, but this would work. And they said, yes, that'll work. And so then that's what we submitted for the CUP. So there was a real back and forth that we found with the county, and we really appreciated that. And Christina Rudasari, at one point, Winston Wright kind of handed me over to Christina Rudasari. And again, I just asked a lot of questions, and a lot of it was by email. And whenever I would start feeling kind of overwhelmed or intimidated, she would just kind of break it down. No, it's not as hard as it looks. Just this, this, this. Oh, okay. So then I would go back and do that, and we got there, 11 months. We had to go before the Planning Commission hearing, which sounded daunting, but my boss, Pete, just kept telling me I could do it, and we did it. So I thank you for the attitude of the county, that it was, I think once I understood that I wasn't just being told you can't do this, this, and this, just for the sake of it. They were either trying to protect the integrity of the community with the historical aspect of it, or they were trying to protect the environment. So if you see that they have a job to do, and what they're doing is actually benefiting all of us that live here, then you just figure out how to work together. And it wasn't ever just a door closed. It was, well, you can't do this, and I would go back and say, can we do this? Well, yes, but you're still going to have to do this, this, and this. And it was just a constant conversation, so it was refreshing.
Well, I want to thank you for willing to come and speak on this issue. It's been something that I know Kim and Chris, their whole department has really worked hard to be a partner with the community, and not just to be a regulator, but to be a partner. They have regulation requirements. It's part of their jobs but they can also be facilitators to help you get through the regulation to make sure it works. Like you said, the reason regulation is there. We want to protect the environment. We want to make sure the community has a great community to live in, at the same time allowing you to farm and provide the food that we need.
Right.
And so they've worked really, really hard. And Kim, I got to commend your department and your people for doing that. And I appreciate you willing to come, because a lot of times people just want to come and complain. And you had a good open attitude to say, okay, what do I need to do?
And I mean, honestly, Winston, at one point I really feel like Winston Wright went above and beyond. The property was zoned as prime, and I asked for the definition of that. He showed me where on the website I could get it. I went and I got it, and then I wrote up just a little paragraph explaining why I thought actually it was already unique. He was kind of taken aback. I thought you didn't have a background in this, and but then he said that that he could see my logic in that, and he submitted it to the state, and he got it rezoned. And then Christina picked up the ball and finished that out for me. But I didn't even know that could be done, or that process. And between Winston and Christina, they did that, and that was huge. That I believe that if that hadn't happened, that we would have had to have an environmental document that we didn't have to have. We just have mitigated conditions that we have to adhere to. But it was things like that that really impressed us, and that we really appreciated, that we weren't just another packet of paper, and it wasn't just this young lady bringing things to me and I have this I have to do. Why is she throwing this wrench in it? It was, no, I could see your logic in that. I hadn't looked at it like that. I see your logic in that, and that was really refreshing.
Mr. Chair, I want to thank you too, because I know you went to the El Rio Mac.
I did.
And you made a presentation and presented.
You were there.
Yes, and they were impressed. The whole board was impressed because your operation is nice and clean.
Thank
and
you.
Those lettuces are just beautiful. And
Thank you.
Am I understanding you were, say, Carpinteria, right? Is that where?
We've been in business in 40 years in Carpinteria. That's correct. And so what we're doing in Carpinteria is exactly what we're going to do here in Oxnard.
And that demo would really go good outside of the chambers here, because it's just nice and clean, and it's just beautiful. Those lettuces are just.
Well, we're in all the grocery stores. You can pick one up.
Yeah.
There you go, Mr. Powers.
But I want to thank you for your good work.
Thank you for those kind words. I appreciate it.
Well, and thank you for coming. What's amazing is this is a large, complex project. You'd never done it before. You didn't have to hire anybody to do it.
Right.
So I really want to thank you for coming, and know where I should send the check to you. And also want to commend RMA staff too, because what you said, it's all about attitude and expertise.
Yeah.
And they sure got it. So.
And Christina and I were just talking about the fact that I don't think I realized, people would look at me like, you're doing this all yourself? Like if I knew at the end what I knew at the beginning, I might have been more intimidated and it might have seemed more daunting. But Pete, he knew, and he just kept, I think I was on a need-to-know basis a little bit, because he knew I could do it, and so we just kind of kept plugging away, and
there's no question it's a daunting task, but I appreciate the county making it, because at the end of the day, a lot of companies do hire people that are doing it on a regular basis. It's easier. But we want to make it so the person doesn't have to hire somebody.
Yeah.
We have a staff that's willing to stand beside you and work through it.
If you don't have that middleman, then you can really stay more nimble. They might have their own agendas. It might get political. If you don't have that middleman and you hear directly what the department is saying, then you can say, oh, well, I know that my grower Guido only had that in there because of this. Let me go and tell him this. Okay, the department's saying because of this I can't do that. Can we do this? Yeah, let me go work on that. Okay, now we've made that change. Right. And that's what we had throughout. So I think if we had a land use planner, they might not have been able to make those connections.
Well, and that could be true, because I may not know your business, have a connection, but I appreciate you being flexible to work with the county. Again,
thanks.
The rules are there not to try to hurt you, but to protect. And so, again, they're regulators, but we want them to be facilitators on top of that. And it sounds like that's what they did for you, and it sounds like you took a real hard attitude to say, I'm going to make it work, and worked with a great group of people, and it made it work. And I appreciate the opportunity, and thanks for coming to do business with Ventura County.
I appreciate Kim inviting me here and wanting to have continuous improvement. It's cool. It's good.
That's great.
It's just created a lot of jobs.
I just want to thank you so much for coming, because I think it's really important that citizens can work the system, can go in there and apply for a permit. You don't have to hire experts, and if you have that will like you do, that it can be done. It's just a really good message. Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome. We're excited to be part of the Ventura County community. And you're right, we are going to be hiring a lot of
A
people.
lot of people, I know you
We
mentioned
are.
that.
We
Lots of
are.
jobs.
That's good, yeah.
We
We've
are.
invested a lot of money in the technology, and they've worked really hard to make it work, and it sounds like it's working. So thank you again.
Thank you.
I just want to mention one thing, and that is that, one negative story will taint government for decades, and I just applaud everybody, but particularly you, for taking the time to come in and emphasize that positive things are happening also. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
Okay, we'll go to the store and buy.
Yeah, we're in the clamshell with the roots attached. It's really delicious.
She's a good salesperson, too. Okay, we are, Jeff Dean's back there. Look, what are you looking at? I know, we're trying to get this meeting going, I'm sorry. We got the opportunity right now to talk, it's Mental Health Month. And so, Melanie, there she is, right there. Ventura County Behavioral Health Director. She's brought some familiar faces with her. Some just can't go away, right? We love it. Anyway, we're calling upon the Ventura County public agencies, private citizens to recommit ourselves to increasing awareness and understanding of mental health and the need for the appropriate and accessible services. I think we talked about some of that earlier today. Melanie, yours.
On behalf of the Behavioral Health Department, I would like to accept this proclamation. We so much appreciate, first of all, I want to thank the board for your support of not only just the department, but also of people with mental illness and people with substance use disorders. It's so obvious that you truly care about that, and we feel that support, and it's very important to us. And also the CEO's office, Mike Powers, as former head of the healthcare agency, and the current healthcare agency director, Dr. Gonzalez, and Barry Fisher, our chief deputy. We work together really well as an agency. We're really looking forward to the Affordable Health Care Act and integrated care, and all of the wonderful outcomes that we know we'll be able to achieve with all of that working together. NAMI, wonderful partnership, and all of my staff that are here. I want to really call out my staff. Every single day they come to work. It's not an easy job. Our job really is to not only help people through treatment and to help people in their wellness and recovery, but I think the most special part about it is to instill hope, because with hope people can recover and do recover, and it makes our work really special. So I really want to call out my staff. And I know Roberta is here, and Roberta's going to say a few words, so I'm going to turn it over to her, if you don't mind. Thanks. And Ratan Bhavnani, maybe first from NAMI.
Thank you, Chair Foy, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. My name is Ratan Bhavnani. I'm the father of a son with a mental illness diagnosis and the executive director of NAMI Ventura County, the National Alliance on Mental Illness. We kicked off this month, May's Mental Health Month, with the NAMI Walk last weekend, 10 days ago, on Saturday, and it was a great day for us. And thank you, Supervisor Parks, for having led a walk team for the last 9 years, I think, and for so many of you who have attended that walk. It was a big event there. It's our annual fundraiser, but more importantly, it helps erase the stigma of mental illness. So that was the first thing that we did. And I think Melanie had a fabulous conference yesterday, a mental health conference, where most of our departments seemed to be there, and it was a great education and helped again erase the stigma of mental illness, because we all work together on that. Great partners with Ventura County Behavioral Health and Melanie Roy and so many other agencies in the county. We look forward to a continued partnership. And I'd like to bring on somebody who's very important to us now. Your loss is our gain. Roberta, come on up.
Good morning, Chair Foy, members of the board, Mike, Leroy, Jeff, Brian, and Danielle. Roberta Rodriguez, volunteer with NAMI Ventura County. I'm here today to tell you how Ventura County Behavioral Health, especially Melanie, and NAMI Ventura County Raton have helped and assisted the love of my life and I through some very difficult, traumatic, life-changing events since October of last year. My love's older son had a very traumatic, life-changing experience which brought out some terrible, horrific life bouts of anger, mood swings, hearing voices, and believing individuals were after him, which then began bouts of destruction of my love's home. We both did not know who we could turn to for help, so desperately needed. So I called Melanie for her to provide us with the guidance and help services we also need. She told us to call Ratan, as there were services not only for my loved one's son, but for loved ones as well. In November, that was the change we so desperately were looking for. We began attending family support groups weekly to hear we were not the only family who was going through these awful experiences. I got my pages mixed up just a minute. At that time, we attended the family support group, and the leaders kept telling us about NAMI Family to Family, 12 weeks class, which takes you through all avenues of help and assistance with one who has mental illness. We learned how to talk with our loved one going through these experiences, all the help we could direct him to, the medications, if he would take them, that could help him cope with the horrible things he was experiencing, and how he could live with this illness and still be productive, a normal working individual walking through everyday life coping with this disease. But mostly it helped my love and myself not feel the guilt we were experiencing. The coping skills, the assistance, how to talk to our loved one, the services that are out there to help and guide families every day, and most importantly, education of the disease called mental illness. We not only gained the knowledge and assistance we so needed, but it brought us new friendships, love and support from 30 other family members and 3 great educators in our class. And it has brought both of us where we are today, volunteers, supporters, and educators of the issues of individuals, of families living with loved ones with mental illness and the stigma they live every day. Unfortunately, my loved son still does not believe he has any problem and has disconnected from his family for now. But we will not stop trying and providing him the guidance he so needs, but most importantly, we will not stop loving and believing in him. Every individual in this room can help in some small way by acknowledging those with mental illness and believing that it is a disease, but mostly by assisting with monetary donations to NAMI Ventura County to help continue the assistance of individuals with mental illness and their families. Also, I ask of your board to continue, as always, your support for those that have mental illness, as well as all the services that Ventura County Behavioral Health and NAMI provide you. Thank you.
Thanks so much for coming in. Thanks for what you do. I know myself, when I came on this board, you don't understand it until you're around it, until you see it, and you personally see it, right? But there's a lot of things that can be done. It takes a lot of work and a lot of resources to make it happen, to change people's lives. So appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Can we get the staff to come down?
Sure, please.
Don't be shy. Come on down.
That's a better way to say it. Yeah. We'll try to do that next time.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett and Zaragoza?
Thank you very much. We have had an organization in the county operating for a number of years, and we have had a change in leadership of the organization recently. We've been really impressed with Tim Hockett, new executive director, and wanted to take a minute to sort of both introduce him to everybody, bring him in, and give him an opportunity to talk for a minute so we can understand this important organization in our community. And so I want to use this opportunity to also say thank you to Community Action for all their good efforts. And so we have a resolution that Supervisor Zaragoza and I are going to try to do the unusual task of splitting the resolution in half. I'll read the first half.
We're gonna try.
At least we're not alternating lines like you do on some of those things. So this is proclaiming May 2013 Community Action Month in Ventura County, whereas community action agencies were created when the Economic Opportunity Act of 1964 was signed into law. Back Lyndon Johnson, if think back how far long ago that was. Community action agencies have a 49-year history of promoting self-sufficiency for struggling families and individuals. Community Action of Ventura County provides numerous programs to help low-income individual and families in Ventura County move towards self-sufficiency. And Supervisor.
And I'll continue from here on. It says, whereas the Community Action of Ventura County, in partnership with elected officials, the private sector, low-income citizens, and the larger nonprofit communities, continue to identify challenges to the poor and find local solutions to poverty. Whereas community action changes people's lives, embodies the spirit of hope, improves communities, and makes America a better place to live. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Ventura County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim the month of May 2013 as Community Action Month in Ventura County in recognition of the hard work and dedication of the Community Action of Ventura County. And this is presented on this 14th day of May 2013. Supervisor?
And while we come down to hand you this resolution, would you like to give us some background and on community?
Thank you very much, Supervisors. First of all, I do want to say thank you to each and every one of you. You all support us. You don't realize this. You support us every single day because you all appoint for us members on our board. Just last night we had a board meeting. I want to thank you for that. And whether you're individually engaged or you are helping us through a designee, I want to say thank you very much. Our role is pretty simple. It's to help people survive poverty and then with some effort to help people get up out of poverty. Our approach is that we try to use the whole community to do this, which means at times a judicious use of government. And we just appreciate your support. We're very active in providing energy assistance and helping a lot of folks that are homeless. I want to leave you with two thoughts that I've come to and with the community, a couple of thoughts. First, most people in poverty are working very hard. Many of them work harder than we do because they're working in fields. The second thing is that most forces that eventuate in people being in poverty are well beyond the control of those individuals, because 31,500 of people in poverty in the county are children, and you don't have control over what color their skin is when you're born. You don't have control over what neighborhood you're born into or the school district your parents choose for you, or if your folks can't get along with each other. And then the last 7 years, two other big factors, the housing bubble and healthcare costs have taken a number of households from the edge into insolvency and eventually into bankruptcy. With me is our board chair, Bruce Stinsley. You want to say a couple things?
Just a couple things. Thanks. Really appreciate the proclamation. It is a joy and a thrill and honor to be working with Tim, who's doing a spectacularly good job. We just want to express our appreciation for the partnership with the county. We know that resources, both public and private, are strained in this circumstance coming out of a recession, but we're confident, hopeful, and eager and dedicated to working in partnerships to leveraging the resources we have. Look forward to that kind of work moving forward and getting out of Tim's way. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thanks for sharing.
Mr. Chair, if I could say something.
Yes.
If I might just say something also, Tim and Bruce, thank you both. I just see such a revitalized community action partnership, and to acknowledge that we're in this together, and our funds are important, that we work public-private together is just breath of fresh air. Thank you. Good work.
Yeah, thank you so much. And also just my hat's off to you, Bruce, keeping a foot in business community and the social services and being able to bring that together, too. Good guy to have there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce and Jim.
Why don't we just take a quick 2-minute break, and we'll come back and do our next meeting. All right, we'll come back to order. We'll go to item 32.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, board members, Mr. Powers. I'm Bill Stratton with the Resource Management Agency, Environmental Health Division. The item before you today is it concerns community events. It concerns temporary food facilities and also mobile food facilities. So there's very broad categories here in this board letter. It's actually very timely. The City of Oxnard is dealing with mobile food facilities. Our division's been asked to attend Planning Commission meetings as well as City Council meetings to deal with mobile food facilities operating on the streets of Oxnard. The City of Simi Valley, their community events, they had an item, I believe, on the agenda last night to deal with whether or not the city would continue their subsidies for some of those community events out there. We have also been engaged in outreach to a lot of different groups. We've met with the Ventura City Chamber of Commerce as well as Economic Development Committee, and we're also on the invite list for the Heritage Valley Tourism Board to talk about community events, temporary food facilities, and these mobile food facilities at these various events. The board letter I recognize is very I was told it was very dense. It's a long board letter, but really all of the items except number 4 are an affirmation of your board's policy and really how we've been managing and operating these programs in the Environmental Health Division. Provide some context here. I think it's important to look at some of the definitions of a community event and temporary food facility. These are taken right out of the California Health and Safety Code, and we refer to it affectionately as the Green Book. These are the codes that dictate and identify what the requirements are for brick and mortar restaurants as well as mobile food facilities and temporary food facilities. The underlining up there on the first one under community events, those are added. Those are emphasis added, and what I wanted to do is bring to your attention some of those key words: civic, political, public, educational, and nature. That's what the state code identifies as being a community event. The state actually goes on and says state fairs, city festivals, circuses. They've identified those specifically as community events. What I want to bring your attention to is that kind of last dependent clause there after the comma, and other public gathering events approved by the enforcement agency. That's very broad. That really puts a lot of discretion back on the Environmental Health Division. It's really the state saying, here's kind of some guidelines. Really, locals, it's up to you how you want to identify these community events. Temporary food facility, there's the definition. It's really at a fixed term for the extent or the duration of a community event. So temporary food facilities can only operate at these community events. There is a subset to temporary food facility. That's a nonprofit charitable temporary food facility. They're limited by law to operating only at 4 events or 4 times during the year. So that kind of gives you a little context as to the program. I wanted to show this to you. There's a wide range of types of temporary food facilities that we see as we're going out in the community. On the left, you see, we refer to it as a prepackaged, non-potentially hazardous food. It's low risk, and the potentially hazardous phrase there deals with the potential for creating and transmitting foodborne illnesses. So on the left, the saltwater taffy, nuts, granola bars, bottled water, sports drinks, those are the types of facilities that would fall within that non-potentially hazardous food category. On the other side of that is the potentially hazardous food. Those are the almost commercial kitchens in a tent or in a blue pop-up. There is also a range with them. If you think of popcorn and cotton candy and shaved ice, that's on the low-risk side. And then on the other side, the potentially hazardous would be what you see here is meat and cooking and food temperatures and all of those issues associated with proper food handling. It's important for at least the facility on the right that they have hot and cold running water. Same thing that we see in our fixed brick and mortar facilities, hand washing facilities, plus refrigeration to keep those foods at appropriate temperature. And just very quick, as we go through this process, the community event process, there were about 457 community events this past year in Ventura County. Our coordinators meet with the organizers and the sponsors, and by law they need to meet with us or at least submit applications to us 14 days prior to that event. It gives us an opportunity to sit down with the organizer and talk about where the restrooms are, who's providing the water, hand washing facilities, wastewater disposal, trash disposal, as well as applications for each of those individual temporary food facilities. So we need to know who's going to be out there, what types of food are they going to prepare, how are they going to store those food. All of this to protect the public from those potential foodborne illnesses. So, on your board item, recommended action number 2, it's authorizing the Environmental Health Division to designate community events that were not previously recognized as community events by using the criteria that's up on the board. Now, these events have become very popular over the years, and we've seen a significant increase in the number of these events. So we've tried to identify what types of community events, what types of events qualify under the definition provided by the state of a community event. So in doing so, we've hit upon these 2 criteria that's mentioned here. And as you can see, the first one, and I should back up, the definitions don't say or don't speak to private property or public property or nonprofit or for-profit. So what we've tried to do here is look at the intent of that definition and identify what types of events should fall into that community event category. Now, I should point out that the California Attorney General in a common law guidelines has identified charitable purpose for being, and I'll just read it, relief of poverty, advancement of education or religion, promotion of health, governmental or municipal purposes, or other purposes beneficial to the community. So based on the context of what the Attorney General has set forth for these charitable purposes, we felt that the criteria that we put here is really in line with the definition that the state put out for a community event. So as you can see on the first one here, it's on public property, and it's organized by a public agency or a nonprofit charitable organization. By doing that, we feel that if it's in a public park, if it's at the government center, it's open to the public. We can have a broad range of social.
Under that paragraph, you want to call it, where's the Little League folks? Where do they fit in?
They could be, well, some Little Leagues have gone forward and they have the brick and mortar snack bars, and they've gone through and received a restaurant, if you will, food facility permit, just like any other brick and mortar.
But that's normally in the cities, right? The cities
Beg your
have that, the brick and mortar have, the city parks have that.
A lot of the city parks will have that, yes.
A traveling team that travels, they have fundraisers and so forth. Where do they fit in this?
That's a good question. Sometimes they'll fit into the temporary food facility category if it's at a big sporting event. So they qualify under that temporary food facility. Now, I should point out in part of that definition, schools and anything associated with an educational facility are considered temporary food facilities or community events. So there is a category specifically for food and sporting, for schools and sporting events.
Is that like at a football game or something when they're cooking hamburgers?
Football game, yes, exactly. Sponsored by the Boosters Club,
Yeah.
the funnel cakes that we see at the end zones, yes.
Right. Okay.
They would fall under that category and would qualify as a temporary food facility.
Because there's many teams that I know that have tournaments, and they invite teams from other cities and so forth. And they can only sell Cokes and cold stuff, but not hamburgers and hot dogs. Is that it?
Well, we look at it too. There are many of these activities. It's almost going back to that discussion we had about the donuts at the hardware store or coffee at where you get your hair done. There's a lot of things that we just don't have the resources to deal with on a daily basis. Now, if you sell or give away food, then theoretically you're required to comply with this, but there are a lot of those types of activities that we're just not involved with. So we're going to focus our efforts on if we get complaints, or if they are going to cook these potentially hazardous foods. That's where we want to be more involved. But the bottled water and the sports drinks and the energy bars, that's really not on our radar screen.
It's very low risk stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Correct.
But if they're going to cook hot dogs or whatever, then they have to get a permit.
They should come in and have a chat with us, yes.
Okay.
I have a question under bullet item 2, event formally recognized. So is it the desire of environmental health, let's say, that the City of Santa Paula City Council should pass a resolution recognizing all those events that happen in their city to be recognized as community events? So you had a master list and all those event organizers would know what the rules are and the training they need to go through, and would that be the ideal way and how do we get this message out to them?
The reason this is in here is we've actually kind of been requiring this, if you will. On page 5 of your board letter, there are 5 events that local jurisdictions have identified as community events. One is the Heritage, I want to say Oktoberfest, but it's Harvest. That's quite a bit different. But your board has identified that month as and so everything out there is a community event. We've got the Hummingbird Ranch in Simi Valley. We have the Simi Town Center, the Wave in Ventura, and as well as the Downtown Ventura organization. So those organizations have, or those jurisdictions have identified those events as community events. What this does is recognizes that the local jurisdictions know about their community and they know what events they want to see in their community as a community event. So this allows that opportunity to do that. Now, the way we've written this is any event not currently recognized or that we haven't recognized over the year as a community event could then go through this process and get on. There's no list, but we've had a history of 457 of these types of community events. So that's what number 2 refers to.
Can I just ask real quick, Bill? When somebody comes into a city to maybe get a permit to do this, is the city telling them you also have to get an environmental health permit? Are they doing that?
Well, we've had discussions with the city of whether or not they do that. Anecdotally, I hear all different sides of that story. So maybe the message isn't getting out. Maybe they know they should come and see us, but no one really likes to come in to see us. And so,
because I'm just wondering if some people walk in and say, I got a permit. Well, you got a permit from the city to have the event, not a permit from the health department. And I'm just, sometimes when you get a housing permit, you can't get it complete until you get fired to sign off. And I don't want to make it more complicated, but in order for us to make sure we don't have people just unknowingly violating this, maybe.
I think because of the history, we've been doing this for a number of years. I think the word is out there, at least at the city level, and with these community groups. So they know to get in touch with us early on and start having that discussion with us about whether or not they even have to meet some of these requirements involved.
I would just say, and yes, you've been very proactive, and I think from times past, things have improved immensely, and appreciate that. I think perhaps with the board's action today, it would be a good addition to package this up somehow and send it out to all the cities, and so they know that any changes, and encourage them to make sure all of their community event folks are aware of this. So communication.
And I agree. That's why I was asking about the Little League and the players and tournaments. Because I've had calls, how come you have to get a county permit? He says, well, you have to because of health reasons and so forth. But I think the supervisor has a good idea that if we work together with the cities, and if they go to the city of Ventura, Oxnard, Cambria, or Simi Valley, they know they have to come in if they're going to cook hot dogs and hamburgers and so forth. And maybe that we're on the same page.
And we have reached out through your offices. I know Supervisor Bennett, and I just spoke with Brian today, and certainly Supervisor Long, kind of getting the introduction to some of these groups. It works better when it comes from your offices than a cold call from me saying, hey, can you invite us to one of your meetings? So we certainly appreciate that, and we've been at a number of these meetings to talk about our involvement with these community events and temporary food facilities and these requirements.
Could I ask a question? The organizations like Kiwanis or the Boy Scouts that continually do these, go to the events, but do they have to get a permit every single time? Once they've gotten one, do they have to get one every time, even if it's not one of the events that have been stipulated as a community event?
That's an excellent question, and up to this point, the answer is yes. This past year, we've been evaluating our whole community service, or community event and temporary food facility program, and identifying and trying to evaluate whether or not we need to issue these permits every time someone sets up. And really, that has been our practice for a number of years. And what we'll get to in a minute here is we just can't sustain that level of regulatory oversight. So we are discussing annual permits for many of these types of facilities, especially those low-risk facilities. So yes, we're looking at that.
I think that's a great idea, because it's the same people, for example, doing the Kiwanis each year, at least out in our area, and they've got their whole setup, and they just do the same thing at each event. So good thinking.
And that's a perfect segue into the next slide here, and it's talking about its recommended action number 3. In 2000, fiscal year 2000-2001, your board, we brought this item to your board, and your board recognized the importance of community events and fundraising for all of these types of organizations, and directed the Environmental Health Division to waive fees, waive 100% of the fees for nonprofit organizations, waive 50% of our fees for for-profit organizers and temporary food facilities, with the stipulation that they take and complete a class offered by our division every year. So the first time you go to class, it's a sit-down classroom setting, and then after that, you can take that exam online and go through that process online every year. This past year, we had well over 500 people, probably closer to 800 people that had gone through either the sit-down class or the online class. The intent, back many years ago, was once they went through that class, once they went through the process, they understood those proper food handling techniques, we then could reduce our regulatory oversight at these events. As time went on, as these things increased, our evaluation last year showed that we really didn't decrease our oversight. And we were, like Supervisor Parks mentioned, going out and inspecting each of these facilities prior to them opening up. Most of these events are on the weekends. Most of these events are after hours. So it takes us diverting our staff at times to deal with this weekend work. And quite frankly, it isn't necessary to do that when you approach this from a risk-based approach of how we're going to manage these programs. So
are you, when you talk about maybe not necessary, you haven't found many violations or people getting sick, or they're pretty clean and...
We haven't, and I think that's in the beginning of the board letter, we haven't had any confirmed cases, foodborne illness cases, from any of the community events that we've had. Now, when I'm talking about reducing our regulatory oversight here, it's more in line and being consistent with how we handle our brick and mortar, how we handle the restaurants. We're not there every day when they open up to make sure the food's there and the equipment's there. For these facilities that work at multiple events, there's no reason for us to do that as well. So we're evaluating, we're moving forward, we've implemented a number of changes so that we shift, if you will, that oversight, that very hands-on approach we took, very proactive. It worked in the beginning when we could manage it, but really, just like a restaurant, just like anyone else, it's their responsibility to know what those safe food handling techniques are and to comply with these requirements. What we do at restaurants is the routine monitoring. We inspect them 3 or 4 times a year to make sure that they are in compliance with this. So really, that's what we're looking at doing with the community event TFF program is treating them the same way like we do any other food facility.
I appreciate the efforts to try to make sure that we're just using as much common sense as possible. I mean, if you followed state law to the letter, then when somebody decides to sell donuts, and they just buy a box of donuts and decide to sell them, or even the lemonade stands would have to be inspected. And so I appreciate there's a lot of common sense here. And one of the things that I think we should appreciate is that we're dramatically increasing the numbers for staff to work on. And so back in 2001, when we, I think appropriately said, the nonprofit should not be paying for this, and we just said we should find a way to absorb that. That was sort of absorbed in environmental health, structure and budget, et cetera. I just want to acknowledge that at some point in time, you can have so many of these that it's difficult to just absorb it, and we have to find some other way to make sure we're not just digging a hole or putting so much pressure on to become, quote, more and more lean and efficient that we do get a foodborne, outbreak out there, and so. I don't have any answer right now. I don't even know whether we've crossed the threshold. I just want to call it out that it is a potential as we've dramatically increased numbers, and I just hope everybody, including the public that takes advantage of the flexibility that you have out there, recognizes that the first responsibility still has to be, we all want to be confident that when we buy that taco or buy that hot dog or buy that pancake, that somebody hasn't let that batter sit all night, and then decide to use it again in the morning. That's mostly going to be on the operators. It's mostly going to be but we do have a responsibility to create enough incentives and do enough spot checks that we feel confident that people are following through on that. So congratulations, and I would like to hear, not now, but sometime I'd like to hear from Environmental Health about the finances and what the cost is and where you are on that.
We're 2 slides away from that.
Great.
So.
Okay, good. Thanks.
And you've all given me a good segues into my next slide. So this is just very briefly. In 2001, we had about 39 events and about 400 TFFs. As you can see in 2012, that's grown to 457 events and well over 2,100 temporary food facilities that we've tried to oversee over the years. And really, the breaking point is you can see around 2006, 2007, the economy goes down, and then the fundraising activities have increased. So we're kind of there, and that's why we're reevaluating how we're managing this program and the best use of our resources, staff resources, to make sure that we are doing those spot checks and protecting public health. So this is really just a visual of where this has gone over the years. Now, when I started back in the early 80s, we had 3 events. We had the county fair and the Strawberry Festival and Conejo Valley Days. And that was really easy to deal with, those 3 events. But over the years, it certainly has grown. And Supervisor Bennett, your cost slide. This is just a representation of the waived fees over the years, and the yellow line represents, or bar represents, the revenue that we receive. So we do receive some revenue for this program. We're looking at, or anticipating in 13-14, a net cost of about $250,000, and $180,000 of that is with waived fees. So we are a revenue offset, cost offset division. So we've been able early on in the early years to absorb those costs. Over the years, we've reduced staff this last year on the administrative side, but we're still increasing our weekend staff. We have two that primarily just deal with weekend events and conducting the inspections out there. So that's why it's important for us to reach that breaking point and to identify, well, maybe there's a different way to approach this, a more of a risk-based, instead of let's be there every day they open up. No, let's just do a monitor, a spot check, and certainly respond to complaints when we receive them.
When you waive a fee for some of the nonprofits in an average event, what is the fee anyway that you're waiving?
Well, the fee, let's see. So the organizer, we have two separate fee categories. We have an organizer and the temporary food facility itself. The organizer fee that oversees between 1 and 5 temporary food facilities is about $245 a day. That's the full rate. So if you're a for-profit organizer, you've gone through our class, it's half of that. And then it goes up, 2-day event is $353, so half of that if you've been through our class, if you're a for-profit. Now, if you're a nonprofit, been through the class, no fees at all. Those are waived 100%.
You have to go through the class?
You have to have attended that first class and then take the annual update. Correct.
So what we're giving up is that $125, something like that?
Correct.
But on 700 or 800, I guess that makes a big difference.
2,100 temporary food facilities, as well as organizers for all of those events. And the same thing for the temporary food facilities themselves. There's a single rate of $65 a day. That's for a TFF. But if you're a nonprofit, then it's zero. Now, I would like to share this story. I just learned this last week. There are companies, and there is a company out of Los Angeles who makes tamales. They make them commercially. They sell them commercially. But they also come up here and operate 7 temporary food facilities at our certified farmers markets, which they're allowed to do. But it's a for-profit business. They've been through our class, so their fees are reduced by 50%. This last year, I think we waived about a little over $1,500 in waived fees for that operation. So it's one of those balancing acts, and
Just real quick, what we're talking about here is really protecting the public health, and the fiscal side of it's important. But as I was meeting with Bill and Chris Stevens on this very issue, Supervisor, the question I had for him was not what can you do with what you got, but are you able to oversee and regulate this area in a way that protects the public health that you're comfortable with? And the response was yes, but this is also a point in time. So I wanted to make it clear that if that changes, we'll be there to help them with funding, because that's the primary issue as we see it too.
Yeah, I might point out just two things. One, $100 times 2,100 permits is $210,000, which is close to the deficit. And I appreciate the CEOs having that conversation about where are we with that. The other thing I would point out is I go to that farmers market regularly. The line starts, at 8:30 in the morning, and it goes nonstop. They are for-profit, working at a farmer's market, which is nice to have them there. But I might view them differently than the Oakview Little League, trying to sell and trying to scratch together the thing. So I would keep that in mind as I was thinking about fees. Right?
Yeah, I agree, because that's why I was just talking to Supervisor Long on that same issue, that a lot of these are larger deals, and $125 isn't going to make or break them. But the idea for us, we want to make sure we have enough money to do oversight. I know you're recommending just to keep that going, but it may be a future thing to start thinking about. Maybe something that doesn't generate more than $500 in income or something like that. You'd say, okay, we could do that, but the rest of it we'll have some kind of tiering or something, because we should have the income for that.
And I think when we went to the giving a break to the nonprofits, it was to more interest of getting the workers trained for the food safety components of it, and it's proven successful. To hear that you get 400 or 500 go through that, I think that has great value to us. I think if we're going to look, and I'm not saying to propose this today, all you city people sitting out there, but if we're going to go to this community, whatever that phrase is, the community event designation, and the cities step up and say, we have 10 events a year, we want them under one master umbrella, and we appreciate that they'll all get training, but the cities benefit from this directly. Perhaps we should have a fee.
Certainly, I would leave on the table the for-profit side of it as an area I would look at for fees, and not the non-profits, but the for-profits I would look at, and use staff's judgment in terms of whether there's things to appropriately bring back.
And we'd be happy as we go through this process, as we evaluate our regulatory oversight and the adjustments that we're making to bring this back, at least to Mr. Powers, and then perhaps to the board, kind of a status on what we're seeing as we go through this process.
And I appreciate the department bringing this forward too and identifying what are the costs of. It's very laudable to waive these fees, but what's the impact of the department from a funding standpoint? And those ideas will be great to explore, because they're troopers too, and I wanted to not be overly trooperish. If that's a term.
Yeah. What was you said you go out 3 or 4 times to a regular brick and mortar restaurant. What would an average fee be for a typical, I don't know, Denny's or something size like that?
Well, we have a very complicated fee structure to accommodate different size restaurants, different size markets. So we have over 120 different fee categories.
Okay,
so it depends on the number of seating they have. So it probably can go down from a couple $100 up to $1,000 perhaps.
Okay. So the idea of $100, $125 may be a reasonable. You maybe have to see them one time or something. I'm just trying to make it relative. I mean, the idea that you have to be out there so many times, and somebody else is already paying much larger fees to do the same thing. I mean, there's got to be some balance in all this, and Steve may be right with some of the, for-profit deals that we could figure that out a little bit. Yeah.
And we'll certainly be willing to do that. And it depends on how we're going to restructure our oversight. If we're going to do 1 inspection a year or 2 inspections a year, then we can calculate our fees or the cost accordingly, and then we can return to your board with that. I do want to kind of address the comment you made, and you asked the question, is it going to compromise public health? I don't see it happening that way, and the reason I say that, it's the same level of oversight we're providing to the brick and mortar. And the responsibility really goes back to the operators to do this.
Question. One thing I see about you guys is I've never seen the years I've been here that your idea we're going to compromise health. Health is going to be our #1 issue. So I appreciate what you're saying here and clarifying that. That's great.
And then finally, the last item, mobile food facilities. Again, City of Oxnard is struggling with this. This really just gives you a representation of the range of mobile food facilities. You can have the produce truck, you can have the hot dog cart, or with the City of Oxnard, we have what's called the taco carts there, or vehicles. And then the photo on the top is the hot food truck, or the mobile food facility that we're talking about. Again, just a little background, a definition. This is what the state refers to it. So if you've got a vehicle and you're going to sell food retail from that vehicle, you're considered a mobile food facility. What we've seen over the years, actually the last 5 years, we've seen an increase in gourmet food trucks. And they've become very popular for community events. They've become very popular to draw people into these events. And typically what happens is these are older vehicles, and I'm not besmirching LA County, but they're coming out of LA County just because they have a broad base to work from down there. These older vehicles were not designed to sit in one place for 2, 3, 4 hours. They're designed to go to the work locations and set up for an hour and feed the lunch crowd and move on somewhere else. So we're really seeing a shift in the industry from mobile food facilities to what they had originally been designed, now sitting in place at these mega events or these large events. So we've been dealing with that. We've been talking to the manufacturers how we're going to deal with it. Many times they're older vehicles and they put the nice graphics on there, but the photograph on the right is kind of what it looks like on the inside. So it looks nice on the outside, but it's a small, compact commercial kitchen restaurant on the inside, and with these large events you get a lot of food. It really stresses the refrigeration, really stresses the heating and everything else that goes on there.
Have we had issues with these before? Have we, or is it hard to tell if there's been a road?
Yeah. Well, the issues we have is because of the popularity of these events, and we certainly recognize the importance of having these events. So the code says that in order to get a permit from us, if you don't have a permit from us, you've got to meet all the requirements in here. So the new requirements for a vehicle you have to meet. What's happening is we're getting a lot of pressure and a lot of these vehicles coming in from LA County that can't obtain a permit from us. Now, they may be permitted in LA County, and we have a number of older vehicles in this county that we've permitted over the years, and they can continue to operate. But we can't issue a permit to these facilities, these mobile food facilities, if they don't meet the new requirements. So to accommodate the events and to accommodate these organizations, we have designated them as temporary food facilities.
What kind of requirements are they not meeting?
Many times it has to do with the structural. It's the refrigeration. They've got the old style cold plate refrigeration units, and not the new condenser type, and some of the facilities inside, the 3-compartment sink, the hand washing sink. Sometimes they don't have those in these new vehicles.
You mean this is not an in-and-out truck they bring in, huh?
That's correct.
And then like the good ones.
So in the suggestion of offering them a temporary permit, you find no problem with those variations?
Well, what we do is we categorize them as a temporary food facility. So the blue pop-ups, the tents, we put them in that same category. So the requirements are reduced. They're less. And therein lies the rub, because we have some mobile food facilities have made a business decision to move forward, upgrade their facilities, upgrade their vehicles, go through our plan check process, get that permit, and then they can operate 24/7, 365, depending on the cities. If you're a temporary food facility, you're limited to those community events, albeit we have 457 of them a year, but you're limited to those events. So the mobile food facility operator who has gone through the process, paid the money, made that business decision, he's saying, wait a minute, I've gone through this, I have my permit, and then we have the TFF vehicles over here, that if you're a profit and you've been through the class, your fee is then reduced 50%. So there's an inequity here that we're trying to address, and that's why number 4 is really not an affirmation of what we've been doing. That really is a suggestion or a recommendation for your board to...
Kind of gives them a year to get it together. But for a public health perspective, you're not seeing any diminishing
That's
effect?
Correct.
Mr. Chair, one of the things that, as we mentioned, Oxnard is looking at this. It is my understanding that the city of Oxnard has set up an ad hoc committee to study this issue between the brick and mortar and also the mobile units. And the mobile units, the problem they're having there is it's a sanitary understanding, because do they have enough sinks to wash their hands, or is there toilet facilities? Do they wash their hands often? How close are they to a bathroom, and where are they located? They're located in service stations, they're located all over the place, so maybe something that you might want to look at is see what Oxnard comes up with their ad hoc committee and what recommendations they're going to give their city council.
And we have been asked, and we have attended some meetings with their staff, with the Downtown Oxnard Business Restaurant Association, and the Oxnard Neighborhood associations as well. And valid point, yes, if you're parked for longer than an hour, then you have to show where you have restroom facilities. Now, these these vehicles don't have restrooms inside. So if you're stopped for more than an hour, you have to demonstrate to us where these.
And where do they wash their hands when they go to the?
Exactly, and that's why
so forth.
these facilities require hand washing facilities,
That's
sinks right inside that unit. And along with that, you have to have hot and cold running water, waste holding tanks, and a lot of
And generators, I
issues.
understand some of those are running out of their engines instead as opposed to having a separate generator.
The hot food trucks, the ones that I showed you up here, typically they don't have generators. So that's why they were designed to stay on the move, keep going. You pull up for an hour and then you take off again.
Something to look at.
Yeah, with this recommendation, giving people a year to upgrade, if a lot of those trucks probably are too old to upgrade, there's probably not a value in doing that.
Well, I will, and I'm pleased to announce that, and I just learned this last week, that we reached out to a number of individuals in LA County who had approached us and said, we really think there is a market in Ventura County, and we're willing to work with you to get some of these older vehicles permitted in Ventura County. We said, you know what, here's what we can do. Instead of going through our plan check process, if you have a valid permit with LA County and you think your vehicle is pretty darn close or maybe some minor modifications to meet the requirements, give us a call, come on up, let's meet with us, we'll do an evaluation of your vehicle and walk you through the process. We permitted in the last month 11 of these vehicles. So they've made a decision, a business decision, to modify if they needed to and go through the process to get their vehicles permitted. We've got 3 in the wings that we're waiting to evaluate. So it's doable. Now, maybe some of these vehicles are very, very old and they just can't meet those requirements.
Well, that was going to be my question, because I wanted to make sure, we still have these events and people need these vehicles for events, and I wanted to make sure we just weren't making it so they couldn't have anything there.
Well, no, what we're saying is if you vehicles that go through this process and get a mobile food facility permit from us can operate at anywhere. It doesn't even have to be at a community event. They can operate anywhere. So we're saying if you have an older vehicle that you can't meet these MFF requirements, and what we're suggesting is after a year that we don't permit them as a TFF as well, then really those events can bring in permitted food vehicles.
Right, that's what I mean. I just want to know if there's enough permitted ones under your thing that you think there'll still be enough for people to have their events and do that.
The gentlemen and the individuals we're working with out of LA County seem to think that they can marshal their trucks to meet the needs up here.
Wonderful.
So, and really, if your board recommends recommended action number 4, if during this year process, and that's why we put it out for a year, and that year comes from Orange County. They're on the other side of LA County, so they've experienced this on the southern side. They put this 1-year grace period in to reach out, talk to all of their in-house or in-county as well as out-of-county mobile food facilities and work with them to see if we can get them permitted. So that's what this year is. Now, if during this year process we have difficulties, we identify some issues, we'll certainly come back to the board with some policy direction if necessary. And with that, any questions? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. I'm thinking.
Come up and show us what they had, huh? Samples.
That's a mobile food facility, by the way.
Whatever you consider food. Any other questions or comments? Yes. Okay. So we do have some public comments here, and there's no more questions. Let me see if I can get to them. Okay, close this up. See if my computer will come up. There it is. Okay. Marianne Radcliffe, I'm sorry.
She has a food truck outside that's
good.
available for lunch.
What's for lunch?
Good morning, Supervisors. Marian Ratcliffe from Santa Paula. I've worked with some great people in the Environmental Health Department. I've taken their class, and it's tremendous. There are definitely, I'm confident you can find efficiencies because they go above and beyond, and I can imagine it is quite overwhelming. I was here in this chambers when the supervisors approved the review by environmental health, and I think there have been some unintended consequences as the community events have not grown. It's the number of events that have come under the umbrella of the environmental health. The real world application I just wanted to let you know an issue that you might want to review as you're going forward to look at all of the things that Mr. Stratton brought up. A community event for the County of Ventura is defined as an event on public property. So conversely, the county interprets that a community event cannot be held unless it is on private property. That might be surprising to some of you, but it is a circumstance that our Summit School parent-teacher organization encountered last year, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Summit School parent-teacher organization. I drew the short straw.
So you're just saying that a school or somebody wanted a nonprofit school or something, wanted to have an event, but they did it on maybe somebody's ranch or something else?
On a teacher's ranch, which was extraordinary. And we dotted every I and crossed every T. Took the fantastic class, got all the sheriff's permits, and got all of the county food permits for all of our vendors, and had like the Lions who have done it forever. So we really met every one of their standards, which are very high, and we wanted to do that for protection of public health. But at the 11th hour, we were told we could not have the event at the teacher's ranch. So we actually found out, but it took a lot of scrambling at the last minute, that if there are basically three things. If there's a proclamation, so we would have had gone to the Board of Supervisors and get a proclamation that was a community event. We could have had a mobile food truck provide our food. Or actually, our final solution was we had two for-profit groups, a hot dog stand and an ice cream vendor, and they agreed to donate all of their proceeds to our Summit School parent-teacher organization, which was the only way that we were allowed to continue our event. And we were told that if we had not met that criterion, we would have not been allowed to have our event. So I just throw that out as a real, I don't want to take away from what these people do because it's tremendous, but just when you're reviewing, that's one of the things. For instance, it just has so many different things. If you're holding your political community event to let people know about your positions and you wanted to do it at one of your supporters' homes, technically under the environmental health rule, that would be a community organized event, and then you would have to meet all of these permit requirements. Some other things that just came to my attention when I was reviewing it was the temporary storage is a little bit hard to meet that standard. You can't buy bottled water and put it in your garage and take it to an event for your 6 a.m. setup. You literally have to go to the store. If you're gonna abide by the letter of the law, you have to go to the store and take it directly to your event. And there's an issue that I've just encountered with other community business people with the community kitchen, the commercial kitchen issue. I think there are only 2 in the county. And that is a real obstacle to people who are wanting to start their own business. That might have been addressed in that recent, state revision. And I think that is it. I do have a letter on behalf of the Summit School PTO that's signed by our parent-teacher organization members. When we were reviewing, we thought this was like a hiccup in the rules. So we did contact several other counties, their environmental health departments. They did not have that same interpretation that the County of Ventura has. And the Santa Barbara County Environmental Health Director told me it would not be a tenable requirement for them because of their large number of wineries in their jurisdiction. So I just hand this to you, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Jay Elliott?
My name is Jay Elliott. I'm the principal or owner of Captain Kettle Corn in Newbury Park. Good morning, board, and Mr. Powers and Mr. Foy. I was just told about this presentation actually yesterday, so I wasn't given enough time to prepare or to discuss with other people. But anyways, I just wanted to comment on a few different things. First of all, when I have my setup, which is basically in a trailer, I do popcorn and kettle corn, and I take safety and health at the highest level. That's my highest priority. I am also have the food handling certificate, I do want to commend the EHD and other fellow TFFs for having no foodborne illness outbreak for the 12 years. I think that's a great statement. I understand that the EHD has been overwhelmed by the number of events and the number of TFFs. And it's a tough balancing act to try to stay within budget while protecting Ventura County citizens. Recently, the EHD implemented an annual TFF permit for non or minimally hazardous food preparation, food like kettle corn, popcorn, shave ice, etc. And I'm not quite sure why, how it was set up where people who operate in a tent were given this permit, where I do basically have the same equipment and I operate in a trailer, and I've been told that I have to be considered an MFF, a mobile food facility. And in doing that, that is a larger burden on me financially. There's only two, it's my understanding, there's only two commissaries where MFFs have to park every night in Ventura County. One of them is full, and the other one is, I understand, is very expensive. So a lot of MFFs that are based out of Ventura County, they go to LA County to store their vehicle. That's my understanding. But again, the one thing I just want to point out is I'm not sure, in consideration when you're reviewing all this, that why, there's some exceptions. Like I say, I have my equipment is in a trailer, and as opposed to having to haul out, I've got 3 big sinks, haul them out and put them in a tent. I have my hand wash sink, and there's other popcorn or kettle corn people that do that, and they have to haul out all their supplies, their oil, their corn, sugar, and so forth. You kind of subject that to more damage or risks by moving it a lot, whereas I keep mine, like I say, stored and safely inside my trailer. So I mean, that's just something that I think should be taken in consideration when you're looking at setting policy, as opposed to, in other words, just a cookie cutter, that just falls into MFF. So let me see if there's another thing that I just wanted to mention too, that we do a lot of events, and quite a few of them we donate a percentage of our proceeds to a nonprofit organization.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Julie Leshaw.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Latshaw. I have been an organizer for events for, probably 15 years now. Of course, throughout the years, things have changed. I've done it for nonprofits, for-profits, for just a lot of different things. And I do want to thank everyone, especially the environmental health, for going through so much to understand the importance of these events. They mean a lot to a lot of different people. I was contacted yesterday in reference to this meeting today, and I did get a chance to read the letter of all the recommended actions. And I just had a couple questions on this. I was here during the proclaiming the October, which was really a great thing because that's a huge benefit. There are so many different types of festivals in the month of October, and really helps our county in regards to that. But since then, of course, we have gone to the city of Fillmore. I am from the city of Fillmore, and I have several proclamations that I have received from the city council, and they weren't listed on here, so I have brought them with me to make sure that those were added on there, because the city of Fillmore has given us proclamations on several of the events that I do operate, and some that I don't operate myself, that they have recognized as community events. So when Kathy had mentioned about going ahead and contacting the different cities, I think it's a really great idea, having lists, having different things where everyone understands a place to go to of learning a lot about these new rules and regulations. Most of these people don't know. I have to say I really feel the class that they give for the training for this is very beneficial. Not only do I use it in my own events for this, I use it at home. I use it for other little community things where they're having barbecues. You know, I mean, it's just everywhere. I have barbecues at myself, and I make sure, even in my own personal refrigerator, my food is stacked on the proper shelf. These are things that I have told people, go online and read environmental health things. You're going to learn a lot. Even if you're not getting a certification, it's teaching you as people to learn to be safe with food. So I really appreciate that within environmental health. But anyway, I do have these proclamations, and that is the one thing I wanted to be sure that I did come to today's meeting to be sure that these particular events that I have here are listed as part of considered a community event. And I will leave that here with you. Some of them you may know of and some not, and if they should go to, I had mentioned this to environmental health, but I'll be sure to get them another copy too, and I'll leave this with you.
Thank you.
Your comments make me wonder whether environmental health ought to copyright their advice and see if they could solve the deficit by selling that,
It's really good stuff, and there's probably more than just that. Even taking a regular food handler course for management and restaurants is very beneficial for people to study if you're working with food. But their course is online, it's free, and very recommended for people to read it. If there is anyone that has not done this, even online, even if you're not getting yourself certified, you need to at least read this because it will help you even at home.
Or even putting it on a video and putting it on the government TV channels throughout the county. Good information.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for hearing my
Yes.
comments.
Is there anybody else? That's the last speaker I have. Anybody else want to speak on this issue? Okay, great. Anybody else have any comments?
Just have one question for environmental health. Could you address the issue raised by Ms. Ratcliffe about private property versus public property and our rationale for making a distinction, and so I could just understand that rationale and if there's any tweaking that we may be interested in.
Board members, Elizabeth Huff, Ventura County Environmental Health. I'm the manager of the Community Services Program, so we're the ones out there doing these events. This event came to our attention at the last minute, so we were scrambling to try to determine how the event could go on, give them some options of how to do it. What it turned out with the for-profits that did it, if they donate 100% of their profits to the nonprofit, it's exempt in the state law. It's called a Craven exemption.
In some ways, I hope the school is appreciative of the regulation that caused that to happen.
That is an allowance in the state law, so we worked with them to do that. But that's the problem when we do find out about these things at the last minute. It's difficult to give an exception to one event.
My question isn't about that event in the last minute or not. My question is, why is there a distinction between the event being on public property versus the event being on private property?
Private property. It goes back to that definition of community for the benefit of the community as a whole.
By state law or by our definition?
Opinion, it's not in state law. That's our interpretation.
So why do we make the distinction? I just want to understand the rationale.
Yeah, the state law, and I mentioned that in those definitions, it doesn't speak to anything not-profit, nonprofit, private property, or public property. But in keeping with, if you will, the spirit of what the state was trying to put out, they identified those circuses, those city events, those city festivals. Those are very broad, very big, cross social and demographic boundaries. And so, by having an event, a community event on a public property, we felt it fell within that definition. Private property is a little more difficult. And so that's why.
So the risk or the complication. I mean, no matter what rule you make, there's going to be some exceptions or gray areas that you go, wow, you wish you could. But the risk then with private property is you may be starting to have this definition apply to, for example, a for-profit event on private property, and so that somebody could then start to take advantage of the system in some way.
And what we struggle with is on your private property, you can have your friends over. You can have 100 of your friends over and you can cater that event, or you could have people come in and we're not going to be involved with that. So it's trying to define that line
Sure.
between where it goes big.
We actually opened the door to start
Right.
to monitor those events too,
You
right?
don't want to get in people's backyard. The only thing I'm thinking about is, in Simi Valley, they do the Simi Valley Days, and pretty soon they're running out of property, and so now they may be looking at some private ranches to run those on. You run into that issue about, okay, how do you do that at that point?
And that's exactly what the city of Simi Valley did with their Simi Town Center, as well as the Hummingbird Ranch property, which is private property. And they said, we know the events out here. These are big events. They benefit the community, so they've moved forward with resolutions and proclamations to identify that.
So that's a solution.
That's how you
Just
get
have the local agency.
So if we can do that,
Yeah.
you can get the city to make
Great.
those proclamations,
Great
then we can go on private property, okay.
You know,
So
that-
people need to know that then up front.
Another example is I believe it happened in Oxnard is we had a school approach us, and they said, we want to sell hot dogs outside of Fry's or one of the big electronics store. Certainly a worthy cause. It's a fundraising event, but did it rise to that level of community event? And we just didn't feel it did, nor does grand openings for Vons or any other store if they want to start selling hot dogs on the sidewalk. So the intent with the state law wasn't to have all of these tents on all the corners and people selling food. It's
For
at these
community
community
events.
events.
So at the end of it, so if you get the city council to say it's a community event, then you can say, okay, it's it. That's a simple way to put it, huh?
Yes, that was one of the options.
Right.
Right.
So Mary Ann's letter referenced Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo, that they don't have the same requirement because of wineries.
Over this past year, we've contacted a lot of the different counties, and believe me, they're all struggling with how to deal with community events, how to deal with these temporary food facilities. Now, Santa Barbara, their board did away with their general fund contribution to their TFF program, so they maybe out of sight, out of mind on some of those types of facilities. Now, other ones are going to focus in on the more higher risk potential food hazards associated with it. But the type 2s that we call the bottled water and even some of the kettle corn, they may not be involved with those. So all the counties are dealing with this issue in a different way.
I would offer this, just my thoughts to bring closure to this, is that I appreciate, I think we have staff making a really good faith effort to try to do this. Appreciate the testimony that we heard today. It seems like there's good rationale and logic, and there is an exception. If you got a big community event that's going to go to private property, just go to your local agency, whether it's a city or the county, and get it declared that way. It'll be more difficult for a smaller thing at the last minute, but it seemed like a reasonable exception, because I don't want to go to the other side and then start having anything that suggests we have to regulate private events and stuff. So I'd like to direct staff. My sense is the motion ought to be to accept staff's recommendation, but to take into consideration the things we heard today and just continue to try to refine and think this stuff through, and including the comments that the board made about the funding side of this thing, fee. Supervisor Wallen,
Well, and to also now to move this forward to all of the city councils, the education side of this, so they can reach out and do that community event designation to those that are standard, but also talking to their school partners, whomever, so they don't run into this 12th hour or 11th hour of anxiety. So the priority always has to be the public's health, protection of the public's health. And so and you've done yeoman's work, and I know it's been a lot of work over this last year with this escalating as we see the numbers escalate, and the public's safety should be first.
And work with Oxnard on that mobile unit part,
Yes,
on the brick and mortar part. That's another component on that.
So my motion would be to adopt staff's recommendation and to direct the CEO to work with staff to incorporate the comments that we made today as we move forward here over the next year and review this.
I definitely support the motion. I wonder if also, I know we've brought it to your attention, the issue about not having enough commissaries available, and what we are hearing about having to unload and reload the truck and all. If there are some things that you see we might be able to do to make it more convenient. in that regard.
Yes, and the gentleman, Mr. Elliott's comment, I'll certainly get back with staff and figure out if there's a way that we can work with them. I mean, certainly if everything's set up in the vehicle, I don't want them pulling everything out unless that's part of their business model, but that's something we can certainly evaluate.
And I appreciate that because, you guys are trying to do one thing and then trying to figure out how everybody does their business is tough. So as these things come up, you can work with somebody and say, okay, you're doing it fine, that's fine for us, we'll readopt because we didn't know that business model existed. You don't know how everybody does their business. I appreciate that. Being flexible is great. So, okay, I can support that motion. That'd be good. I appreciate you bringing this, and I know you guys have done a tremendous job, and I really appreciate, I know in my district, how you've really taken a proactive, we're here to help you businesses to really do it. You guys have been tremendous, and it's really been a big improvement. Everybody's very excited. When I first came in, we had some issues where it wasn't as, they're doing their job, but they're not here to help us, but you guys have done tremendous, so thank you very, very much.
We have been hearing good compliments from the nonprofits.
And after we vote on this, I'd like to make a motion of free lunch for everybody that waited for the 11 o'clock other items.
Thank you, Chris.
Well, we got, we've got some very, very important people here. We got standing committee. We got very important, can we do this real quickly? I don't want these people who've just been so educated on our environmental health right now. Yeah, we'll go through. Okay. See, what they're talking about is there's at 12 o'clock, there's a air pollution meeting that a couple of supervisors have to go to. But we don't want to hold you all up and then everybody stop. But if we do it quickly, maybe they'll stay. Otherwise, they may have to run because there's a bunch of city officials here from the different places, okay? But so whatever you got to do, let's just go on to this real quick. You make your own. All right, so right now we're going to go to item number 33, a resolution proclaiming May as Older Americans Month. Nancy Rowe and from the area aging on the Aging Advisory Council Chair. She'll be accepting this proclamation. We're celebrating our older citizens, celebrating their many contributions. Our older citizens are our most important citizens, and assisting in them and their needs. Ventura County is home to more than 145,000 citizens over the age of 60. I'll be there soon. So, thank you.
Oh, thank you. And now you see how patient we are as well.
Yes.
Thank you. I certainly want to thank you for your continued support. And none of the work that the area agency does would be done without the wonderful, exceptional volunteers that we have and the tremendous staff that we have the honor of working with. So I thank all of them that are here today. Why don't you stand up? There you go. Thank you.
Looks like a good crew.
It is a good crew.
Well, we thank you very, very much. Let me give you this. Okay. Let's get a picture. You want to bring this whole crew down?
Yes.
Come on. Come on. They can't hide from us. We'll stick them over here and then we'll take a picture. How you doing, sir? Good to see you. Victoria, we see you here. It's great. She's our first lady. She is. Yes. Yes. All right. Come on. Here, come over here and hold this up. Hold this. This is it. One more, it looks like. There you go.
15 more, everyone wants a copy.
That's right. Great. One more. He doesn't want to see it. How many you want? There you go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, go to the food truck. Where are they? You're hungry, I know. So We've got them out here. Here we are. Okay. This is our item number 34, our Military Appreciation Month, and I think Mike McInnes? There he is. Ventura County Veteran Service Officer is here to accept this. We want to express our appreciation to our current military members and their families, as well as the veterans. And I know we've got a few people here I'd like to acknowledge from the Vietnam Veterans, Ventura County. President Dave Wilson's here, and Richard Camacho, Tom Tobin, Mike Robertson, David Ha, and Fabio Aladuli.
That's close enough.
Is that close enough? I had to spell it out there. It's good. And then Max, thank you, sir, for being here. He celebrates he puts together, our Pearl Harbor Day. One of our younger guys out here to see us, huh? I appreciate that. So, sir, thank you.
Well, I'm Mike McManus, the County of Ventura Veteran Service Officer, and I'm a retired U.S. Air Force First Sergeant. I'd like to thank Supervisor Foy, members of the board, and Mr. Powers for your honoring veterans today and, of course, for your continued support. I have just a few brief comments, but before I do that, I'd like to ask all veterans and family members of veterans to please stand. May is Military Appreciation Month, and it includes Victory in Europe Day, Military Spouse Appreciation Day, Armed Forces Day, and Memorial Day. This very important month honors and recognizes all military personnel, those men and women who have served throughout our history, and all who now serve in uniform, as well as their families, and certainly those Americans who have given their lives in defense of the freedoms that we enjoy every day. As we celebrate Military Appreciation Month, it's appropriate for every American to recognize those who have served and who have answered that call to service, that they deserve recognition and our gratitude. They have endured the most difficult of conditions to protect America, with many making that ultimate sacrifice to preserve our nation for generations to come. To honor our veterans, we must keep the promises that we have made to them. We must care for those who have been injured in the service of our country. We must honor and remember those who have died, and we must remember those whose fate is still unknown. President Lincoln said it best: we need to care for him who shall have borne the battle, and for his widow and his orphan. On this day and every day, we must remember Lincoln's words and fulfill this nation's obligations to its armed forces. Thank you again to the Board of Supervisors and to everyone in attendance for honoring our heroes, our veterans.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it. I want to bring these guys up. Absolutely. Everybody up. Tammy?
Come on, Max. Wouldn't be the same without you.
How you doing, sir? Good. Good. Thank you. Everybody. Wow.
We just need someone with a camera. There we go.
Oh, there we go. Yeah. You get a picture. You need to put a good vest on. Thank you. Which of us that nobody wants to miss this picture? All right. Absolutely. Thank you.
Food trucks, right? Thank you. Appreciate it. We get some money here.
Oh, Richard that's fabulous. You've got to come home.
No, I just won't pick it up.
Thank you so much. One thing I overlooked that we had some public speakers on this item, so I do want to bring Rachel Flores up. Did she stay? Oh.
Still here. Rachel?
Rachel?
There she is.
Where is she?
There.
It was nice this week also, the Cal State Channel Islands has now opened up a Veterans Center too.
Oh.
Students.
Is it afternoon yet? Yes, it is. I started out with good morning. Good
Did
afternoon.
you bring lunch?
Chairman Foy, Supervisor, CEO Powers. Rachel Flores, Regional Director for SEIU 721. As you know, we represent over 4,500 workers employed by the County of Ventura. Just now, you all supported and recognized a resolution brought forward to you by Chairman Foy to recognize May 2013 as Military Appreciation Month. We thank you for this. Although I myself am not a veteran, I know firsthand what it is to be a part of a vet's family. I am the daughter of a World War II veteran. My father served on a destroyer ship. Here we have somebody from Pearl Harbor here, where if he left already. My mother shares many stories of friends she lost in Pearl Harbor. I am the baby sister of a Vietnam vet who served in that war. My brother was in charge of one of the largest firefighting crews in the Navy on an aircraft carrier. His job was to lead his crew to distinguish the fires when the planes didn't make it in. I'm also the sister of an Afghanistan War project vet. My nephew Jeff served 3 tours in Iraq. I could go on and on and on. I have several members who we represent who are also vets. They served in the military, and today they continue to serve, but now they serve you. They serve the County of Ventura and the communities where we live within the county, in the County of Ventura. Our bargaining committee has family members who are also vets. Our bargaining committee, in its proposals, is requesting that Veterans Day be recognized by you, the Board of Supervisors for the County of Ventura, as a holiday. Continue what has been started this morning, this afternoon, by recognizing May as Military Appreciation Day. We are passionate. It's not just a day off for us. For those of us who come from vets' families, for our veterans, we honor and treasure that day, because that is a day where our vets can take flowers to their fallen heroes, their brothers and sisters. It's a day where we can take flowers or whatever it is. I can take them to my dad because my union recognizes that day off, because we recognize the tremendous sacrifice that our veterans have made. So today, I'm asking you to consider one of these proposals, which is Veterans Day off for county workers, so that, again, our members can also go, who are vets, and pay tribute and honor and respect and just reflect on the day. My mother shares with me how war is ugly, because she herself was a Rosie the Riveter and volunteered during World War II to go build planes, because all her friends left when World War II broke out. They were taken away, and she never saw many of them again. The same thing with Vietnam, all the lives we lost. And today our workers are serving. They're vets, and they're asking that you honor their hard work, but also recognize them by supporting the proposal from our bargaining committee, which is to close the doors, shut the lights out on Veterans Day, and recognize our veterans. Thank you. God bless you. And I pray the wisdom of Solomon for you, because I know there's many decisions that you have to make, but I know you all are all up to the task. Thank you.
Thank you, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
Mr. Chair, real quick, Rachel, I also want to share that my dad was also a Second World War veteran, and we lost an uncle in the Korean War, and a brother in Vietnam, and my son was in Desert Storm, and 2 of my nephews were in Iraq, Marines. So I just want to share that with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Danny Carrillo?
Danny had to step out to a meeting. We went over to it.
Oh, okay.
He's also a vet.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Rachel. All right. Now, we have that standing committee?
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Or is it?
We've had people sitting here for a long time waiting for the 11 o'clock time certain campaign fund. I think we have to do it.
Okay. I don't see anybody else for the
standing
cities
committee.
do either.
Standing committee has one person waiting. I know we have more than one person waiting for this.
No problem.
I'm sure Sheriff Dean would like to get his comments in. And
We could do it fast.
that's right. We can do it fast.
I think we can be out of here in 2 hours. I think we can get 2 hours, maybe 2.5.
There you go.
All right, well, let's do that then, unless somebody comes and screams at us. Barry, you aren't going to sit and listen? No. He's too smart. All right, so then we will move on to item number 35.
Well, thank you very much. I'll go ahead and kick this off.
PowerPoint presentation?
What's that?
PowerPoint.
Surprise, surprise.
Oh, surprise,
There is a PowerPoint
surprise.
presentation, right? You have one too? All right, okay. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, and before I get started, I just want to address one issue, and that's the issue of timing. Why are we doing this today? We have the campaign cycle that begins the first week in June. We like to try to have the campaign finance ordinance changes before the cycle begins. This situation is a little later than we'd like it to be because the Campaign Ethics Commission didn't have their last hearing until the end of April, dealing with some of the major issues, and we always try to get those major issues resolved so we know what kind of things that we may need to do to tweak the ordinance. So as promptly as we could after they finished in late April, Supervisor Long and I have come forward with these changes. If we do the first read today and the second read next week, and we're scheduled at this point in time that if we get through the first read and if it's adopted by the board today, if we could do the second read next week, then everybody would know what the rules are before they launch their campaigns at the beginning of June. Now, in full disclosure, the ordinance doesn't take effect until 30 days after that second read, but at least everybody would know what those rules are before they get started with the June filing. So with that, I think this is a pretty important issue for Ventura County. I'd like to call up this PowerPoint. I'll try to go through this as quickly as I can in terms of the slides and make some of the points. So as soon as it comes up, and where do I point? Point that way and click. So do I have to do anything now, or is he going to call it up? There it is. Okay, good. Citizens United, a couple of years ago, Supreme Court ruling, and as a result, big money is flooding into politics. Super PACs bury limits on spending. The two newspaper articles you're going to see in this PowerPoint are all newspaper articles in this last month. But you see in the LA Times about the Super PACs burying the limits on spending. It is getting harder and harder for us to decrease the corrosive influence of money in politics. So consequently, we have to emphasize disclosure as the real key to trying to decrease the influence of money, is make sure everybody knows where it's coming from. Active disclosure is the only antidote, and the need for timely website posting to inform the public, the press, and candidates. Almost everybody is getting their information from the website now today, so the timely electronic filing of things is I think more essential if the public is going to be properly informed before they vote in the election. The proposed ordinance changes increase the emphasis on public disclosure. The need for our campaign finance ordinance is great or greater than it ever has been with this flood of money coming in, and particularly the role of independent expenditure committees that are out there. This, I think, you can't read the yellow highlighted, but I will be, I'd like to just point out what this basically says. In the first yellow, it says more than 6 months after the November election. It refers to 6 months after the election, they finally found out that two PACs actually illegally coordinated there and secretly hid money. California Chamber of Commerce and the Trade Association, they ended up having to file amended returns. And so the public didn't find out about this expenditure, and the two candidates that they targeted both were defeated as a result of this tremendous expenditure, and the public didn't know where the money was coming from for these expenditures, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And so it says the difficulty of tracking the ultimate source behind the money, they secretly shared hundreds of thousands of dollars. our ordinance here, now I would like to point out, gets us to the next thing. We all have to play a role in trying to get this disclosure out there. And we're in receipt of a letter from the clerk asking us to separate the clerk's duties so that the clerk doesn't have to enforce the ordinance. And I just think that it's a misrepresentation of the ordinance. This ordinance has always separated enforcement of the ordinance from the duties of the clerk. The duties of clerk is, one, to inform the public, is to have these reports come in so that the public is aware of the information. The duty of the clerk is not to enforce the ordinance. And I'd like to turn to County Council and ask, we had independent review of this, but does our ordinance require the clerk to enforce the ordinance?
No, as it is structured, the clerk is not the enforcer of the ordinance, does not serve a role such as the prosecutor would do in another kind of an administrative forum. The clerk has duties under the ordinance, but it's related to receiving reports, filing matters, posting things, but has no special obligation to enforce it.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I would point out here that the clerk's election duty is to help keep the public informed, and that is mandated by state law. So the things that we have in the ordinance, almost all of them, except for the things that are specific to our ordinance, are simply repeats of what state law says. So when we see the request by the clerk to separate, we already have separated, and we couldn't, even if we wanted to, have the reporting requirements go to somebody else, for example, the commission. In fact, we have the same setup like the Fair Political Practices and like the state does. So I invite the clerk to accept these mandated responsibilities to help inform the public, and if that's the case, I think we will be able to have the effective application of this ordinance. So just so everybody knows, these are the things that are this is state law. This is from the Fair Political Practice Commission website, and this is what a filing officer, for example, like the clerk here, but a filing officer for any organization, this is what they are required by state law to do. They're required to perform the specific duties on the Political Reform Act. Some of these duties include providing public access to statements, following up on non-filers, and reviewing filed statements for errors and omissions. Filing officer, if the filing officer is aware that a candidate or committee has an obligation to file a campaign statement and has failed to do so, the filing officer shall notify the candidate or committee of the obligation to file. That's not enforcement. That is informing them that they have not filed so that the public will be able to get that information. Now, we use almost this exact same language in our ordinance as one of the duties of the clerk. It shall be the duty of the filing officer to determine whether original documents filed conform on their face with the requirements. We use that exact same language in our ordinance. Review all statements to ensure that they're legible, are printed in ink or typewritten, and that are readable reproductions can be made. That's the exact same language we use in our ordinance. So these are things in our ordinance are about the clerk fulfilling the duties mandated by state law to be a filing officer, and review all statements to ensure that the following information is accurate. And I won't read all those things, but the total contributions, the total amount of expenditures made, and things are put in the right form. Review the statements to ensure that there are no gross or readily apparent errors in the arithmetical calculations. Again, all part of state law. I'm going to point out just the last part of this. He or she shall promptly notify the candidate or committee of any error or omission. Again, state law, and the same thing that we're trying to do here. I want to use this as just one example of a change that we're making. Upon receiving our old ordinance said upon receiving a report that an independent expenditure committee had been made or obligated to be made, the clerk shall inform the candidate that is the target of that independent expenditure. It's one of the things so it's another thing. He's informing another candidate. And the clerk received a report. It was a report on a state form. It was called an independent expenditure report. But the clerk said it wasn't a report on the form that the clerk had specifically created for that, and so he wasn't obligated to inform that candidate. So all we simply did is, after hearing that, we changed the ordinance to say, upon receiving any official report that an independent expenditure has been made, whether it's on a state form or whether it's on, if the clerk's received it, then the clerk needs to inform the candidate who is the subject of being disadvantaged by that independent expenditure. So finally, whether the clerk falls under the county ordinance has been something that's been out there in the public. County council hired an independent, neutral, outside attorney, not affiliated with any of us, to address the issue. And that independent attorney found that the office of clerk is subject to the ordinance. And if you'll bear with me for 1 second here, I have one final thing here. And this is the final thing I would point out. That independent attorney also cited 2 cases where the Fair Political Practices Commission found that a local filing officer had violated the State Political Reform Act by not fulfilling their filing officer duties, and they levied large fines against that agency, not against the individual, but against the agency. We specifically, our ordinance is not as strong as the state in this level, and that we specifically are saying that the filing officer has duties, but the filing officer can't be fined for those duties. The commission can say, hey, you should have done this, you should do this, but they can't fine them. So I think it was very interesting that the independent attorney found 2 places where a filing officer was actually fined for not following through on their reporting requirements. The final thing that I would just offer to you is, for us, the goal here is to try to get the proper disclosure that the public should have. We all have a role to play. The commission has a role to play. The commission and the reviewing attorneys are essentially fulfill the role of the Fair Political Practices Commission. We have a role to play in terms of reviewing this and oversight of the commission, and the clerk has a role to play in terms of fulfilling the duties of the local filing officer. The other thing I would just point out is, I know we want to try to move as promptly as we can. I've had communication from the sheriff, and I appreciate that he's here today. He has an interest in indexing the contribution limits, and thinking about a conversation I had with him a little earlier this morning, I agree, and the thing that I would suggest that we do so that we can stay on timing for this is, we're increasing the contribution limits from $700 to $750 for this election cycle, and that what we would do is, for the next election cycle, we would have indexing take place for the next election cycle. So before we start the next election cycle, we would index the contribution limits to that. So I hope that in the spirit of trying to cooperate with that. But I appreciate hearing from the sheriff anyway. But I think he made a good point when he said that it just sort of eliminates the personality side of it altogether, and you just have it done formula-wise. And the more I thought about that, I thought that would be a healthy thing for us to do. So I would propose that we keep the ordinance as it is now, with the increase from $700 to $750. But we have, just like we have the CPI used for the expenditure limits, we use a CPI for the contribution limits, and round it off to some obvious number like a $25 figure or a $50 figure. Supervisor Long.
Just one question on that, and then I'll make some other comments. So election cycle being primary and then general. So you're proposing by the general be indexed, or 2 years from now?
For 2 years from now. Okay. That's our election. Our election cycle is every 2 years, because once you start, you're into it and collecting.
With the ordinance language, okay.
Right. Can I ask real quick before? Is that in a 50-cent increment? I mean, 50 cent, $50?
Well, it depends on how we write that. We could write it as $10 increments, $25 increments, $50 increments. What you round it off to would be just a thing for us to adopt at the time.
Just to comment on.
Okay.
The immediate question has been, this is too close to the next election. And I think, as the supervisor pointed out, the reason for that is because there was a very protracted lengthy review by our established commission on issues raised from the past election, and we don't like to prejudice or intervene on that, and so we waited till that was complete. And issues raised in that have transferred or have moved over to what we have in front of us today. And I think that I too looked at this thoroughly and looked at and worked with the supervisor on some of the changes to really bring more clarity and also transparency to what we have and what is now a 10-year ordinance. For folks to even raise the question of the legitimacy, we've gone through that. It's been tested. It's 10 years this has been in place now. And what we're doing now is refining some of the from information learned and also new state law to add even more clarity to it and clear definition. And I think that to me, there's no question that it's the state law that governs and the state election law that governs the clerk. And I think what we're asking in this is to just compliance with that. And as a supervisor pulled out of the law itself and provided to us that's our ordinances are doing that exact same thing. I really don't see where we've overstepped any boundaries and just added more transparency to this. So now I'm scanning quickly this attorney's letter, and
Yeah, why don't you-
I would ask legal counsel to scan it quickly. I even scanning it quickly, I'm not seeing anything
Well,
that jumps out to me that is in conflict.
I just think that there's one comment that's said here in the first paragraph 1 at the very bottom. It says, "The Ventura County ordinance is one of the most complicated ordinances at which I've ever worked. I believe some system of technical advice is needed, and this is not proposed." I mean, this is the idea. We know this is probably the most technical, difficult thing we've ever seen, and it's difficult because people have a hard time understanding it. Your own author had issues with it before, but this is, and the idea that we're doing this in 4 and 5 days, we get this 3 days or 4 days ago, and we're trying to look at it and try to understand it, and we got an election in 3 weeks. I mean, it's crazy, that part of it. But I, this is an interesting where we're going here, but I have to differ with some of the issues that were taken. Let me read what we put together here, because it was that important to me. Well, what I'm saying here is, while I appreciate what Supervisor Bennett and Long are trying to do here, I have some concerns with the direction this ordinance is headed. The Clerk Recorder's Office is not set up to enforce this type of ordinance. Requiring them to do so expands their, the resources they have. I understand. Is this an unfunded mandate, or we were asking? I don't know. But I'm looking at this. But then, our Clerk Recorder Office is set up to administrating office, not a policing. I agree, we're not enforcing, but it's policing something, and it's not set up to do that. Their duties are set up by the state and federal law, as was said, not county ordinance. The clerk's office is here to conduct fair and impartial elections, as well as record, maintain vital records for historical and practical uses. That's what this office is here to do. This mandate was substantially changed by adding a policing power. I'm supposed to police some type of thing. We don't do that. That's important. And then we're pitting elected official against other elected officials. You've got to remember, there's going to be 8 different elected officials running for office here in 3 weeks. We've got the sheriff, we've got DAs, we've got the assessor, we've got the auditor controller, and we're asking one against the other. Where are we going to be at by, what precedent are we setting by telling, we don't go and tell the sheriff who to arrest, we don't tell the DA who to prosecute. So we've got to be careful about that. And additionally, we don't even know what the costs are to do this. We don't even know what it's going to take to try to police this whole thing. It's going to take people. It's going to take, I see Linda Lee out there, and she's gone through a lot of this stuff and trying to, what is it going to take? Is it going to take people and software and programs? Where's the money going to come from to do this? And then, are we talking about multiple, I wrote down, we have multiple complaints. And then I read this letter from the attorney, Steele, who investigated all this, saying, you're going to see complaints now for political purposes. So you have this thing happening. So what are the financial impacts long-term and short-term? And, since I've been here, this ordinance has cost us hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And I'm not sure it's made any, because remember when I first came here in 2007, we had the whole thing with the Republican Party. We had that cost hundreds of thousands. This last thing cost hundreds. There's been a lot of money spent on this stuff. And I'm not even including the CEO's office. I'm just talking about attorneys and all the other things that's gone on with this stuff. So it's cost us a fortune. And so now we're moving this 3 weeks before the next election. It really becomes an issue. 5 days, we get this thing on Thursday, and you look at this, you try to go, what are we trying to say here? What is the practicality of trying to implement this stuff? At the same time, I don't even know what the public's done. Usually we have some time to go through this stuff and understand it, but we're trying to rush it. And I understand we're trying to rush before something happens, but why do we want to make something hasty? We did this last time. The prior election, we didn't have as much. This last time we added some things, and now it's caused more problems. And an attorney, Richard Watchkin and Gershon, which is an attorney that works on governmental issues, says this is the most complicated thing I've ever worked on. That becomes an issue I think we have to deal with. And my belief is that we should probably give this to the CEO's office, have them a chance to study it and say, where are we going to do this policing? Where are we going to do it? What's the cost going to be? Who's going to do it? I don't want to see us pit one against the other. That's one thing. I also don't want to take what a state has said in federal law. It says this is what a clerk does. And remember, they're supposed to just run fair elections, make sure that there's a place for people to vote, they count the vote, they do it, not try to police this and say, did this person send this in time? Did that person send this in time? They're not supposed to be policing that. Now, if we want an agency to do that, let the CEO's office come up with a place, if it's in his office or somebody else's, to do that, and then fund it and figure out where the funds go for that. I mean, that's what this should be doing. I'm not talking any different about enforcement, and I agree. What Supervisor Bennett asked Leroy was, yeah, we're not talking about enforcement, we're talking about policing, and I think that's wrong, and I think that's the issue because, if I was a clerk's office, I'd refuse to do this altogether because there's no way to win anything on this issue because if somebody didn't ask this question or somebody didn't ask that question, well, you didn't ask this, well, that's not my responsibility to ask, did you do this? My responsibility is put your forms in, you didn't send your form, I called you, I need your form. If somebody wants to know about it, they can call up the clerk's office and get it. I just don't understand why we want to go to a policing situation because we're trying to do this. I mean, my whole belief on this whole ordinance is has no effect. It doesn't do anything anyway. I mean, I look at this. Money into campaigns hasn't changed what a campaign's going to do. We see it statewide. We saw Meg Whitman put $180 million. Didn't change the election. We see, Romney and all those guys and all these, it didn't change the election. We saw with Supervisor Parks when it had $100,000 put against her by Murdoch. Didn't change the election. So I have a hard time with that part of it anyway. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change. I personally believe the people decide who votes and who wants their people in, and we've seen that. But I'm just saying this, asking an office to police something that is not what their job is to do. If this board is going to say do that, we'll take it out of the clerk's office, let the CEO figure out how to do it, who's going to do it, fund it, and make sure that money is there to do that. Because I'm sure there's got to be software programs bought. I'm sure there's got to be people to figure that out daily. Because remember, these campaigns go on from June all the way to November, and then after that, trying to figure, it's going to take time. I hate to put more burden on your office, Mike, but I mean, that's really what's got to be done here. So, I would just make a motion that we would postpone this item, have our CEO's office study this ordinance, come back with a specific alternative to what appropriate agency should enforce this ordinance and police this thing. Let the clerk's office do what they do, the elections office do what they do. Not that, okay, if you want to do it, that's fine, but do it in a different way that's not this way. And I don't want to see it rushed. So that's what I would do. That would be a motion that I'd put forth. Now, if somebody wants to second that, I think it'd be wonderful, and we could do this. I'm not trying to say you guys want to do that. That's fine. But I'm just saying the way it's being done, I think, is wrong. And I think it's wrong to ask, first of all, to pit political offices against each other. I don't see any precedent of that at all. That's one thing. The second part is, if it's going to be done, we should study the cost of it. What's it going to cost to do this? Who's going to police it? And then who's going to be responsible to make sure they called that person, say you didn't do this, you didn't give me this. I just don't see that happening in the clerk's office, and I wouldn't recommend that the clerk office do that, or not the clerk's, or the elections office do that kind of thing. I think it's wrong to do that. It's to put that. So anyway, that would be a motion that I'd put forward. If anybody wants to second that motion.
Chair, I believe you need to take the speakers before we can take a motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, then I'll come back and make that motion. So, Sheriff Dean, excuse me.
Chair Foley, members of the board, Mr. Powers, Jeff Dean, Sheriff, appreciate a few minutes to my public side. I had to learn how to fill out a blue card. I'm not used to it. Just with the gun, I just can do what I want. I appreciate Supervisor Bennett's compromise. That was kind of my nuts and bolts one issue that I thought that individual contribution should be tied to the CPI just as the max is. And max is pretty high. I mean, I ran a pretty robust campaign, and I didn't get even within 50% of the max, and I'm not sure anybody really will ever get that close. But I think that's fair for those of us that really need to step up, at least for the countywide campaign. So come up with $650,000. Unless you got a big bankroll, I guess you could do it, but it's pretty tough. But I think it makes it competitive and fair for those of us that are that try to run and maybe be able to get a footing in there. The other thing I would just offer is, we're known as a county of collaboration everywhere in what we do, and this is obviously very, very controversial, and however you vote today, you vote today. One of the most controversial issues I've seen come around in this county a long time, and years ago, was the supervisor salary. And to take that out of the realm, you created a blue ribbon panel. And I think that was very successful, and it's a model that, now the salaries are tied to the judges. And whether this goes forward today or doesn't, I would just offer, and while the CEO's office is a wonderful place, but they're also, they're under pressure. There's no doubt about it. And maybe this is an issue for some sort of independent blue ribbon committee to look at for longevity down the road, so the voters understand, and again, not whether you vote on this one today, but into the future. So a lot of the personalities are taken out of it, and the public feels that everybody's had a fair share, and both sides can offer their opinion, and you obviously have the final vote anyway. But that model seems to be successful in our county in the past when we have had issues of controversy. So that's it, and I appreciate your time and appreciate the compromise position and the contributions. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that.
Just for the benefit, the size of the expenditure limits. I mean, there's so many things in this ordinance that are written because of what you need to do to keep them legal. Every time, there are lots of people that spend a lot of money to try to essentially gut all of these campaign cuts. And so my own bias would have been to not have the expenditure limit be that high for a countywide campaign. But the advice was, if you make it too low, you increase the chances of somebody saying, hey, it's not enough money to be able to do effective communication, and therefore it could be challenged in court. And so we erred on the side of making sure that we were above what the courts had found as acceptable. But I can appreciate your point, is that you had a robust campaign and you didn't come anywhere near this amount of money, and that's I would like it to be smaller, and I just wanted to share why it ended up larger than it ended up at that point in time. So thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christopher Young.
Hi, my name is Chris Young. I work here in Ventura, and I live in Ojai. I think this issue is about as big as we're going to ever find in any kind of democracy, governmental kind of setting. I was going to start with a couple words that I'd written, but actually Chairman Foy brought up so many interesting points that I so strongly disagree with that I would like to start there. The idea of talking about these regulations as so enormously complicated. Well, I've never read them, but you know what? My bet is it probably takes somewhat complicated language to try and control something as powerful and damaging to a democracy as money run rampant and run behind backs and behind closed doors. So, to me, if it's complicated, it's complicated. And if I've heard y'all clearly this morning, a number of you have said that things are complicated in the little things that you do. Gosh, we make this little ordinance, and gosh, well, so something as important as this seems to me there's going to be some of that there. Chairman, I didn't understand why you kept repeating enforcing and policing. Maybe I've missed the boat entirely, but I thought the whole discussion this morning was about not enforcing or policing. I thought that was said over and over again was not the role of the clerk's office. So I don't even know why you repeated that, I don't know how many times. You talked about large amounts of money being spent, in the last 10 years or whenever on this kind of campaign finance stuff. Wow, what better way could we spend money in America than to make sure that a few more Americans feel that our votes actually mean something? There are a large number of Americans and a large number of residents of this county that don't trust government, period. It's sad and it's unfortunate because, look at you. To me, wonderful people really doing the right thing. But that trust issue is huge, and it has a huge damaging effect. And transparency, that term gets used a lot. It needs to be used a lot, and it needs to be acted on. And in my opinion, this kind of thing has to happen. Doesn't look to me like there's a heck of a lot of change here. It looks to me, like has been referred to, there's some clarification. That's a great idea. Too soon? I don't think so. I think that these kinds of things have to happen before elections. We, the people, deserve this. We deserve the transparency. And I think we ought to move ahead with this. I think it's a great idea. I actually came here to thank Supervisors Long and Bennett for bringing this forward. These are critical issues. Every effort that we can possibly make needs to be carried out to make sure that there is as much clarity, as much transparency, as much informing of the public of exactly where the dollars are coming from. Because unlike, Chairman, when you say it's not about money, people will make the decision, I don't even get that at all. And just because Meg didn't get elected, that doesn't mean money didn't have an effect. It didn't mean it wasn't a close call. It just means there was a lot of, I think, some excellent work on other people's parts that didn't cost money. So anyway, I think this is a darn great idea. I hope we move ahead, and I hope as a county we continue to move ahead with the brilliance of having real regulations to help everything in our system work so that we have trust and we can work together in this wonderful cooperative manner. My thanks to all of you.
Don Becker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and Mr. Powers. Thanks for this chance to talk about the revisions that you're considering today, or maybe not, and we'll vote on perhaps next week. I'll truncate my remarks since you're running late, even though my daughter would never believe that I could truncate anything in terms of remark. But during the 2012 election cycle, I was one who filed a complaint, and I had 6 allegations in my complaint. And I was really concerned when that wasn't processed and resolved until well after the election. And in fact, when I went to the first commission meeting, they were considering a complaint that had been filed concerning the 2010 election. And it just seems to me that to the extent that we can avoid taking so long to process these complaints, then we should do whatever we need to do to accomplish that. And consequently, I have read all of the revisions to the ordinance, and I do support those revisions that talk about compressing the time for the reviewer and compressing the time for the investigative attorney. It seems to me by doing those 2 things, perhaps we can get some of these complaints resolved prior to the election so that the electorate can be informed of them and can utilize them when they cast their ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Dan, I think you're the next one then. Okay, Dan.
Good afternoon, board members. This is an interesting object of a lot of things to a lot of people, but certainly as candidates, we have a position that's sort of unique to our population. As each of you know, a campaign that's contested raises our energy level, our enthusiasm level, and our reaction level. So we probably, from a practical standpoint, are much more intense about these issues than most voters, than 90, I'd say 90% of the voters. For example, one of the things I learned in my own perspective or study of elections was most of the things that I said during a campaign or most of the material I mailed out, unfortunately, probably got thrown away before it was ever read. But some of it did get read, and of course, that's the issue. What goes on? And so I was thinking, so what's this really about? What's this proposal that's before us about? Because clearly, we already benefit from some good rules and regulations in local elections, and I think there's been some benefit to that. So my understanding from both looking at the letter that the Register of Voters submitted yesterday on this item, and then also I had a conversation with the attorney that did the investigation on the issue that kind of launched this, is it was the time period really wasn't a lengthy time period. In other words, my understanding is the candidate that was affected by the group that was spending money on the campaign heard about it by telephone within a matter of a few hours. So I thought, well, what is the problem that the committee needs, or the commission needs to address, or the board needs to address, so the commission will have better rules? And I think one of the things that would be important is to say, well, it's a reaction that's partly fueled by participating candidates, because I know I had, when I ran a competitive election, newspaper people say, well, what do you think about what the other person said? And so you have to deal with that kind of reaction, but there's a bias in that. And so what I wanted to bring to your attention is the suggestion that was made earlier about a blue ribbon committee that might be appointed to actually be the catalyst to an overview of all the regulations, maybe some simplification, and certainly no one that has a personal stake in the elections as a candidate might be a good resource. Could keep us from being in a position where every cycle someone who's had an adverse experience out of their point of view makes recommendations. And in some cases, maybe in this case, the initial complaint that was filed was seen through the lens of experience that had a personal bias, as opposed to an objective third-party view. And I say that, my profession, bias is very important. I don't allow any of my staff to value any property they have a personal interest in. There's bias. In the private sector, that's a standard expectation. You would never do an appraisal for a loan or for some other purpose that you have a financial interest in. That's presumed bias. So when it comes to me talking about a contested election to which I was emotionally attached, I'm going to have a bias in that. And so while I'm not saying that's a bad thing, I'm not implying that any of you have bad biases. I'm only bringing up the point that you all have a personal bias, and so you see it through the lens of your experience, and some of you are much more experienced than me at elections, for sure. Certainly much more experienced at election law. But this concept of possibly stepping back and saying, let's have an independent commission, give us an outline, maybe in perspective also for new candidates. I really feel as a incumbent, I have a substantial advantage over potential challengers next year, and that's not. And these rules actually benefit me as a candidate who's an incumbent. So anyway, I want to bring up those issues, kind of reinforce also, like I say, the suggestion that was made that you consider a independent commission that would review the Ventura County ordinance on fair campaigns, on campaign ethics, on campaign contributions, and then we would all benefit from that independent recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate that. Does anybody else would like to speak? That's the last card we had. Okay. Then we'll close that. I'd like to go back to my motion, and what I would do is I'd adjust that motion that we make that motion proposing this item, leave it up to our CEO's office or a Blue Ribbon Commission, what I think is a tremendous idea. Let somebody independent, doesn't have anything to do with us, take a look at this thing and come back to us, make some recommendations on this, and let's don't rush this issue. Anyway, that would be a motion. There's a lot of other comments I could make. If somebody wants to second that motion, I'd appreciate it. And I think we would be doing the public a much better opportunity to really understand it and for all of us to go forward. So, there's a motion on the floor. I would make that motion, and then if somebody wants a second. Okay, I don't see a second, so that motion dies.
I'd like to make the motion that we approve this, and as I make that motion, I'd like to just respond to a few things. Number one, statement was made that this ordinance has not had an impact, and I would offer that I believe this ordinance has had a significant impact. I could cite multiple examples. I'd cite one example as an Independent Expenditure Committee had multiple donors contribute $4,999 to the campaign, and not more than that. And I believe it's because this ordinance said if you contribute more than $5,000, your name has to be published out there as one of the large donors. It's just an example of what could have happened, and those people could have been donating $50,000 or $60,000, but their name would have been out there, and they didn't want that. And the ordinance, I believe, has an impact. This is just an example. It's a very interesting thing to sort of suggest this has become hugely controversial. I think we have a very interesting thing that we are asking the clerk to do the exact same things that the state is asking the clerk to do. And I have this slide up here because I want to address the question that's raised here about policing. We're not asking the clerk to enforce, but the state law, and what you're reading up there is not an ordinance, that's state law. Look at the last three lines where it says, he or she shall promptly, that's he or she, the clerk, shall promptly notify the candidate or committee of the error or omission. That's state law. We cannot here in Ventura County absolve the clerk of that. We can't transfer that to the CEO's office and have the CEO start doing that. We can't. That's just, and it has been part of our ordinance from the very beginning, from 10 years ago. It wasn't controversial 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 6 years ago. It only became controversial when some issues were raised about whether the clerk was doing some of these things. So I don't understand what the difference is between policing and enforcement. If that is called policing, he or she shall promptly notify the candidate or committee of the error or omission, then what we're saying is the state requires policing. What your definition of it is...
That's a complete different thing that you're talking about here.
What do you mean?
That is completely different.
Because
our ordinance is not talking about that. This is talking about if I'm a candidate and I file something incomplete, he has to call me back and say it's incomplete. Well, I'm talking about policing other parts to say, okay, now we've received this, now I got to call another candidate and tell them I received something, and that's completely different. That's policing that's our ordinance, not what the state is doing. That's a completely different piece.
The only difference with our ordinance is that when he or she shall promptly notify the candidate or committee of the error or omission, when the clerk finds out that there's been an independent expenditure of over $1,000, he or she shall call the candidate being attacked. You can hardly say that's very different than promptly notifying a candidate or a committee.
Because the state's not saying when you get so much money, or I have to work and see if you spent $888 or $912 and then you went over. I've got to police that to figure out when you've done that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's
the only thing in our ordinance that is different from state law.
I'm just saying. So we start policing these issues.
And it's been in our ordinance for 10 years.
Yeah, but we're I don't know.
It's been in our ordinance and has been complied with for that 10-year period of time until this year. I think that, we could say, there are a number of ways to address this, but one would be if the clerk simply accepts that the responsibilities to be informing the public is one of those things that we are repeating in our ordinance. I think we would be fine. The other thing I would like to address is the issue of complications. I still would like to have somebody show me the language that is too complicated. The ordinance is long, but the ordinance is long because of all of these issues that get raised and you have to have in there to try to keep it legal. But you read any one thing that somebody says, oh, what the biggest issue that is brought up by people when they violate is they say, oh, I didn't know about that. Not knowing about something is different than saying the language. The language was very clear. The language that Mr. Becker cited his complaint on, it says you can't accept more than $700. Somebody submitted $7,000 as a contribution. Mr. Becker filed the complaint. Now, that's not unclear language. That's not complicated language. And I would offer part of what I believe is his frustration and why we want to try to get this information out early is the initial response from the candidate was, no, that's just a clerical error, that they had not received more than $700. And in fact, the candidate had received a contribution for $7,000, but that didn't come out until well after the election. I think that fuels the frustration that people, just as people are concerned that some people may play politics with us before an election, people also game the system to hide the information until after the election, and then everybody's much more forthcoming about the information after the election, just like the newspaper article up there. So I'm certain that...
Let me just respond to some of that, because I think you're trying to say it's not complicated. We saw the fire union got fined in this situation, and fire does this year after year after year, and when we added the new things last time, they couldn't even comply. It was complicated for them, and they do it every year. And then the other groups had it. Your own self couldn't follow some of the ordinances. I mean, you got, and an attorney who investigates this writes us a letter and said it is the most complicated ordinance in which I've ever worked. I'm saying, okay, so why would this guy who we've hired to do it for us and say that? I mean, it's not. Look, it is what it is, but I'm just saying there's no reason for us to continue to complicate it and make it more difficult. If we're going to have it, at least have it so it's easy to be used, and at least these groups like FIRE who do this on a regular basis, who have attorneys that understand this and try to do it, and don't get fined. Now all of a sudden they're fined. Let's say, why did we do it? Why did we make it so complicated?
Well, if somebody, I think an appropriate thing in public policy, if somebody came and said this is not understandable, that's one thing. The part that I believe you'd say the firefighters violated was very understandable. It's just a question of whether they read the ordinance and actually complied. But I was going to end by saying, it is good that every 2 years we review this. I think some of the things that are raised here in terms of timing, particularly things that deal with the timing of how the investigators handle themselves, are things that are not so critical here in terms of making sure that the candidates know. But we are up against a deadline in terms of the election cycle coming forward, and we should go forward with this. And we can always continue to try to improve the ordinance, which is what we've done. There is no substantial new requirements being placed on the clerk or anybody else. There are not new requirements. There's some clarification and cleanup in this ordinance. But I don't think anybody can cite new substantial changes here. It's clarifications to try to make this ordinance better.
Well, okay.
And with that,
I got to state what this guy, reducing the initial reviewer's time response to complaint within 5 working days, the receipt is unworkable in my view. This is the attorney who's done this for us for years. Absolute minimum deadlines fail to account for time, potential loss of illness, vacations, other pressing of other business, most significant, the complexity of which are often multiple count complaints. That's another one. The same said about the response of investigator's attorney to complete an investigation resolved within 40 days. Some of these things take months and months.
Right now the
those
ordinance,
are big changes.
Right now the ordinance says 60 days, the change to 40 days. Is that a substantial new thing?
Yeah, it's cut by a third.
It's not
cut by a third.
It's not a substantial new
thing.
thing.
According to the people who do the work, it is.
Is it a debatable thing? Certainly it can be a debatable thing. Certainly Mr. Becker would lobby that it be faster than that. And we had a situation where there was not there were things that didn't happen timely, and as a result, the election took place before people had the information. But with that,
let me say one more thing, and then I'll shut up, because it says right here, I'm concerned with these additional changes to an ordinance that is already working well, will complicate a difficult enforcement process and increase the risk of complaints we filed for political reasons. And I can't believe that any of us would ever want that.
So in the same letter, he says an ordinance that's already working well, and then he says it's one of the most complicated he's ever dealt with. Which is it?
I mean, you can still have the most complicated. It may work well. It's complicated. We've already figured it's complicated because people have been fined by it. People who've never been fined because of the things we put in 2 years ago. It's a difficult situation, and I just don't see it as a process that we should just jump to it just because we're in a situation that a couple things possibly happened and it didn't work the way somebody wanted.
Part of the necessity to disclose to the candidate, to the public, all this amounts of money that are coming in late in the campaign is because candidates that agree to hold their contribution limits to a certain level are disadvantaged. They cannot expend more than a certain amount. And so if the candidate doesn't have that information that frees him up to spend more, they're at a distinct disadvantage. So there is not only a public disclosure basis that is a necessity, but also to make sure that you help to even the playing field. Having had, $1 million attack campaigns against me, I think it's really important to know as soon as possible that you don't have to keep your hands tied behind your back and not defend yourself because you can't spend the money. You need to have that information soon. I think electronic filing has made a big difference. And surprisingly, there's still cities throughout the county that don't show on their websites any 460 forms, any of the electronic filings. I really think that's something that the civil grand jury should look into. I think all the cities should put that on their websites, but they don't.
Talking about forms, I think there's a 460, 490 some form that the state uses, and we have the exact same information. We call ours something else, but it's exact same, which is confused where half these complaints came from. Why don't we just use the same state forms, the same information?
I also, this puts a lot of emphasis on those last days of the election when you get a lot of the monkey business occurring. So this is a living document, and I appreciate the fact that every couple of years we can tweak it and make it better, and I think that's what we have been doing. As far as the clerk's office is concerned, I think that there are really good folks doing a really good job, and they have a lot on their plate at that time. And I see that we're going to come up with. I've worked with the clerk's office on new software that will make it easier to recognize mistakes, for example, that are on the forms, but also to make it easier to file and easier to really understand the disclosure elements. There's a lot of times it's difficult to figure out who these corporations are, for example, that are giving monies. It will help, I think, be able to have better understanding of who's funding these campaigns. But also, I think it will eliminate some of the little stuff that has been a focus of the campaign commission. Unfortunately, little things, that are a couple $100 worth of mistakes going on for, several different rehashing by the attorneys. So I think we're going to be able to focus on the big stuff with this, and the smaller stuff can be dealt with, I think, by just notifying the clerk and having those things corrected that they can, and use our campaign commission for the big stuff, which I see that this focuses on.
I hope that whatever you do in this motion, that if whatever you're talking about softwares and all this stuff, that you put in some way to fund that stuff.
Well, no, actually, the software is going to
already
reduce costs and make it easier to file. And make things faster too, is the way I see it. So that's a good thing. It will reduce the costs of compliance. It will reduce the costs of enforcement.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to share that most of the things that are in that ordinance are mandated duties. We're complying with the law, and I think that the most important thing is that we're transparent to our constituency, and make sure that they understand where the funds are coming from. And the transparency is the biggest issue that I have. And also, just want to share that the clerk and all his staff are doing a good job, for all of us.
So I would just like to emphasize what the goal here of the ordinance. The goal of the ordinance has been to try to decrease the influence of money. And it is in the United States with the Citizens United and all of the other court rulings, if you want to write effective campaign contribution limit laws, you're going to have your hands full in terms of trying to do that. This board should be commended for tackling that. And consistently, since we've started, we have people who have opposed it, and I just wish and hope that those people put the same energy into trying to decrease the influence of money in politics as they do in terms of trying to find loopholes, errors, ways to attack these ordinances. Because it's easy to attack them, but if the goal is to, in the long run, decrease the influence of money in politics. And with that, make the motion to adopt the ordinance that Supervisor Long and I have presented.
If you want to have an independent blue ribbon committee, look to the grand jury. They come countywide. They'd probably come with, look to the grand jury.
If you're trying to influence money, I would have taken out for sure that just like in our regular, everybody gives $200 or $700, they put their name up. I'd do that for independent committees too. I don't think if anybody wants to give money, they should be upfront about what they give. I have no problem with that. It's all the other stuff that's part of it. So anyway, if this was such a big issue, this thing would have been filled, because it usually is filled with issues that mean something to somebody. But anyway,
Mr. Chair, could I just clarify that the motion is to adopt the recommended actions in the board letter? 'Cause you said to adopt the ordinance, but there's so the motion is to adopt
the recommended actions.
Thank you. You need to then read it, yes.
And I would agree with just what you said.
I would agree with that.
If the public, I think the public has been counting on us to do this. This was in the newspaper, Sunday paper, and everything else. So thank you very much.
Reading the title for the record, Amendments to an Ordinance of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors repealing and reenacting Article 6, Chapter 2, Division 1 of the Ventura County Ordinance Code, Section 1261 et sec, regarding local campaign finance reform.
Thank you very much. And I think that you already had the vote and show up and passed and do. Okay, good. All right. 11:30. Gosh, we're getting behind. All right. Do you have your people? Or do you want to take some regular while they're there? Right there. Oh, they're there. No. They're not standing very much longer. Is this them?
Yes.
Okay.
Can somebody check on that?
Is Sue out there?
Hi. I was just waiting out there for her, but I think they should be down here in a minute.
Do we need her?
Should we go up and... Yeah, no,
It's your presentation, right? Yeah,
no,
so.
I can do it.
Okay.
I think they wanted to be here.
Let's move on. We don't want to delay anymore. So.
Yeah. Well, good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Annie Hooksma. I'm with the Climate Registry, and we just wanted to come here and congratulate the County of Ventura on reporting and verifying their greenhouse gas emissions for the 2012 emission year. It's a huge accomplishment, and I'm just going to review the just sort of benefits of being a member of the Climate Registry. And I don't know, is there a little clicker? Or... So our goal is for the world to be on a measurable path to sustainability. We're supported by 40 U.S. states, Canadian provinces, and 6 Mexican states. And we really believe that you can only manage what you measure. And we have about 350 organizations that report using our program. They include Fortune 500 companies, state and local governments, universities, consultant agencies, and NGOs. So these are just sort of a quick sampling of our members. Just to review the quick benefits of membership, we provide the software to report the greenhouse gas emissions, the training and the support, the protocols to use to report the emissions, as well as creating a sense of community. So we have annual meetings and members meetings, networking webinars, an e-newsletter, and then most importantly, recognition. So you are able to use our logo and have press release opportunities, as well as award opportunities. We have Climate Leadership Awards, Climate Registered Status, and our Cool Planet Award as well. And just quick benefits of reporting, cost savings. By measuring, you can see what facilities are emitting, are the largest emitters of greenhouse gas emissions, and maybe focus on those. You can just take a closer look at your operations. You can show environmental leadership with accurate, transparent, and credible data, which is exactly what the County of Ventura did by verifying. And then just manage future carbon risk. You can help avoid the rising energy costs and prepare for mandatory reporting. Recognition, I already mentioned, employee engagement, and then lastly, verification, which really just provides transparent and credible data. And this is, I just took a quick screenshot of our public reporting page. So the County of Ventura is listed up there, and anyone can go onto this website, tcrreports.org, and register.
And that's on the county website?
It's not on the county website. It's
on your website?
It's on our website, and you can link it on your website.
Okay.
And then anyone can search and find the County of Ventura, and then this is the...
And then we can link that.
Yeah.
Okay.
And this is the report, so you can't quite see it, but it shows total emissions, direct emissions, indirect emissions, so it just shows the transparency. And then this was just part of our Cool Planet program. The County of Ventura, we created a success story, so it can be used, again, on the website as well. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And congratulations.
Well, thank you for coming and sharing this with us. Alejandra actually walked me through the registry, and that's a nice, clear way that you presented it. But there's a ton of information in there.
Yeah.
There really is, and I think there's a huge amount of work that went into it.
Yeah.
So I really congratulate the team of Sue and Ann and Kelly and Alejandra and Paul and everybody who took all the time in the departments to put it together, because we're so big, we need to know where we are to see how we're improving things and where we can target our efforts and see if we're being effective. But to have your validation really says a lot. So.
Yeah, no, I'm part of the member services support team as well, so it's all, we know our member as well, and talk to them and help them through the process. So yeah.
That's great. We'll link this to our website so we can
find it.
Yeah, we should.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
job.
you.
Good job.
Thank you, Sue. I think so. I don't, wait, let's do it. How many do we have? I don't care. Let's take 5 and then continue. So we have the regular agenda. You want to go into the regular? Take 5 minutes.
We're back in about 8 or 10 minutes.
Okay.
She can't believe it. All right, we'll come back to order, and we'll do some regular items while we wait for the other two supervisors.
Okay.
Sue?
Hi, thank you.
Don't be so surprised. You always get your way.
If only. All right, item number 44, as we heard this morning about water grants. Last year, the county accepted on behalf of WCVC, the Watersheds Coalition of Ventura County, a $17.5 million grant. There are 8 projects in that grant. And if I can run everybody back to the Prop 50 grant, there was a project in the Prop 50 grant, the San Antonio Spreading Grounds Rehabilitation Project, that is
the phase one of that is being finished with a state water board grant in Prop 50. The United Water Conservation District project dropped out of the first round of Prop 84. So we are proposing to finish the WPD project in this first round of Prop 84. The interesting thing about this, just so I really appreciate what the state of California, both State Water Board and DWR has done. This is the first time that we know of that this has ever been done before, to have a project phased in one proposition by the State Water Board and completed in a different proposition by DWR. So this was a kind of a big deal to have this done like this, for them to agree to all these moving parts. So this would allow us to amend the grant to finish that project in Proposition 84, Round 1, plus we did a bunch of other cleanup things while we were at it, changing the dates that we needed. So that's what this item is before you.
Mike?
I was just going to say that, yeah, it's a big deal that the state did it, and they're doing it, though, because of the excellent application that was made by Sue and her team. I mean, they really laid it out, so this is extraordinary.
See, you always get what you want.
Second.
Thank you.
Second. Okay.
Okay, and then item,
One more for who? There you got it? Okay.
thank you. And then item number 45, most of the grant project proponents that we have in all of these $45 million worth of grants are large entities like the County of Ventura, Watershed Protection District, Camarosa, Cayugas Municipal Water District that you heard speak this morning. Most of them are large entities that have a lot of their own capital that back waiting to be reimbursed. In this particular case, Ojai Valley Land Conservancy is a small nonprofit. They took out a $100,000 line of credit when they knew they got the grant. But because we had to amend Proposition 84, which was item number 44, the state hasn't reimbursed us for any of our invoices that we've turned in yet. They wanted us to do the amendment first. So Ojai Valley Land Conservancy called and said, I think we're going to have to call the state and complain, and we really don't like them, any of the project proponents, to deal directly with the state because we've had such a good relationship with them. So I said, let me see what we can work out here. So what we're proposing in item number 45 is to advance Ojai Valley Land Conservancy $151,000, which is what they'll be reimbursed for the first 3 invoices. And then because the way that this works is the county submits one progress report and 1 invoice on behalf of all 8 project proponents. And then we get a check from the state, and then we disperse the funding depending on who's being reimbursed for what amount. So this would mean
the
that,
money up front.
Right. We would just advance them the funds, and then once we get the money, we'll just keep the money that would have gone to Ojai Valley Land
So
Conservancy.
this is only for them, in a sense. We're not setting a precedent that we're going to be advancing people everybody's money?
No.
And we'll get it paid back when we get that check back?
We will.
Okay. Okay. So we have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Okay. Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And then we have No. Then we have our issuance of our trans, right?
Yes, thank you, Chair Foy. Paul Dursey from the County Executive Office, here to request your board's adoption of the resolution for the issuance of up to $160 million of tax and revenue anticipation notes. Right now, we're expecting that number to be about $140 million, similar to last year's number. We did meet with our rating agencies yesterday, and we thought it went well, so we're on our way to issuing the 2013-14 trans. So we just request your board's adoption of the resolution, which does a number of items as listed in the board letter.
You didn't have to fly to New York, huh?
No, we did not this year.
Not this year.
Not this year.
Well, it's just because we had the long-term ratings that we just got from them. That's right.
I'd like to see Paul once.
Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Let's do that first, and then, I'm just waiting for our supervisors to come so we can, I don't want you guys to miss not everybody here. Okay.
Thank you, Chair Foy, members of the board,
You know,
Powers.
The item before you is a resolution that we're asking your board to adopt that would allow the district attorney's office to receive funds for victim restitution specialist. It's a program that's been in place for over a decade now. This is one of the programs that the state requires us to have a resolution from your board. It can't be included as part of our reoccurring grants as part of the budget process. So it's a valuable program. It will bring in about $72,000 to offset the cost of a victim restitution specialist.
Great. Hey, wonderful. Okay. All right, sir. Yeah, bring up number
Chair
48.
Foy, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Tully Clifford. I'm with the Public Works Agency, and I'm the Director of the Watershed Protection District. The item before you now, at its most simple, is just to indicate to the public that we want to have a public hearing for the benefit assessment program, and we would like the board to set that for June 11th. I could give additional detail if you'd like, or just leave it at that.
We can leave it there.
It's right there.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Does he have to read that? No.
Do nothing to read? Number 49?
Yes. As you can see, it's to reappoint Joyce Taylor to civil service. She filled a remainder of a term when she first appointment, so this will be following through on that. And she's just having a grand old time.
I hear she's doing a great job.
She's loving it.
We know her.
Okay, how about we hold off on 50?
Yep.
And we go to our correspondence agenda?
You take 51 and 52.
Yeah, just do the whole
Receive and
correspondence.
file.
Receive and
Yeah.
file, so.
So moved.
Second.
It's coming, it's coming.
Sounds like there's someone coming.
All right.
Maybe we can get on with the rest of the business.
And then we can move real quickly to 55. 55. Shouldn't even know what it is. Okay. You want to go ahead and speak?
Sure. If you'd like me to, I'll go with the approval aspect. But this is just our office's recommendation to appoint William Wilson, reappoint William Wilson, and appoint Mike Siddell as public representatives for the Retirement System Board.
Okay. We have people willing to serve.
We do, and very qualified people,
Very
actually.
qualified,
So
that's
Good process.
yes.
Good. All right. Thank you for all the work to do that, and thank them for willing to serve. Well, like, was it, what's his name, Harris served for 41 years? I don't know. Al served for
Right, Al Harris
That's the
served
new
for
standard. Everybody's
42.
going to hang in there. Okay. Sounds great. Well, I don't know where Supervisor Bennett is, but we'll move on and ask the DA to come up then and present theirs, I guess, for the budget review. Mr. Powers, do you have any comments?
Defer to our district attorney.
My pleasure.
I like his number right here at the very bottom. Target shortfall, 0. That's good. You said it all right there.
Chairman Foy, members of the board, and Mr. Powers, good afternoon. I know you've had a long morning, and I'll try to move this along as quickly as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to offer comment on the District Attorney's fiscal year 2014 budget prior to formal budget hearings next month. I want to begin by thanking Mr. Powers and his very capable staff once again for the professionalism and the insistence they provided us during the target budget development process. While we still face challenges and risk, the outlook for the coming fiscal year for the District Attorney's Office is positive and it is improved. As reflected in this next slide, and in your preliminary budget book, restricted prosecution revenues have increased, and Proposition 172 revenues from the public safety sales tax have returned to levels, frankly, not seen since 2006. Our real estate document fee revenues have also increased, and as we have done for a number of years, we continue to really aggressively pursue outside funding sources, grant opportunities to reduce the impact upon the board's and the county's general fund. With the CEO's proposed general fund target, we are projecting a balanced budget that will permit us to fill several previously frozen positions. And so at this time, I'm respectfully requesting that the board approve the CEO's recommendation for the district attorney's office's budget at your final budget hearings next month. This just in terms of some additional background, the budget contemplates 267 allocations with 19 vacancies. And, you know, all department heads talk about vacancies. It's always an issue for us. While this 7% vacancy rate is higher than what we would ideally prefer, it is a marked improvement from last year at this time when our budget snapshot had 30 vacancies. And it is a reflection of some improved circumstances. We continue to look for ways, notwithstanding the improved circumstances, we continue to look for ways to save taxpayer resources and to increase our office business process efficiencies, and also to help those that we serve. Just a few examples of things we've done in the business process area. Last year, we took 9,400 file boxes, each of which contained numerous case files, and barcoded and scanned and entered each one of those files into a searchable database. This was a huge project. At the same time,
that's a lot of work.
That's a lot of work.
9,400 cases, my goodness.
Well, 9,400 boxes.
Boxes, oh my
with
goodness.
Boxes containing multiple cases. And we really relied upon the invaluable assistance of GSA to complete this project, and we moved from a private file storage facility to a GSA facility, and that resulted in a $25,000 per year savings to the county. Not to mention the fact that these boxes and the way they're stored now, and the files and the way they're stored, allow us to really retrieve them on almost a moment's notice. They're just directly across the parking lot from where the office is located, and we're able to promptly search and retrieve those files anytime we need them. And I just want to take a moment to really commend Paul Grossgold and his staff at GSA. They were really helpful to us, and as I say, saved the taxpayers some money on this one. We are also engaged in an ongoing project with regard to criminal discovery. Just one of the things that is occurring in the technology that we use for our record storage is we are trying to move more into not necessarily a paperless, but in a enhanced electronic storage mold. And in doing so, so far we have started scanning in all of our reports in our special prosecutions where we handle fraud and other white-collar crime. We're also taking disks that we receive from law enforcement. We don't always receive disks with reports on them, but that is a growing trend. Between 2010 and 2012, that effort reduced our photocopying numbers by 42%. In terms of sheer numbers, that translates in going from 1.5 million discovery pages copied to about 860,000 pages. And we're hoping to keep moving that number down and use our computer system and its storage capabilities more for storing reports and then providing discovery electronically rather than having to copy them. So that's a big step forward. We're also using the Ventura County Integrated Justice Information System to now communicate increasingly. All of our subpoenas for the major law enforcement agencies in the county go through Visegis. So that's not a manual paper copy of a subpoena, it's routed electronically. Similarly, we are now communicating with law enforcement when we have an additional investigation request on their cases through Visegis. Your board about 10 to 15 years ago, made a substantial investment in this justice system, and it is paying dividends today. As you know, Jan Marizzi, my new chief assistant, comes from LA County, and she's remarked that it is the most powerful system and most capable system she's ever seen, and they had nothing like it in one of the largest jurisdictions in the United States, the largest prosecutor's office in the United States.
You didn't tell them how good you guys were? You didn't
Well,
tell
I think she knew we were pretty good, too.
Mr. DA?
Yes.
How long do you have to keep those files, a file?
It varies. Homicide cases, almost indefinitely.
Really?
For a lot of other crimes, we keep them until the case is through and the appeal is completely concluded. But now where we're seeing new writs and things like that years after the appellate process has been concluded, it's causing us to relook at our file storage.
Might need them in the future.
It's a continuing issue. If you were to see the GSA facility where we have our files stored, it's probably half the size of this room, running the full length of the room, and probably another 10 feet higher, full of files.
Oh, my
It is a very large facility. Now I'd like to talk a little bit about some of our accomplishments last year. Core criminal prosecutions. That's always going to be our top priority, and it's always going to be the responsibility that consumes the vast amount of resources in the district attorney's office, or the largest amount of resources. The preliminary budget book profiles several significant homicide cases that received a lot of media attention last year. These murder cases, along with sexual assault, child molestation, domestic violence, gang crimes, and other violent street crimes that represent really our core responsibility. We take them very seriously, and fortunately the dedicated men and women of this office continue to do great work, producing last year an 81% trial conviction rate and a 90+% overall conviction rate. But we're about more than convictions. Wait a minute. We, as prosecutors, have an obligation unlike any other lawyer. Our duty as a prosecutor is not just that the guilty shall not escape, but it is also that the innocent shall not suffer. And we take both of those responsibilities very seriously. The advent of enhanced DNA analysis and technology and other forensic advances have really produced a number of very highly publicized exonerations across America. In some of those cases, the exonerated spent literally decades in custody before additional scientific analysis determined that they were factually innocent. These cases have shown that while the American justice system remains the best ever created by man, and while thankfully these exonerations are rare, mistakes and the mistakes that lead to exonerations can and do occur. So last August, I designated Special Assistant District Attorney Mike Schwartz, who is a nationally recognized expert in prosecutor ethics, and in particular some of our constitutional obligations. I designated him as our conviction integrity prosecutor, and we also adopted a written policy for both convicted defendants and their lawyers to use to bring cases to us for review. And we have reviewed about 7 claims. We have one significant one that is still pending, and this is part of our charge. It's part of our responsibility. We want to make sure that innocent people are not wrongfully convicted. Tonight, in fact, Mr. Schwartz is speaking at an Innocence Project event at our local law school. The Innocence Project is marching from San Diego to Sacramento, and they're coming through Ventura, and he's going to be one of the panelists at tonight's event. I also just again want to highlight SB 1342, that thanks to your board's leadership, Ventura County was the first county in the state of California to implement the new funding provisions of this real estate fee legislation. This new authorization has stabilized and provided long-term sustainable funding for our real estate fraud prosecution effort. And as you know, before that, we were absolutely dependent. We were living kind of hand-to-mouth on grants. And so this is a huge step forward for us. And I just want to thank you for supporting the legislation and helping me and other prosecutors champion it in Sacramento.
And that's working with all this real estate stuff happening now. It's been very helpful.
It's huge. And there's, notwithstanding the fact that all of the business experts and forecasters are saying we are starting to see a return to better days in the real estate market, we're starting to see appreciation. We're still dealing with a lot of foreclosure scam artists. We're still dealing with fraudulent transactions, and there is no shortage of real estate fraud cases to consume our time and our resources. So
great.
Having this funding is a huge step forward.
And Mr.
for
Dia,
us.
we continue to work with the Board of Realtors and REFAT and all those folks.
Yeah, our partnership with REFAT, the Real Estate Fraud Advisory Team, continues, is as vibrant as ever, and that partnership has really been a godsend for us in terms of combating this problem.
Fantastic.
And I know you've got a background in real estate, so you know all about it. Finally, I mentioned the DUI Offenders Grant. The Office of Traffic Safety has strongly encouraged us to reapply for this grant. Once again, this will be the third year of funding, and it helps fund 2 very experienced prosecutors to focus on alcohol and drug-impaired driving cases. I mentioned consumer environmental protection. We don't talk about that a lot before the board, but California law does charge us with the responsibility of protecting consumers and our local environment. We take it seriously. We have some very capable lawyers that work on those cases. And as just one example of a case we had last year, we led a 40-jurisdiction prosecution effort, civil prosecution effort, against a Fortune 100 company, it's a top 20 company. And this company was irresponsibly handling hazardous waste, both from a disposal standpoint and just their storage of that material in clear violation of state law. We led the effort. It included numerous jurisdictions throughout California, and ultimately that effort produced a $13.75 million statewide judgment against this company that was entered here in our own Ventura Superior Court. So it's an example of some of the other things outside traditional crime that we're charged with. In terms of challenges going forward, domestic violence cases continue to be a major workload issue in the DA's office. They pose some very unique difficulties for us and for prosecutors and law enforcement in general. And I'm going to return to this subject in just a moment as I talk about a program that we're exploring to hopefully improve the handling of domestic violence matters. Another challenge is human trafficking. We, particularly in the wake of the case in Cleveland, we are seeing really nationwide an increase in human trafficking where, for all intents and purposes, it is a modern-day form of slavery where men, women, and all too often children are exploited in terrible ways by predators, typically for personal profit, but also often for personal gratification. Los Angeles has been identified by the Federal Bureau of Investigation as a high-intensity city for human trafficking. It's estimated that as many as 10,000 individuals are victims of human trafficking in Los Angeles County. Given that we're contiguous to LA, we clearly are not immune to this problem. It hasn't exploded here in Ventura County, but law enforcement, the collection of police chiefs, the sheriff, and the district attorney's office are working collaboratively to try to get a hold of this issue. It requires very unique and very involved investigative and law enforcement procedures and practices and prosecution efforts. And so we're engaged in an undertaking to get experts trained in this community so we can get a handle of it. We've seen some increases in certain types of business storefronts that, at least in other jurisdictions, have been identified as potential locations for human trafficking, and we want to get a handle on this issue before it gets out of hand. It is a very serious
I think you were just
issue.
involved up here recently in a seminar or something you did?
Yes.
Yeah. I heard that. I know Shannon Sergi very well, and some of the stuff that you guys are dealing with. You're really taking a strong effort on this.
And it really requires, because there's a tendency to view victims of human trafficking as offenders, because so often they're prostitutes. It really requires some unique collaboration with local neighborhood and community-based organizations to instill trust in those people so they'll cooperate with law enforcement so that we can go after the true predators.
Right. And then we have to have places to put these people so they can be treated and changed and gone through. I know that's a big process. It's different than a normal crime that,
Absolutely.
It's very difficult.
They come to us with a myriad of needs.
Yeah.
And Mr. DA, the Seroptimus Club is really involved in that.
Right.
They really help out quite a bit, all those young ladies over in Oxnard, really involved in that too.
Yeah, the local community-based organizations can have a very positive impact upon this whole issue. Additionally, with the rapidly expanding power and reach of the Internet, child pornography is yet another challenge we face in the coming fiscal year. Child pornography is one of the fastest growing crimes in the state and in the nation. In the Los Angeles region alone, which we are considered part of in the high-tech task force area, there were over 1,300 reports of specific instances of child pornography distribution on the Internet. Because these images, and they are horrific images which would not be appropriate for description in this venue, they are so aggravated and so serious. Because they can be shared over and over again, years into the future, the victims of these terrible crimes are re-victimized time and again. Each time these images get distributed yet to another possessor of child pornography, that victim is re-victimized. We also know that those individuals who possess child pornography have a much higher propensity to engage in acts of child molestation and actual hands-on child exploitation. And so, as a consequence, the multi-agency high-tech task force that includes representatives from my office, the Sheriff's Department, and several other law enforcement agencies are starting to place increased focus on this. There are thankfully some powerful software tools that we can use investigatively to go after these individuals. Additionally, I'm sponsoring a bill that Senator Pavley is carrying, SB 145, that would increase the penalties for certain types of aggravated possession of child pornography, where, for example, the possessor is using the materials to groom a child into engaging in sex acts, or is possessing certain types of images that are particularly aggravated. And we have an uphill fight in the legislature, but we're pushing that along. Now I want to go back to, I'm going to ultimately finish with realignment, but I do want to return to this domestic violence issue in the context of a program that we're exploring. 48% of the victims that walk through the doors of the district attorney's office seeking our assistance and that are served by our Victim Services Division are victims of family violence. We also know that when they come to us, they have a lot of issues that they need help on, some of which we can deal with, some of which we are not qualified to deal with. We have some great community-based organizations that we work with very closely. There's some great work being done in the healthcare agency and social services agency, but there is no single location where all of their needs can be met. 60% of the domestic violence victims that we deal with will recant once we've filed charges. In other words, they will have reported being victimized, many of them physically injured, give a statement to law enforcement, the case will be presented to our office, we'll file the case, and then within days or weeks of us filing the case, the victim will say, well, it didn't happen that way. Actually, I fell down some stairs, I bumped into the wall, completely changed their story. It is a well-known part of the cycle of violence that these victims walk through and experience. We also know that the impact on children that are living in homes where violence is a regular occurrence it's devastating. It affects their development. The trauma, witnessing trauma again and again, impacts the development of one's brain. It impacts their ability to learn and study in school because they're traumatized by what they've seen. It affects every aspect of their life. And for many of these kids, it affects their future. They can become victims. They're more at risk for becoming victims in adulthood. Many of them are more at risk for becoming abusers as well in adulthood. So when victims come into the district attorney's office, they're seeking multiple areas, or they have multiple areas where they need help. The number one request that we see from them is the need for civil restraining orders, us getting protective orders to prevent access to them by the abuser. And we're very good at that, and we do several thousand of those. We assist several thousand victims a year with those kinds of orders. But they also may need medical treatment, emergency room treatment. They often have other civil legal issues, including child custody issues, dissolution issues. They may have immigration issues. They may have social services and temporary aid to needy family issues. And very frequently, they also have issues of food and emergency shelter. What a family justice center is really designed to do is have a single one-stop center where all of those needs can be met. And it is, in every sense, a collaboration that includes multiple public agencies and multiple community-based organizations like Interface and the Coalition for Family Harmony. And our vision is to one day have such a facility that where all of those different disciplines can come together, and where the victim, when they report, away from the court system, away from the center of justice, but when they report, can have all of those different services provided to them. It is admittedly a bit of a hope and a dream, but imagine, if you would, some facility on a much smaller scale like a Casa Pacifica, where there's housing that's administered by community-based organizations, where there's medical professionals present that can treat those victims when they walk in with their injuries, where there are social service workers that can deal with the myriad of financial and social service needs they have, as well as some civil experts that can accommodate them from a restraining order standpoint and those other needs. It would allow us to take a huge step forward in dealing with domestic violence. And as I say, it's a bit of a hope and a dream, but we in the DA's office are actively exploring grants out there with the hope that we can start off with something very small, but develop it into something that will change the face of domestic violence here in Ventura County. Finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about realignment. Let me see, my cartoon did not come up in this slide. There we go. Okay. As you can see, we've got a bus from the state prison full of prisoners, and the poor local jailers and telling them they're being transferred because of overcrowding, and the poor local jailer saying, this is a joke, right? In front of a little small jail. Now, that's a bit of an overstatement for Ventura County. You know, Sheriff Dean is doing just fine in terms of managing the inmates. But realignment remains by far the single most significant challenge facing the district attorney's office. The shift of inmates from state prisons to local jails and local supervision with a stated goal of increasing supervision and decreasing recidivism represents a profound change to the face and the landscape of our local justice system. Most criminologists, in fact, there was an article in the Star just the other day, most criminologists and public policy experts have aptly characterized realignment as an experiment. It's important to acknowledge that before realignment, the criminal justice system in California experienced unprecedented success in reducing crimes. There's been a lot of talk about the system being a failure. Actually, it was a tremendous success. The violent crime rate in California dropped by more than 60% over the last 20 years and stands at levels not seen since the 1960s. With that backdrop, it cannot be said that the criminal justice policies of the past 20 years were an abysmal failure. That is not the case. Californians are safer today than they've been in 50 years. But we do have to acknowledge that those criminal justice policies that produced a rapid decline in violent crime also were quite expensive and quite costly. And we're continuing to pay the price. The taxpayers are continuing to pay the price for those policies. The challenge is now with realignment, which might be characterized as the next generation of criminal justice policy in California, is to continue to drive down the crime rate while also reducing cost. And I have to tell you, it's no easy task. There's no guarantees that we're going to be successful in this regard. Efforts to reduce recidivism with appropriate alternatives to incarceration by the law's requirements and is, in that regard, the requirement of evidence-based practices is a good one. The programs that we provide have to be based upon evidence. They have to be based upon document-studied risk and needs assessment. To that end, our local agencies on the Community Corrections Partnership and the board have agreed that as we move forward, it is really imperative that we have the ability, the capacity to monitor programs, to monitor the delivery of services, and the relative success rates in changing behavior and recidivism among offenders. I know when the public defender spoke the other day, he was talking about some great treatment programs, but right now, we really don't know what their success rates are. I think as we move forward with recidivism, we need to be able to show what those success rates are so that we can deploy the resources that have been given to us by the state that we desperately need to make realignment work in a thoughtful and effective way. And so we've got to have reliable data that allows us to critically evaluate these success rates and the overall cost and benefits of realignment. Now, as you know, realignment's placed tremendous burdens on your local justice agencies. Beginning July 1st of this year, the state will cease to handle parole violation hearings, and so prosecutors will assume responsibility for pursuing those hearings or conducting those hearings. Public defenders will be present to defend the parolees that are subject to those hearings, and it's going to produce more work for every aspect of that system, including the courts, including probation. Last year, there were 1,100 parole hearings in Ventura County. So it's not just a small workload. As always, we're most successful when we're united in moving forward and together with other members of the CCP. I can assure you that we are committed and working cooperatively to do everything we can to safeguard this community. But it is a big challenge. And we have to be able to come to your board and come to the public and provide data that gives a frank assessment of how realignment is doing. I know some communities are now reporting increased property crimes. We don't know yet whether that's tied to realignment or some other cause, but we need to be able to monitor the progress as we go forward. With that, I'll simply conclude by again thanking your board for your longstanding support, and I'd be happy to answer any questions any member of the board may have.
Appreciate your report. You have a question?
I just wanted to share with you that CCP program is working great, working with all the agencies and the sheriff and you and the public defender and putting the programs together. And I understand you're going out to the individual groups to try and help you put those programs together.
Right.
Which I think is fantastic.
The CBOs are involved
in the
program as well, and they have a vital role to play.
And thank you for all the programs you put together, too, the event that we had here the other day, and the, the Murdered Children's...
Victims' Rights celebration that you participated in.
Exactly right. That was excellent. This place was just absolutely packed with people, so good job.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor?
Good work in the district attorney's office, and I just want to let you know that I was in my office with the speaker on, hearing the first part of it. The only thing I missed is the walk down here, so I just wanted to...
Thank you very much, Supervisor.
Just very quickly, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Totten. I mean, I think a big reason why we're at this point, I think, in good shape with your office in terms of the budget is because the district attorney and his team, Mike Jump and the rest of the team there, are very effective at looking at revenue opportunities, efficiencies, and really judiciously managing their positions. And you have a history of doing that and staying within your budget, and that really facilitates things from our perspective. So we appreciate that good partnership.
Thank you.
And that's really going to be ever more important as we go into these newly charted waters of realignment. So we appreciate it. Thank you.
Right, and I too want to say, talking with Mike here, you guys have worked really close to make your budgets work, and I appreciate you working together, and I know Mike's impressed with your ability to try to hold your costs. But you also have your new chief. I don't know if you've introduced her publicly to us all.
If she'd stand up. Veteran of the Los Angeles DA's office and really a great addition to Ventura County.
Welcome.
Blessed to have
Thank you.
you.
It's a pleasure to be here.
Welcome.
Good. Great.
I just want to also thank you for, in addition to the core mission of being the prosecuting criminals, your emphasis on helping the vulnerable victims. I just really so much appreciate that, and also your vision for how we can assist with the domestic violence victims' children. So thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Look forward to a good year. Thanks.
Thank you.
Greg. Bye. Well, I think Todd wants to come down for his 4.5 minutes, so that'd be perfect. Otherwise, Mr. Pettis will take the next one.
5.5 now?
Oh, gosh, you're pushing it all the time. Always.
I'm just kidding. Good afternoon, Chair Foy, Supervisors, Mr. Powers. I'm Todd McNamara, Director of Airports. Thanks for the opportunity to give you some insight as to what we're doing out at the airports. I'm going to focus more on the numbers for the budget, if I may, and then if you have questions, we can talk about some of the projects and/or accomplishments. We talked about the CPI increase on the rent and fee this morning, but I did want to point out just the $25,000 that's generated by this increase is only a fraction of what's needed to do the work out there on the hangars and tie-down specifically. In terms of painting, electrification, and doing a joint project probably with the Experimental Aircraft Association on a new restroom out there on the airfield, we're looking at spending about $150,000 compared to that increase that we're talking about.
Is that an ongoing 150 every year? I mean,
we do a row of hangars in terms of painting each year just to keep them in tip-top condition, and then we've got 2 more rows to upgrade the electrical at Oxnard.
So once you do that, then what's your process? Do you have some wait time so the CPI catches up for you a little bit, or what?
Well, it really depends on the required maintenance that we have out there. We've been doing it in such a way that we don't overburden ourselves with the work and or the expense, basically just pulling it out over a few different years. But really the CPI should catch up probably in about 3 to 4 years, which should be at the rates that we established in 2010.
Right.
But it really, any given year, we could have a major capital expense in the business park or something that's unforeseen.
Yeah, I know when you're out at the airports, I mean, they look great. You do a good job. They really do look good, keeping them up, because I think it's important, It's amazing what people think with just putting a little paint on something, right?
Yeah. Well, thank you. It's, safety first, and then community compatibility, and then also, as best we can, make it a nice place for the tenants and also for the community to visit. So just some highlights. You'll see in a second our cash flow is it's nice, sustainable cash flow. Increase in revenues is about $400,000. This is a big jump for us. The Vista bus service that we have for the county, Roadrunner, has actually moved their headquarters to the Camarillo Airport into the old Sheriff Academy building, and they store buses in a vacant lot we have there. We're not sure how long that lease will go, but we're hoping for at least another year, maybe longer. The restaurant there is doing well. They've increased business from the previous operator by about 75% over the last couple of years. We are looking at decreases.
East County people like to go out to the
it used to be really an airport cafe. Now it's a community restaurant.
Now I got a lot of people going. You got to get a burger out there at the.
Yeah. The problem now is you have to wait for a seat. You can't just walk up. But really the big increase for us is labor expense, a 9% jump. I take pride in the fact that we've held our labor costs low for many years, and we'll see a little bit more on that. But really, there's a couple things happening. One, we're looking at filling one of the 3 vacancies that we've maintained. It's a special projects person that's going to handle regulatory issues, stormwater permits, development permits, basically permits and regulations that are being stacked upon us more and more as the regulatory environment takes its toll on us. And so we're getting to the point where we're going to start getting behind if we don't get some more help there. So we're looking at filling that position. We have 2 employees, one that's been with us for a very long time and doesn't take a lot of vacation. So there's vacation cash out or longevity pay that's going to hit us as a one-time expense. That doesn't hit us as ongoing retirement cost. It's really just a time that he's earned and hasn't taken.
And Todd, I think it's important that we reiterate that's a one-time expense there, too.
One time, and again, doesn't impact retirement contributions.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And of course, we do still have some staff eligible for merit increases. We are going to maintain a couple of vacant positions. Depreciation expense, we're about $2.8 million in depreciation expense. Every time we do a big project, that number goes up as new projects hit the books. Projected cash balance of almost $6 million, that's a new high for us. And we'll talk a little bit about what we have planned for that money. Overall net operating income, if you take out depreciation expenses, over $700,000. I've been with the department just over 12 years now, and we've sort of bounced around from break-even years to years where we are $900,000 to the good. Most of the time we would shoot for $200,000 to $500,000, so we feel really good about almost $750K. And then big news is we're out of the Luft business, Luft being leaking underground fuel tanks. We had 2 sites at Oxnard Airport that my staff and I inherited existing back to the early 1990s. And we tried all kinds of different approaches to mitigate those sites and close them. And if you remember, we did the big dig in 2010 where we spent $1 million to literally dig out all the contaminated dirt at 2 sites. And we're able to close the large site in 2011. And I'm happy to report that we're demolishing the monitoring wells at the second site this week and next. And we'll have official closure on that site, and we'll be completely out of the Luft business. Kudos to Chris Cooper and Dan Hartzell from Public Works, Aaron O'Connell, but also Diane Wall from Environmental Health, and of course Aaron Powers from my staff for heading that project up. Done a great job. That's something I thought we'd live with forever.
Just real quick, if you go back to that slide, I think it really bears highlighting that this is after a year where very modest increases in your rates. You lost one of your largest tenants in the sheriff to the tune of about $250,000 in revenue, and down economy, and still turning almost $750,000 positive net income. It's pretty amazing. Great job.
Thanks.
We saw the benefits when we authorized Roadrunner to do it, but now we see the benefits that are greater than just for the people.
And Mr. Chair, too, one of the things that's important too is that you reorganize your staff too. The reorganization of your staff. Remember, you combine a couple managers and so forth.
Yeah, you'll see that in the slide coming up.
Yeah.
So this is just a look at our cash flow projection for the next few years. The area highlighted, what looks green, is really yellow, is when we want to spend about $4 million to build a new hangar complex in the northeast corner of Camarillo Airport. About 36 hangars, $4 million project. We've been looking at this where we would take $2 million out of our cash reserves and maybe a $2 million loan from Caltrans Division of Aeronautics. To pay back that debt service over a 15-year period, we'd have to charge rental rates somewhere in the 55 cents a square foot range, which is substantially higher than the 33 cents of the existing inventory. Well, with the reserves we have now, we think we can do at least $3 million straight out of the enterprise fund, still maintain adequate reserves, and then with any luck get the FAA to pay $1 million under an AIP grant for infrastructure development, and get that same project accomplished and charge a more competitive rate for those new modern hangars. So
what's your wait list now in your hangars?
We're about 160 people. It's about an 8.5-year wait for a hangar. But we did surveys of the wait list, the existing tenants, et cetera, to try and fill those 36, and we were shy of filling all of those hangars based on that rate we were looking at charging. So we think we can do those surveys again with a more competitive rate and feel confident that we can fill those. Last thing we want to do is build them and not fill them.
Yeah.
So
is it more expensive to have a hangar than it would be a storage unit?
Oh no, it's substantially less.
Yeah, I just wonder if some people are seeing that as a non-airport related storage.
We're very active in the region and nationally in terms of involvement with other airports, and I would say that we are one of the best in terms of being compliant with aviation storage in the hangars. It's not to say they may not have a classic car or a motorcycle or something, but we draw the line at those. We don't allow RVs. We don't allow hangars to be used that don't have an airplane at all. We turn those over. The hard part with us, though, is we have a mix of county hangars that are very easy for us to manage, and we also have private hangars that are on a land lease, a month-to-month land lease with us. And so when they're not using it appropriately, it's much more difficult because you either have to force them to sell it, well, fill it legitimately, sell it, or remove it from the airport. And it's just not that easy to do. So we work with those private hangar owners, but I would still say we have a very high rate of compliance.
And while we're at it, I was just also wondering if, with the emphasis now on unmanned aerial vehicles, if you see that you'll be putting forward, there'll be more space set aside for those technologies.
We have commercial space available on the airport in the office park for development of office warehouse type use. And then we do have some spots on the airport for commercial hangars, larger hangars to house either corporate business jet aircraft or a UAS operator and or manufacturer. So we do have locations available that are identified for that commercial type of use.
'Cause I know you're looking at some grants in that field, right? Well, at least in the cooperation with the naval base.
Yeah, we actually just had a meeting with some of our team members on the UAS test site proposal to talk about different R&D objectives outside of just the test site to try and make the site self-sustaining once the FAA sort of pulls out in 5 years. And so there are grant opportunities for research and development on different sensors for agriculture and weather monitoring and things that we would pursue.
I just want to share that we had at the Airport Authority meeting a discussion on the use of the hangars and the appropriate use of them, and I think that was discussed, because we wanted them to use them for airplanes and not for storage.
Right.
So, we had a really good discussion on that.
It's inexpensive compared to storage, there's no question. But we got to try to keep it that way because flying is so expensive. If you don't, you're never going to get. We don't have an active airport if we don't try to figure it out.
We're very competitive, especially for the quality of airport we provide.
Ask Matt out there; he'll tell you how expensive it is for an airport.
I think he'd also tell you that he keeps his airplane at a gem of an airport. So again, this is just our overall budget, getting down to when you take depreciation out and we look at it, it's a book expense, not a cash expense, operating to the tune of $740,000 to the good. You saw this slide earlier where the revenue comes in from the different fees, non-aviation. Again, this is for both airports, still 33%. Terminal revenue is strictly Oxnard, and then everything else is shared between the two. And then a look at how we appropriate our money between services and supplies, salary, and primarily depreciation being other charges. You pull that out, it's a much bigger number for salary, but we are a service industry, so I don't consider this number to be overly high. And then Camarillo really has been the breadwinner. This is because of the business park in particular. So Camarillo on its own operating over $900,000 to the good. And you can see when you look at the business park, it's over 40% of the revenue for that airport when you look at it by itself.
And is that unique now for airports to have that much revenue off of something else besides just the...
No, actually, it's a model that's being increased at airports where they have land available to develop something like that. It's just hard on strictly airport revenue to have an airport be self-sustaining, unless it's a very large airport with a very robust airline industry that uses it.
Is there anything that we have in there in the works to build a really nice new office building that will attract people? And
we have land available. Historically in the business park, other than the buildings we inherited when it was deeded over from the Air Force Base that have been remodeled, it's a land lease where private investment, Sunair is a good example on the airport, where you do a long-term land lease. They invest that capital to build the facility and amortize that investment over 40 years in their case. And then the ownership of that building reverts to the county at the end of that term. We can look at, we've looked at different ways to do a public-private partnership for development.
But there is, if somebody wanted to come out and say, I want to develop an office building, people want to be there.
We have land available.
Because I do see at Sunair, they lease out of some of their offices and do some of that to try to bring...
Yes, and we still actually have some amount of vacant office space in a couple of our buildings out in the business park now.
But if somebody wanted to do pretty high-end office.
Yep, I think we have about, right now, close to 10 acres available for development.
Great.
And with any luck later this year, we'll have another 5 in that Navy parcel.
Yeah, and Todd, I was going to mention that too, hopefully with that, the Brownie.
That's moving forward, actually, so I feel good about that. Appropriations with depreciation. This is a larger number, 62% on salaries and benefits. We allocate for administrative expense 80% to Camarillo and 20% to Oxnard, so that bears the lion's share of administrative staff time because of the involvement at Camarillo Airport. So Oxnard actually shows close to a $200,000 loss. But if you look at compared to last year, that's about 40% better than we did, well, this current fiscal year, I guess. And so the trend is going in the right direction. During my tenure in the last 12 years, one time we've had the airport close to break even, and then our operations officers were awarded safety retirement. And so then it spiked back up, and we've been working our way back down. And I was right at the point where, okay, we're getting close to where we can be break even again, and then, oh, maybe we'll get to fund a control tower, going through that iteration lately. But again, not self-sustaining. It's subsidized by Camarillo Airport. Historically, that's how it's been, but it's trending in the right direction to where, with any luck, we can see some future development at the airport and maybe some more airline service to get that to break even.
That being optimistic.
Cautiously optimistic, but that's we try very hard. We're getting there. Yeah, we've got the tower at least through September 30, but my guess is they'll find a way to fund the contract towers next year as well. Just to look at how our revenue picture is at Oxnard, the terminal, actually, it's the rental cars that are the breadwinners in the terminal. Even when we had 5 flights a day on United Express to LAX, that only generated around $40,000 in revenue for the airport. It was really more a service to the community. And so that's how we look at it when we're trying to restore that service, is really not necessarily a winner revenue-wise, but really a service to the community. Again, a little bit smaller picture on salaries and benefits because of the lion's share of administration being allocated to Camarillo. So this is just a look at our budget for the last couple of years and then our projection for next year. Increasing, you see salary and benefits going up at 165 or so of that is depreciation expense. So the lion's share. And then you pull that out and it really is much closer to being equal with the existing year. So
when you say salary benefits, like everybody else, your pension cost?
You'll see they're going up. In fact, right here on this slide, you see, where is it? Well, yeah, the last line there, $70,000 increase, about 15% for retirement contribution. Talking with Mr. Dursey earlier, I think it's a $17 million hit countywide, so I guess I don't feel so bad about $70,000 for our department. But again, so then we'll have that one-time hit of the longevity pay, and then I see that 9% flattening out. So really, it's one time, about half of it. So this is what Supervisor Zaragoza was talking about on the blue box up on the left-hand side. We used to have a manager for each airport that was not a management position, but still a supervisor's position within our structure in the county structure. We combined those two and created a new management position, and overall that saved about $75,000 a year. And so long as that individual does the job that he's doing, which he does a great job, Jorge Rubio, then I have no concerns with necessarily having to split that apart again. Even if we were to bring airline service back to the airport, I think we'll be fine. We do maintain 2 vacancies. You see the X'd out boxes. We're going to continue to maintain those vacancies. The administrative position that's outlined in light blue under the fiscal manager, that's the position that special projects we're looking to fill. So that's pretty much our organization. This is a slide I think you've seen once before, just to show historically how we've done budget versus actual, and then year-to-year adopted budget and year-to-year actual expense. We've done, I think, a pretty good job of reducing our salary expense, 9, 10, 10, 11, 11, 12, 6.4, 6.2, 2.4%. And now we're looking at actually meeting pretty much our budget or our target for this fiscal year just under what we budgeted, but still an increase from last year. And then again, this 9% bump we're looking at by filling this position and a couple of other things that are hitting us. I don't anticipate that trend going up to continue. I think you'll see it flatten out when we have this presentation this time next year. Retirement cost contribution comparisons. You can see the one that goes up the most is really operations. This is safety retirement for 9 individuals. That's the one that I know the county as a whole is wrestling with as well. And then just a sort of picture of our operations. Operations being takeoffs and landings at the 2 airports. Camarillo, if you remember, for the FAA, the magic number was 150,000 operations. If you fell below that as a general aviation airport, they considered closing the tower. We have a campaign going now at Camarillo to bring those numbers back up. Ours are less than what the tower actually reports. We were at 146,000 last fiscal year. So we're confident that we'll be able to get above that 150,000 threshold and keep Camarillo Tower open, which is currently scheduled to close March of next year. I think we'll be fine for Camarillo. And then Oxnard, you can see, is less than half of that. For many years, we sort of hovered around 80 to 85,000, and we took that dip when the economy slowed, and aviation is one of those that slows right with it, and sometimes faster rate, and we've sort of maintained just above 50,000 operations. This is our enplanements, so these are the numbers of passengers that we're getting on planes over the last several years. 2010, the middle of the year, is when SkyWest United Express pulled out of the airport. We did have MVP, you can see the blip in 2012, and they stopped serving. They went to hire a new aircraft operator, and they just haven't gotten anywhere with that, and so we've actually terminated their lease agreement to operate at the airport. We talked to the individual that organized that for the first time in a couple months, finally responded to an inquiry. He's moved out to the East Coast, looking to start a new airline with airline people and not necessarily real estate people. But I'm not holding my breath for that particular person to come back. Let's quickly, some capital projects. We're looking at spending with our local match for the FAA grants for the 2 airports, and also projects that aren't eligible that we'll pay for out of the enterprise fund, just over $600,000. And that cash flow statement early on reflected that. And so our projects at Camarillo Airport, big project to rehabilitate some taxiways and the runway, and also upgrade the lighting to LED. We're currently finishing a project at Oxnard where we're doing the entire airport in LED lighting, signs, taxiways, runways. In fact, we're one of the first airports in the nation to have the runway lights paid for by the FAA. So again, another round of kudos to Erin Powers for her work there. So we're hoping for a grant in the amount of about $3.2 million. We just don't know if that all is going to come to fruition. So we're planning for it, we're going to fight for it, and if for some reason we don't get it, we'll let you know. But we've broken the project out into schedules to where we can get a good portion of the work done without full funding. And then again, a shared project for a new restroom out on the airfield with the EAA, and some improvements at our maintenance yard that allow our maintenance guys to more easily maneuver the sweeper, which is a large vehicle when they're parking it. Then over at Oxnard, we're still looking at providing a little bit more of a buffer on the north side of the airport, a 100-foot strip of land and some easements that the FAA would primarily pay for, about $2.5 million. Not sure if that's going to get fully funded either. We'll know here in about a month and a half. And then a couple projects. One is doing some roof work at the terminal, and then that electrical upgrade in a row of hangars we talked about. And that's it.
Mr. Chair, Todd, you know that property that we bought, this 5 acres, 6 acres north of or east of Ventura Road?
Yeah, it was actually 11 acres in total.
11 acres. That's bringing some revenue in too, right?
It is. It brings in about $1,200 a month. It's being farmed by a flower grower.
And the good thing about it is, they can't build anything there because of the landing.
And they maintain the land, so we don't have to. Yeah. So it's a win-win that way too. Yeah.
Are you dealing with any encroachment issues or anybody?
More so at Oxnard. I wish I had a picture of the airport and the surrounding area. The Teal Club specific plan is gaining some momentum. That's proposed, I think, at 2,200 homes, a school, right under the traffic pattern zone from the north side coming into the airport. So we'll be dealing with that.
What was the name of that one?
Teal Club specific
Oh,
plan.
Teal Club?
In Campus Park.
Yeah, the problem, I guess you get with that is then when you get too much of that, then the airlines look at that saying, do I want to invest knowing I'm going to fight this?
It makes it a little bit tougher. Camarillo, but for the most part, that development is designed to be compatible with the land use plan, with the exception of the school. But school districts have the ability to override the decision of the Land Use Commission, the Airport Authority, and in doing so, they take on liability should something happen at the site. But it does allow them to move forward, just as they did with the La Soria School on 5th Street there.
Good. Well, sounds good. Mr. Powers, any comments? No? Good work. Good work. Appreciate it. And I hear my own commissioner I appointed wanted to raise those rates even higher. You got to watch that.
Well, it takes a village, and so really the support of the CEO's office, your support, the city councils, and the community, it really does help. I think the airports are doing great.
Good. Well, thanks. Appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you for the good work.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Foy, members of the board, CEO Powers, Mike Pettit, Director of IT Services. Today I'm going to just share an update from the rate presentation that I provided in February. So I have a few additional good notes to share. You may recall this slide here from February's presentation, but one of the things I wanted to emphasize as an underlying current here to the budget presentations that you've heard by many of the departments and agencies, but also by this list here. This is a list of all the customers that IT Services provides technology services to throughout the county. So our services are not just limited to county agencies and departments. We also provide support to other incorporated cities, federal offices, et cetera, in the area. But many of the projects that are talked about at your board, realignment, we provide a lot of the data analysis that goes into the realignment studies. We've enhanced Vestigius as part of realignment to capture much of the data for the recidivism rates associated with individuals in realignment. We've been a partner with the hospital in part of the electronic healthcare record project in building out some of their wireless network for all the new equipment that the doctors are going to be using to get real-time medical information on patients. With the Springs fire that just occurred, we had staff helping set up equipment at the command post at Freedom Park that was used to make logistical decisions for deploying fire staff. We have partnered with the healthcare agency and the healthcare plan to deliver a system that's equipped to participate in the health benefits exchange that's coming up, and that will go live in October. We're also part of the VCFMS and the property tax projects. So I just want to emphasize that as we all know, we're living in an information age, and information technology is critical to all the business that we do.
Before you change that, Mike, I mean, it's amazing some of the different, what are you doing for things like the city of Port Hueneme? What do you do?
For many of the cities, we provide connectivity to them, to the state, to the Department of Justice. So Port Hueneme Police Department, we provide some services to them. For connectivity to the California Department of Justice.
Same kind of stuff with the Highway Patrol?
Exactly. And then the Highway Patrol also accesses our Vestigius for filing cases, and all their traffic citations flow into the county through that as well. Wow. So it is a rather broad list of different organizations.
Never saw that.
With that, though, did want to highlight a couple key achievements, and there's an underlying theme to many of them. But in this last year, we implemented a mobile app store. In my travels, there's an association of California County IT directors, and we are one of the few counties in the state to have a mobile app store. So that's a significant accomplishment. What does that provide for us? We now have mobile applications, public-facing ones, where our citizens can access services and information for the county. One of the ones you may have seen out there, it's in the Apple App Store and in the Android Marketplace, is the VCSO public application. That lets citizens look at crime trends in their neighborhoods. It also lets them look up contact information for their local police departments and the sheriff's department. It provides information for individuals that have family in jail to look at inmate information as well. There's a whole host of opportunity in that application. You heard a board presentation by Chris Stevens regarding the Acela Citizen Access. That's another part of some of the mobile apps that are available. We have a County 411 mobile app for all county employees to be able to look up phone numbers, etc. So those are some of the services that are available through this application store that we brought live this last fiscal year. We also work to expand the Enterprise Content Management Program. Further partnerships with the Human Services Agency. You've heard a lot about what they've accomplished as part of that. The Healthcare Agency, we worked on several projects with public health to implement ECM and really a new and a little bit different way. They had a immunization or a program that they were receiving papers on from all the different clinics, and that data then had to be entered into a grant reporting system. Well, part of ECM allowed them to capture all the data off those forms and automatically provide that data to the grant program. So we saved some data entry time by staff as part of that. Additionally, the CEO's office, if you've walked through there, you may notice that there's a lot more space available where there used to be large filing cabinets. Well, we've taken in all of the personnel records for the county and put those into ECM as well. The auditor controller we took all of the more than 1 million checks that the county writes every year, and those are now electronic in the ECM program. And then Acela, now all the building permits and planning information goes right into the document management system as well. So that's another foundational piece in making that data more widely accessible by county employees and the public. From an infrastructural standpoint, we've built out our wireless network. We're adding over 300 new wireless access points in the county. That's in support of the electronic healthcare record system at the hospital and the clinics, but also in other areas of the county where we have public access, and even in this building that we're in here. Along with that, from a wireless perspective, we've implemented 22 high-speed microwave networks. What does that mean? We had county facilities that were connected back to the government center on low-speed data networks, leased lines from phone companies like AT&T and Verizon. We were usually paying somewhere between $600 and $900 a month for that. For that same cost, a little bit less than $900, we're able to put a very high-speed data connection back to the government center here. So we basically provided data access rates that are 300 times faster than what they were paying for the same cost. So very effective. It's a good use of technology. You've heard a lot about data breaches and information security. You can pick up the paper on any given day and read about a security risk. I'm happy to announce that we've implemented new data security measures here at the county over the last year. We also have implemented something that would prohibit certain traffic from originating from certain countries that are known for high criminal traffic activity. So we're able to identify that and block that. So we've really just increased our security of the data that's entrusted to us at the county. That's a continual battle, as you know, every day, but it's something that we're very aware of and continually trying to do things to better support that. And lastly, we've got a green data center initiative. Our data center, we have a primary one here in this building. We have some other data centers at other buildings. But if you were to take a walk through our data center today and you had been through it about 2 to 3 years ago, you would notice a remarkable difference. We occupy about a third of the space that we used to, and that's just due to advances in technology. Computers occupy a lot less space today than they used to, and consequently our energy consumption costs have reduced substantially as well. Through those efforts, we've saved about $100,000 in energy costs. Also, we used to have some very large printers
And we basically partnered with GSA, and because they have a print shop, no sense for us to duplicate that effort. And they've taken on that responsibility, and that's also saved the county an additional $70,000 by GSA taking on that work. The underlying theme of many of these achievements is mobility. It's estimated that over 50% of the government workforce is mobile in some capacity, whether that's accessing information via email or actually case workers in the field. So we're seeing a lot of growth and opportunity to continue to deliver government services through mobile-enabled technologies. Additionally, it allows us to have a better presence and serve our customers in the field. In the past, individuals, caseworkers in the field would have to come back to the office to update data or to carry data with them. You can imagine them hauling around case files and things like that in their cars. Now it puts that data right at their fingertips, and they're able to access that data at the point of need. And that is going to be a continued area of growth as we move forward next fiscal year. On to some of the fiscal highlights. In February, I had shared that we were projected to improve upon the adopted budget of $34 million by saving a further $167,000. As of today, I'm excited to report that it looks like we're going to be able to improve upon that $167,000 by another $490,000. Those savings, totaling around $657,000, are largely attributable to some hiring lag that we've had in vacancies. We've had some employees retire, and then also associated with some contract negotiation work that we've done. About $170,000 in salary savings, about $220,000 in contract savings, and then some miscellaneous other savings. So we as part of that are issuing credits of about that amount, $490,000, back to agencies and departments. We've issued those along the way with our monthly billings to the agencies and departments, but it's helped them then put that money to better use on other projects. Our final projected budget for this fiscal year is just over $33.3 million. For next year, we have proposed a budget of about $33.5 million. And that represents a $500,000 improvement from the previous year if you're comparing budget to budget. And that also represents absorbing some economic stressors, some increases in pension costs and other costs in our budget. So we're still going to be able to lower that some more. If you look at some of the key cost containment drivers for next year, some service contract revisions, as I've mentioned. We've really been focusing on driving down the costs of our third-party contracts, renegotiating those with vendors, competitively bidding those out and identifying some lower costs, managing some of our telecommunications expenses. I've shared with you how we've swapped out some of these higher cost telecommunications expenses for better performing lower cost alternatives. And then through energy efficiencies, as I shared in our data center, driving down those costs by about $100,000. And then with workforce optimization, every time we have a technology change or individuals retire or leave, we take that opportunity to assess our organization and look where we may be able to share some of those responsibilities among existing staff. And one of the other things that we've seen, most of you are familiar, if your own home phone service, you access that through like your cable company. That's a shift in technology. It's called voice over IP. We use that here at the county. And what that means is we used to have two physically separate networks. We had a voice network and a data network. Those are now combined, so we're able to save costs by sharing the labor resources involved with maintaining those. So the staffing in our group that maintains our voice and data network, over the past 4 years, we've reduced staff by almost 10 positions in that. Not laying off, but just through natural attrition and not needing to fill those positions. If you look at our budget performance history over the last 3 years, we've shown a track record of reducing our operational budget 7.3%, 11, 12, 3.5% this year, and that's actually a little bit higher based on the additional savings that I just shared. And then next year we're projecting a 1.5% further reduction. As you can see, it's getting more and more difficult to keep driving those operational costs down, but we're not going to give up the fight. So we're going to continue on that vein.
Great work. Those are good numbers.
Yeah, I was going to say, I see those numbers. I mean, you saw about $4.5 million. But at the same time, I'm hearing from your clients, they're loving the service that you're giving them too. So you see a reduction in good service at the same time. So,
well, I think that's a theme that I want to emphasize in this presentation. We're driving down operational costs, but we're still investing in technology. I have regular conversations with my counterparts in other counties and cities, and Ventura County is remarkable in that respect. We are spending money on key infrastructural items that position the county to deliver these services. We're seeing an increase in demand for services in the human services area, in the healthcare area, in the realignment and criminal justice. We're investing in those areas with technology, even though we're driving down our costs. Next year, or here in July 1, we're scheduled to go live with our new public-facing internet site. That's going to provide easier access to information for our public and simpler access to online services. It's going to lay some of the foundation for further enhancing those online services. We're migrating to a new email and office productivity suite. That's going to provide, finally, that's going to provide access to tools like Microsoft Office on your tablet, on your desktop, and provide a seamless experience where you can share those documents between those environments with ease. And then, as I mentioned, our phone system. We're on this new phone system here at the county government center, the hospitals, and most of the major facilities. We still have a lot of small sites out there that are on these old, unsupported telephone systems. So we're embarking on a project to finish that work over the next 18 months of upgrading those systems to current technology. So that theme there of still driving down operational costs, but we're making some key investments in technology. We're upgrading the financial management system. We're upgrading the property tax system. The progress at Ventura County is not stagnating, is not halting. We're making steps forward while still driving down our costs. So in summary, projecting a 5.3% reduction in operational costs this year. Next year, we're striving for 1.5%, and I expect that we'll exceed that given our track record, for a total 3-year reduction of almost 12%. So we are reducing our operational expenses while continuing the strategic investments in technology.
And I think the key here, too, is that you're not, where a lot of people say, we'll just lay people off. You're not doing that. I mean, I'm sure you got attrition, so you're not refilling positions, but you're using ways of getting people thinking of how we can do it better, faster, use technology. We're in that.
Absolutely, and we're seeing, we're able to do some things faster now than we used to. Some of the technologies allow us to do that, so we don't need maybe the people that we did before.
Right.
Some of our other operational costs with cloud services, we're able to drive down many of those infrastructural costs, and that's helping deliver some of these returns as well.
Right. We appreciate that, because some people say it can't be done, and you're proving that it can be done, so that's great.
Yeah. Thank you, Mike. All done with increasing demand on your services, too. So that $4.5 million, that's recurring savings, real dollars every year. And that leads to departmental savings, which leads to sustaining staffing for deputies on the street, social services, health services, and so forth. So it's having a real impact in our county, and that's great work. And you're investing, and you didn't do it this time, but you've done it other times. You've shown your benchmarking to the private sector as well, which I think is great. You continue to measure and monitor and try to drive down those costs. So while innovating and making sure we're mobile, there's an app for just about everything now, right,
Yeah.
in county government?
Yes, there's an app for that. So.
That's right, whatever it is. That's right. Great work.
Yeah, I like that piece that Mike just said, that you're willing to step out and compare ourselves to the private sector, where everybody else a lot of times want to compare the public sector. And sometimes that's true, because the private sector doesn't do certain things that we do in county government. But this kind of stuff you do in private sector, and you want to compare and say, if they can do it, we can do it just as good. This is what your target should be. And I appreciate that, because a lot of times people are scared to do that, and I know you're not scared to do any of that. So
that's right. I think we have to set our goals high, and if it turns out that there's another industry that pops up and their rates are even more competitive, we'll benchmark ourselves against that. I mean, you can't achieve unless you set those goals high, and we've identified some areas that we need to improve on.
Yeah. I mean, and that's the idea. Everybody does. Somebody does it a little heady. Okay, I saw it. I want to learn. I don't have to invent it every time. The other thing I appreciate about what I've heard from different agencies is, if he comes in and says, we can look at this, you look at it and say, you know what, I think you can get it cheaper on the outside. You don't use this. And sometimes you say, I think I can do it. And so you've been both ways. At the end of the day, I just appreciate you're really looking at those agencies, what's best for those agencies. Because at the end of the day, like Mike just said, those costs when we do the savings is what allows us to keep the sheriff on the street, the DA to get that extra attorney, whatever it needs that we need. And you look at that, your customers, you're integrated everywhere. Nobody doesn't get touched by you guys.
That's right. I think, our goal is to be a trusted partner and advisor. That's what we want to provide to agencies and departments. If it doesn't make sense for us to deliver the service, if we can't do it faster, better, then we'll advise to that. That's the role that we serve, and it's been a great opportunity to be a part. You've heard many successes of Ventura County that each agency achieves every year. The challenges that they're faced with in realignment and things like that, but then how Ventura County has risen to those challenges. We work well together. Everybody's partners well together, and we're just another part of that team, and it's good to be a part of that. I've got an excellent management team, and I can't take all the credit. Now, Mike Reed, my assistant, my deputy CIOs, they're fantastic. Dean Curtis, my fiscal officer, he has a background in driving down operational costs, and you're seeing many of the results of that here today.
That's great. I know Supervisor Parks may.
Just appreciate the good work you're doing, the efficiencies you're bringing, and noting, as Supervisor Foy said, what a pivotal agency you are for the IFS charges that go around the county, and your efficiencies are felt by everyone. So it's very much appreciated, the good work you're doing.
Yeah, it's interesting that I think sometimes we take for granted some of the good things here, as we saw with the DA, and he has his new chief assistant, coming from the largest county, the biggest agencies, and wow, you guys are doing more stuff than we had, and we got, how much money to do it all. And it's just great that we're out there on the forefront of doing this. And again, the people that get the best of this is the taxpayer who pays for it, and the public who wants and needs the services. They get the best of both worlds. So I really appreciate what you're doing. I know, Supervisor.
I just want to thank you, too, for an outstanding job. The summary really says it all, because reducing the operational expenses and continuing your investment, I think, is extremely important. It helps everybody all the way across, in reducing their cost. But 12% is tremendous. But I just got to commend you and your staff for doing a great job.
Thank you. As Mike was mentioning, and we've seen the real fruits of that, as we've driven down these costs, we've given credits back to agencies, they'll turn around and go, we've got some new projects that we want to do, things that we wouldn't have been able to accomplish had we not seen those savings. And so it just gets put right back into the engine. It's more and more efficient. So
great job.
A tricky position to have, and you've got a great attitude for it, and it's like a breath of fresh air. So thank you very much.
I'd just like to thank you, too. Years ago, this was the toughest department for everyone. They weren't well liked. You've done a great job. It's a cultural change. It's a trust issue. It's appreciation. So good job.
Well, good. Okay, we have receive and file on this, and so I can. Okay, I do want to. We're through most of this, but I do want to bring back up number 55. I think because we got behind, we had some people here who wanted to come speak on it, and I do want to do that. So if anybody has, you have a card you'd like to come speak? Yes, sir, come please. That was we already heard the item, 55. It was the appointment of, but we heard that. But I just want to bring it back because some people wanted to speak on this item.
Was it covered already?
Yeah, it was. It was covered. We got through it, and we had to wait, and so we pushed through. So
okay.
Anyway, but I don't want to miss if you have some comments to make.
Okay. We were watching from work, and I just didn't see. I must have left the office or something. We appreciate the opportunity, Chair and board members and CEO. Our comment is from, I'm Charles McLaughlin, representing the Ventura County Taxpayers Association, the board. And our comments are not towards about Mike Settle at all, who by most reports is a likable and skilled public administrator. Our comments are directed to the board and to the CEO and the county management. There are only 4 positions in the retirement board that by legislation are available to public. And you're about to give one to someone who has been a government employee for his entire life. Why do you believe that an individual has worked for the public sector his entire career and is now retired at a young age with a pension probably exceeds 6 figures should be appointed as trustee is the one of the slots that traditionally represented for the private sector. If you had the power to appoint all the trustees, would you appoint a nurse for safety or a young county employee to represent retirees? Your choice, Sir Mike, to represent the other residents of the county who do not work for the government is just as illogical. Ventura is a wonderful county, with so many educated, capable residents. It should not be difficult to find a qualified candidate from the sector. We ask that you consider these thoughts prior to approving this recommendation. But I guess the recommendation is probably already approved.
It was, but I appreciate. I know maybe Mike has some comments on as their office interviewed and looked at different things.
Thank you, Mr. McLaughlin.
Okay.
Just a couple comments, and you asked why, and it was a tough choice. We had good candidates, to be sure. Why Mr. Siddell? I would say, in our panel interviewed from our office, and I think if you look at his career, having worked in government so long, he has a really good knowledge of how pension systems work. He also happens to be very fiscally conservative, as well as he has impeccable integrity. And so I think as a choice to represent the public, private sector and public sector, I think he's an excellent choice. I would say also that you're a very effective and important organization. The Taxpayers Association is also very well and ably represented by Mr. Wilson, Bill Wilson, who's also reappointed at the same time and who's chair of the committee. So, but we appreciate your points. Thank you.
And I know we had David Grau as one of the opportunities I thought was a good one, and then as Mike Siddell came up, I thought, and also knowing Mike, he believes in the pension system that we have needs some adjustments and is compared to what CalPERS is. A very clear difference, he said, between the two, and I think he looks forward to helping us revisit that and get us into more reasonableness. So I think there was a couple good candidates out there, and I appreciate the CEO's office going through the interviews, some tough choices, but I do think it'll be a good choice. I mean, Dave would have been a great choice too, but this is a good choice. I think he did, and I agree, and I think that's one of the things. But I do believe the taxpayers with Bill is there, and Bill's been good, and we got him reappointed. I know he's been kind of sitting waiting for a reappointment, and that has to be public. That I brought that back to Mike, and he goes, "Well, I thought we did it, and we did it before, but it wasn't. That was for the old term. It wasn't for his new term. That's why it took so long. But it wasn't that the county did not want to reappoint him. Yeah, they believe in him, and he's good for all of us as a taxpayer. So I appreciate that. So thank you. Sorry we're late, and for that, but we got through some things, and I know this meeting's gone on a little longer. Thank you. Okay. And then we still have, I think, one more item left to do. Item 50, yes. Okay. Supervisor Long and Supervisor Bennett again. You always bring the controversy.
Sure.
Had the opportunity to present home share to the board a couple of weeks ago, and that's just for the benefit of everybody. That is where people who have excess capacity in their houses, primarily older people, get matched up with somebody, hopefully somebody who's homeless, somebody who needs a lower rent place than they can normally find by renting it out, and they'll rent a room, they'll rent whatever arrangements work out. But what HomeShare does is try to facilitate these things, and certainly in Ventura County, we're a very appropriate county to do that. We have a large housing stock. We have a lot of people with overcapacity in their homes, and we also, because we're a high-cost area, we have lots of people that need this lower-cost housing. The group that is running it right now has done it very effectively. Over 100 matches here in the Ventura area, and they mentioned while they were here that if they had a full-time person, they could take the thing countywide and potentially be another creative way for us to move towards trying to solve our 10-year strategy to end homelessness here in Ventura County. So trying to keep cost under control. The recommendation of Supervisor Long and I was to try to see if there's a nonprofit that we could contract with that would provide somebody who could work full time on this and work with these volunteers and try to pop this project forward. And so that is Mike, those are my comments, and Supervisor Long.
I would just add that we have to look at creative ways for our low-income and homeless folks and help try and find housing. The goal of the 10-year plan for Housing First is a daunting, challenging goal. That in itself. I see this fixed-term position as being, again, through a contract with a nonprofit, and have the CEO's office look at it to see how that might be funded, and to fund it for 1 year so it proves itself. So, the position would have to prove that it's value added, that it has clear data-driven results, and it'd be for 1 year, and we'd look at it and evaluate it.
And because because we talk about it as a short-term thing, it would be a one-time. We wouldn't be going after ongoing money. It'd be one-time money, and a small allocation. And we would. I think we have to be realistic about the numbers you might get in the first year when you're trying to get a program that's countywide with volunteers countywide off the ground. But certainly a model similar to the long-term care ombudsman, where $300,000 leverages 65 great volunteers to go around and visit 10,000 people in skilled nursing homes every week, would be a great investment. And I'm not suggesting anywhere near $300,000 to get this thing started.
No.
But I'm saying that model that leverages.
We're asking the CEO to look at it to see what. What would it take to get someone to do that and accomplish
what could he pull off with that, right, as we're putting the budget together?
So your goal is to go out and take a look at this first, or then report before we do anything, or what?
Yes, and we'll develop and bring back a proposed dollar amount of one-time expenditures for this purpose. We'll bring that back to your board.
And the idea was to get that said before we get into the budget and all that other stuff as we're looking at that.
Yeah, I still struggle with it because I'm not sure. I think there's a lot of people out there that would be doing this if they could, and a lot of organizations. But I'll go along with just the part to take a look so we can look at it before we vote on what it's going to cost and what the involvement is. And I don't know from Leroy's standpoint what liability we might have if something happens or that kind of thing. So maybe we could look at all those things when it comes back or something.
I think it's
we'll have a chance to look at all of that.
Yeah, because because if we recommend something goes in somebody's, I don't know. Again, so I'd rather look at all of it, and there's no question. There's people out there that probably have places, but I think they're out there doing some of that now. Yeah.
Appreciate the willingness to look at it, and the one thing is the liability has not. The liability is. The rulings in the past have said there's nothing that happens. All we do is introduce these people to each other. The property owner and the person make their own contract, make their own deal, their own terms. And so, but I appreciate that it's a legitimate question to ask, about county liability.
Mm-hmm.
No, I think it's an excellent program. It's nice to see it working, and I hope that as you look countywide, you also look at not only you're looking at churches and synagogues, but also look at other city governments that they may want to get involved in. I think trying to get that infrastructure, that webbing, that net, to be able to connect with the different agencies throughout the county, I think could help a lot. Also, I worked for an organization that did, the commuter-computer rideshare matching. That isn't a liability issue. If you suggest two people who could ride share, if it turns out one of them doesn't work out, I don't think the agency gets sued. So I think there's a lot of precedent for being able to do these kind of things through government and nonprofits.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to take a look at this, and the CEO come back to us in the next month or so.
Yeah.
All right, that ends our regular time certains and our regular agenda, but if anybody has quickly adjourn a memory of or something you'd like to do?
I'd like to adjourn a memory of this person in this.
Okay. Supervisor Long?
Same. Not the same people.
I'll do that, adjourn a memory of Supervisor Parks. Do you have anybody, or you want something to comment?
I would like to ask that we adjourn the memory of the people on this list, and just want to give a shout out to Ted Smith, who helped with the Hidden Valley Homeowner Association meeting with the equestrians to find a better way to evacuate horses out there, and also Captain Accessory, he was also there, as well as Officer Moriarty with the CHP. And it is really good now that the captain
I rise to hold forth on drones in the United States. Last ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on that list.
Next week, we'll have something on the May revised by... Oh, we don't, that's right, the week after. Next week. Yeah, by the May revise, we'll hear a little bit about budget. So, okay, we'll adjourn for closed session. Do you expect any announcements out of closed session, Leroy?
There may be an announcement.
There may be?
Yes.
So we'll have these wonderful people sit here for a next hour or two.
Eat my lunch now.
What item number do you have, Leroy?
Item 37.
All right, we have an announcement from closed session on item number 37, our county council.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, there's an announcement from closed session on item number 37. It's pending litigation. And the name of the case is Roscoe and Takahashi versus County of Ventura, Ventura Superior Court, case number 56-2011-00395971. And the board approved a settlement agreement in exchange for $160,000. Plaintiffs will completely release and settle all claims as against the county. And the vote was 5-0. Thank you.
Thank you, and that'll be our last announcement. No announcements out of closed sessions?
No other announcements.
All right, we'll adjourn out of closed session.